Morning, sir. How have you been?
Not too bad. Pretty much like just woke up and then I realized that we're starting the stream at 10, or you were starting the stream at 9, not at 10. So it was a little bit of a rush, but we made it. I'll just actually end the stream because I realized I need to align the yeah, so
Cool.
I'll just stop.
And I think I'm live on YouTube. Double check.
Well, I should as soon as we start, and I'll make a community post on YouTube. Sure. What do you want me to refer you guys to, by the way? Like, do you want to be Carl or Earth Power?
Earth Power's fine. Carl's also fine. Whatever comes off the tongue easier.
Sure. Garabon is good for me because I think more people will know me by that. So yeah, sure.
Ben. I also don't think I've ever known you as Ben, so that's fair.
Yeah, I think even back in the day, I was probably something else on Pojo.
A little Torcon the Great action for a throwback.
So and so, and then we just do along there.
All right, so it looks like YouTube is working. So I think we're good.
Slide adjust like so. Oh, this matches. It's not pixel perfect, but it's close enough. As long as they can see us. Okay, now we have that. Okay. No, just okay. Oh, not the crash team racing.
Hell yeah, Crash Team Racing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I speedrun it for a bit.
Love that.
Alright, now we go live again. You guys are muted, so don't worry. You guys, but like Mike, and just make sure to have, preferably unless your internet cramps out, just keep the cam on in Discord and let's stay in the call. So
Yes. Yeah, I'm not
we
going
stay in
anywhere.
same places.
Yeah. And I can
And if you
hear.
want to see my face while we're talking, then just open up the stream because I can't open the
Yeah,
Discord,
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
stream source yet.
Yeah, I don't want to look at you, Sydelio. That's fine.
All right, we're going live in like 3 minutes, I'd say
Cool.
approximately. So feel free to post
I
whenever you are.
am fascinated, but I'm also interested to see who picked what decks. I'm
Yeah, I
fascinated by
saw the
some.
decks. I didn't match up who's was who's, so I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, I have a good feeling what Christian's playing. I have a good feeling what Claude's playing. Obviously, um, I know
Yeah, I
Otto's
think
brought
Claude's a good one,
survivors
but then again,
before.
instantly new.
I think Spalding's comfort deck is one of these fortress burns, and then Modest is the rush. Obviously, his was the only one that had the name on it. So, but these
Yeah,
are
oh, the name I didn't even know this.
yeah, Modest had his in the top browser when he took a screenshot.
Sure. Yes, the names. Oh, okay, there we go. They're also in commands in the stream, but you can give a quick glimpse before. Right, let's
Load your
do that.
Twitch chat really quick.
Feel free to spam it in all Discord servers. I am doing other stuff right now, so I
Okay.
just link the stream.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to do like post game interviews with some of these guys, like just to like I want to know how deep in the tanks some of these were with like some of these survivor lists.
Yeah, I was surprised to see two survivors.
And
It's pretty well.
Spalding, I can't imagine that that Magmarex was a that had to have been a starting point for this deck.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how at CIDC like deck lists tend to be like a little bit different than regular IDCs.
Yeah. Well, that's I
So
mean,
it's a
right.
lot more
Yeah.
of like trying to read what everyone else is doing. I think.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a track meet versus the marathon that is IDC.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, this is exactly what we modeled the bracket tournament stuff after. Like it's an awful way to decide a champion, but it is entertaining as all else because you're just gonna get some blowout matches. Double elimination's fun. How long do these normally take, Sydelio?
This takes like 7-ish hours probably.
Work.
Depends a bit on the matches, and I'm not sure if they've used round timers still, but I hope it's gonna be like
Untimed?
decently paced.
Yeah.
I do know that the X Boom and like there are quite some slow decks, but
Yeah, Modestil is the only one who brought anything, the only rush deck. Everything else is control, and survivors is very combo snowball piece. So that deck could just take forever to get off the ground, especially if it comes back. But I love the idea. Like, hey, I mean, shoot, I don't know. We'll talk about it in a minute. But
yeah, we can't spoil all of our own discussions just yet.
I'm fascinated. I was literally reviewing these and making notes last night. But yeah,
Oh,
just
so many viewers. Good lord.
good.
Let's do X also.
There was one. Yeah, I need to make a community post. Let me do that really quick.
All right, do some deep breaths. We're gonna go live in approximately 30 seconds, and until I say that, you guys just
Yeah, yeah, I won't cut you off. I'll wait for you to say my name.
Yeah. Say just a moment. I'll keep myself and you guys unmuted on Discord, but the stream will have my desktop audio muted until I need you guys to talk.
Oh yeah.
But you can just chill and listen. All right, we are going on. Most biggest welcome to the CIDC5, everyone.
today will be filled with absolutely amazing Duel Masters TCG action, and this is the 5th glorious CIDC that we'll be having. We have some familiar names in the top 8 who finally, after the long season yet again, qualified for the CIDC. So just as a rundown, we have the 8 top scoring participants from the IDC Tournament League today battling for the champion title. We have some amazing prizes we'll get to in just a minute, so just bear on and hold on tight. As some of you might have already seen, if you're watching this live, this will be later on YouTube as well. You do have some comments in the chat, so if you want to see all the decks, maybe, but just hold on tight because we're going to have some juicy discussion about them. You can do exclamation mark decks and also exclamation mark bracket for the tournament bracket. Noteworthy is that the bracket will be randomized in just a moment. We will have the top 4 seeds set as the 4 players and then randomize the bottom half of the bracket against them. But before further ado, I am extremely happy to invite along 2 co-commentators, which I'm really excited to have on. Before I let them speak any words, I want to mention that one of them, you know, because we've done plenty work together in also the wonderful Garabon games. This might be a small of a spoiler for all of you. And also the previous CIDCs, but also we have a content creator, a YouTube video maker from, I think, pretty much all of our childhoods. Like, me and my friends, we used to watch the videos all the time, so it's kind of a beautiful circle coming together. So I'm really happy to bring these guys along, so let's switch over the overlay here, and let me just make sure we can see. Oh, it's because of the... we do this. There we go. Oh. All right, guys. Welcome on to the stream, Earth Power and Garabon. Earth Power, please introduce yourself and let us know who you are.
Happy to be here, Sydelio. Thanks for having me. No, this is awesome. I've wanted to host with you guys for one of these for a long time. I've been following IDC since its inception. I've just been a fly on the wall. Happy to participate in my first IDCs over the past 6 months, and yeah, just glad to be in the booth with you. Excited to talk about these decks and watch these guys compete for #1 for a brand new CIDC champion. It's awesome to be sitting alongside you guys. Thanks for having me.
Just as a short note, where can we find you? Where can you find you?
Oh, yeah. But for those of you who don't know, if you are in this chat and you've been around Duel Masters for a while, youtube.com Earth Power. Exactly as it's spelled down below. I didn't make it easy. There's a 0 and a 3 in there for power. But yeah, go check it out. YouTube channels. We've been back live now for the better half of a year and not stopping anytime soon.
Thank you so much. Garabon, please introduce yourself.
Yep, you guys probably remember me from the last couple times. I'm Garabon. I also make videos on YouTube, youtube.com/Garabon. And you can also find me on Twitter at Garabon Glider.
Awesome, thank you so much. Guys, it is time to jump into the decklist reviews. Let me just check I have the correct inputs there, and then we will do this here. There we go, and I had to do this here. There we go, and find my... nope, that's the wrong window. Photos. There we go. I just need to follow, and there we go. Second. Screen. X-boom picture, and then we move it on. Alright, perfect. Guys, our first lead from the tournament. X-boom 3000, top scoring participant. X-boom, as many of you know, has been kind of an adaptive player, playing plethora of lists like Epic Rush was something that he grinded for a bit, and also some mid-ranger stuff. So just as a heads up here, X-boom is a very strong competitor and something to keep an eye out for. So what do you guys think of X-boom's list?
I think it's very interesting. I think out of anybody, if I was going to expect somebody to play deck out, I would have expected X-boom. But I think there are a lot of interesting choices in this very specific build of it.
Yeah, it's and you call it deck out. I'm looking at this more as a more as like a mid-rangey, erring on the side of control. Um, but it's I mean it's light water dark, right? But instead of going for your standard Hydro Hurricane package, he is aiming more for Marino for tempo, which I love because look back at earlier versions of light water dark, where they could kick on the gas with cards like Craze Valkyrie. And in lieu of doing that, he's aiming for still that more kind of standard control package, using Ice Vapors, using a lot of the tech that we've seen come out of this last IDC, photo side to prey on the other light water darks that have been strong. The four civ control and mid range decks with that Photosite can just eat on. I see Slash Charger here not so much as a deck out, so much as it is just a ramp card in these three colors to get you to your turn 5, which is so strong out of these colors. Marino, Misterios, especially against a control field, Misterios will just prey on these decks. And getting Misterios out on turn 4 consistently instead of Bronze Arm Tribe, now you're slashing out something of your opponent's deck, seeing essentially what they're working with, figure out their tech cards early. I think it's a genius call for CIDC, where you've got 8 decks and you just kind of have to figure out what your opponents are on very quickly and find out what your biggest hurdles are about to be.
Yeah, Slash Charger is something that there are like meme pictures when I used to play Slash Charger. Just the living hell out of it, even though it's not Hell Charger, but or Hell Slash. Slash Charger is a tool, like as you mentioned in sunscreen lists, it's a tool that enables you to raise the Lost Soul essentially. Like rub deck out, rub control or mid-range, whatever you wanna classify it as. Something that I think if people spend enough time on it, they would come to the conclusion that playing Slash Charger is right, because it mainly falls down to an opposing Lost Soul and these kind of battles, that same issue where you're tackling the early ramp issue, and Slash Charger, when we look at these powerhouses like Mistrias, for example, or Marinomancer, you get that out one turn earlier, so if you're playing against the rush deck or whatever, it kind of doesn't matter if you're opting out to play this 4 of Slash Charger when you have these Palavoleases and stuff to kind of slow down. So I like the build. Ice Vapors and Photosites, they are like these tech cards that are interesting to see. Something to note here is that only 1 Cranium Clamp and 2 Ghost Touches. And Ghost Touch is an interesting card in the sense that I think an evolution of like philosophy when you approach these decks is that more people realize that Spiral Gate is actually a good card, and 2 mana cards that are also triggers and playable from hand are good, because when you're playing a control kind of a strategy, all matchups come down to who's the beatdown, essentially. The slower deck needs to buy time, and with these cards that you can both cast from your hand and from your shield, you buy time, so it enables you to kind of skip on resources, so it's an interesting build. Nothing super spicy in the sense that X-Boom has played a similar one. I think it's CIDC4. I might be wrong. X-Boom can correct me, but
Yeah.
it's good to see.
Yeah, my
You also have that Transmogrify. It's kind of another interesting pick.
Yeah.
One on Transmogrify, but I think that's just like, if there's another deck out deck, it's kind of an
Yeah.
auto win card. So
right.
Yeah.
it's a nice include as a one of for sure.
Right, and just maybe pseudo kill on a big beater later in the game. Yeah, the only counter I have for Ghost Touch, and I like the card a lot. That is his only consistent 2-drop. Like, you're not playing Belix on 2, or at least you're not aiming to play Belix on 2. So this deck's not doing anything until turn 3, and the 3-drop you want to see is Slash. So I think that's where this deck might see some fault, at least, especially like if it gets paired up against anything fast or anything that gets off the ground fast. But yeah, and I love 51 cards. Like I love breaking the consistency. I don't know who decided 50 was the number or 40 was the number, but I absolutely love 51 cards.
Yeah. Don't spend too much time here. Something to note is that this is kind of a hedge deck. You're
Yeah.
expecting to play a slower field.
Yeah.
If you were expecting to play against 7 FN rushes, this is not the deck to bring. So X-Boom probably made the call to bring this deck because he's expecting a slower field. And I believe he already hinted in the chat that it's what he actually went for. So next up, the second seed is CDH here. And CDH is bringing us a Gigatsalt version of Hydro Hurricane. And personally, Gigasalt is just such a good card. Something to note is that when you play in a Miraculous Snare diluted meta, Gigasalt is pretty like, it's hard to remove. That's like the short seconds. Petrova also here, like, when you play for Laura Gigas, against controls, you don't want to see those unless you have a Mystery Assault. But hey, it's at least light mana, so I like the build. There's one Spiral Gate, one Belix, and overall, this is kind of those more curve-heavy Hydro Hurricane lists. Like, you're not playing just universally good pieces, like you're not playing just allow laces after each other, or Margomancers, for example, to feel your hand. Rather, you're opting to go for more resource denial, and I like the look of the list. It's pretty balanced, and it has kind of some strong hedges against rush strategies comparing to like general stuff. So you have more Laura Gigas, you have Gigapulse, and CVH also opting to go for energy stream. So I like the deck. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's I mean it's about a standard of the Gigazald Lightwater Dark decks that we've seen since Claude debuted his. I think it was IDC 2 or what, I don't know. I've lost count of them, but the second IDC in this series, where he started playing with the 2 Gigazald, and then that ended up being 3 Gigazald, and I think in his last IDC ended up playing 4, and I'm sure we'll get to his list here in a minute. But yeah, this looks very similar to the list that CVH essentially netted and changed around a few cards from his run from the CIDC in the middle of this, when he ran a very similar deck to it. Yeah, I mean, it's some pseudo tech cards in here, if you will, like the one-ofs, like the Faliga, which you don't see a ton in this version of the deck. The 3, what is that? I can't remember the name of the 3-drop Slayer blocker, but going for all 4 of those.
Actually, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's the best bait aside from Gigasoul and Gigapulse. Like, okay, Gigasoul, I would love to preach on about like these weird obscure cards that actually feel the perfect niche, which is like Gigasoul is good. Like when you have like it can't attack when you don't have shields, blah blah blah. It just dies the burst shot. It can attack. It's just so good. Something to note is that no marrow oozes paired with
Yeah.
Gigasoul here.
Right,
So
and that's what I was getting towards. Yeah, he has nothing outside of the 4 Gigaballs and the Locomotive and the Ice Vapor to tap in addition to the Gigazolds. So interesting call, but yeah, I mean it looks about as consistent as Lightwater Dark could be.
yeah,
I feel like there's not too many like super surprises in here, but I like the card counts on a lot of things.
yeah. I think we can agree like this is a balanced, solid build. Whether it like crosses the finish line, we'll have to see. Moving on here, our third seed, Mr. Baza, is bringing a 4-color survivor lists. So we're
This one is interesting.
like we have the third one, and we're already introducing the spice here. Something that like I low-key don't like is the 50 cards here, in the sense that when you're playing like survivor-centric strategies, oftentimes you kind of need to curve out in a good manner, which is like Bronze Arm into Soul Swap, and you're diluting the odds this way. On the other hand, you're fitting more like utility stuff because of the Factory Shell. You're fitting light cards here. You can find Phorbos on curve like Bronze Arm, Soul Swap, Factory Shell, Tendu, whatever. So I think it's an interesting list. 4 Sky Swords, which just kind of, this is not the purest survivor strategy that we're seeing. This is like a mashed potato kind of.
I'm a big fan of building survivors and the fact that you know you're sacrificing your Rust matchup. Like that's it's what happens with survivors, right? Even if you try to hedge 20 cards to beat that rush matchup, you're sacrificing so much of the rest of the deck and what it can do. And I think he should have probably built this similar to how X-Boom built his Lightwater Dark, where you're just expecting to end up against control, and if you catch the rush matchup, if 5 people bring rush, then you just brought the wrong deck. So Survivors is tricky in that way. I like the Galazol. I think Galazol probably should have just been where the ball stopped with this deck, as far as just over dumping into the Forbos and the Sky Sword strategy. But I don't hate it. Like I mean, it looks very similar to a lot of the Survivor decks that we've seen try to compete. I know one did top four recently in one of the last IDCs, so I'm sure it's probably similar and in vein to that deck. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. It looks consistent. It looks like it's got all the tools it needs. It is Survivors, and it could do some cool stuff. Um, yeah, Galazol's neat. Like, hopefully he gets his rush matchup and Galazol can shine, but otherwise, I think that card's a brick in almost every other matchup.
So he's just trying to make sure he has enough yellow mana because, like we said,
Yeah.
it's a 50 card deck.
Yeah.
But you play Petrova at that point. Play Petrova, call Survivor. Come at him.
Yeah, like Alexander we discussed about previously about like survivors being a very tournament like
Yeah.
it's a worthwhile deck to bring, but it requires a specific meta, which is a control heavy environment.
Right.
And if you're including light to combat that, then why dilute your deck to not like perform as well as a 40 card version of the deck? But this is something we want Mr. Buzzard to show us that we're wrong. So
Yeah, absolutely. Watch him run the table. I'm excited. I love Survivors. Like, just the fact that one, and we'll get to him. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything, but yeah, stay tuned.
Okay, so I want you guys to focus first on everything else aside from the 4 last cards. Okay, what do you see? I see myself a beautiful, consistent Fortress Shell mana burn list, and then you have this 4 of Magmarex tech in there. Just like I'm not sure like if I like it personally. I appreciate it, but it's interesting. That's just what I have to say.
Well, so when I first,
For sure.
yeah, go Garabon.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, there's a lot of things that it can be really good against. It can be good against like Fire Nature Rush to get rid of all the low drops. It can be good in other control decks to get rid of the Ice Vapors that we've seen a lot more of recently. And it also like just clears out Bronze Arc Drive and stuff like that in almost every other deck. So I think it has a purpose in almost every matchup. But is that purpose strong enough to splash 4? We're gonna have to find out.
Right. And so what I started looking at when I first saw this list, because this is definitely the most, I think, tech heavy list in this slate of decks. And I'm going to try not to go too long because I'm sure I'll talk about this a ton if we commentate one of his matches. But he had to sacrifice spots in this deck for those cards. So, like, I start looking at the rest of the deck and where did he make cuts? There's only 2 energy stream. He ended up putting a Hulkus in here instead of the 3rd energy stream, which is interesting. Like, what is that? What's that tempo going to get for him? Where did he think? You know, what's the thinking behind the tempo there? The 1 logic cube instead of multiples. You know, it's things like that. There's no. He sacrificed other shield triggers in Loco / Giga Balzo, whatever you know the pick would have been for the darkness side. There's only what is that 9 7 and then the 11 he ended up running 4 of the Miraculous Plague, which is just a heck of a call, and then only the 1 snare. So again, you know, this is I see this deck as he aimed it towards a control heavy meta, which he probably made a good call here, but the 4 Magmarex, if you're expecting a ton of control, why, you know, 4 Magmarex seems like a stretch to basically help you curb the rush matchup. And again, like Sydelio said, hopefully he proves us wrong. But the Magmarex here is just a literally spicy call.
Yeah, the exploding typing that expecting more FN rush and Ice Vapor. I do see the thing, but against Ice Vapor, the only way you're getting this out is from the shield or with the soul swap.
Right, there's no
With the
consistency.
current mana
Yeah.
color, you're not able to hard cast this, so you're kind of it's potato whether it was spot removal. And I think I hope these come up because it's fairly probable that throughout the tournament we're gonna see one because in a 40 card deck it's an 8 of a chance to have Carney the Shield, so like it will come up. We will have at least
Yes.
one shield trigger Magmarex, but whether that comes at a timely fashion and whether it's impactful, we'll have to see.
I'm taking over-unders on bets right now if this Hulkus swings for gaming during one of these games.
Right.
One thing I just wanted to point out too is that you said that against control decks you're probably only playing the Magmarex with Soul Swap to kill the Ice Vapor, but at that point Ice Vapor's effect is still proccing, so like
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Skip corners with that, but like when you play a spot removal, it's it's the same what happens there. Although, mention worthy is that Magrex is still, it's a card in the mana, like, if you're not gonna play it, you can put it in the mana. But with a 4-color list that already runs like Snare and Sky Swords, it's gonna be interesting.
I want it to be relevant.
Lord and Savior, what is true list? Bringing Heavy Rush to the tournament. So we are not only playing in a heavy control meta, we're gonna have a pretty stock template FN Rush list. If there are some viewers who are newer to the Duel Masters TCG meta, generally FN Rush is the best fast strategy to opt for, so it's just highly consistent, it has the most amount of playable 1-drops, and you have these cards that kind of evade certain removal like Gonta, you don't die to all mass removal like Searing Wave or Burst Shot, you have some leeway there, and you also have some fast attackers, so the only kind of flex slots here are usually the 2 Comet Missiles and the 2 Torgons. You can opt out to kind of lessen your mana consistency or opt for other kind of cards. Personally, I'm a huge vouch for Engineer Kipo. I like the idea, I think it's correct, but I also understand Comet Missile when you're playing against a lot of Hydra Hurricane, so solid list. Do you guys have anything to add?
Yeah, you nailed.
Comet Missile was a good pick.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like you're looking at the flex spots here. Like Rush is Rush. It's been consistent. Like I every time we did a deck list of this in the channel, it was always like, how much more are we going to talk about the same thing? 'Cause you're just spinning yourself in circles. But yeah, I think Comet Missile was a good call here. Instead of just going with the consistency for the 4 Torcons, because that increases your odds for the Poisonous Mushroom 1-drop play on 2. But I think cutting 2 here, going for 2 Comet Missile, we've already seen a ton of control decks. I think the only thing, this deck will be really interesting if it does get paired up against the Survivor. All the Rush hate that's going against Survivor, Galasoul turns it into basically Comet Missile being able to destroy any creature on the board, which is cute. So.
Right. Claude, and you know, I think it was pretty apparent Claude has been playing Hydra Hurricane centric lists since the dawn of time. It would be interesting to compare, and we can do this later when it comes up, but we can compare CDH's and Claude's lists because they're pretty similar, if not just a card or 2 apart. You'll have to see. At least 3 Gigaslags, so there's a difference with 1 Marrow Ooze, at least catches my eye.
Yep, I think that's the only difference.
Yeah. The similar talks, like, if you want us to hear us talk more about this, you can just roll back to the part with CDH. Claude agreeing that this is the deck to bring, then Claude really knows how to pilot this thing, and I also like the fact that, like, we're valuing low co-modifier the effect so much that we're bringing the 5th copy that is not like tribal for the deck synergy itself, so I just like it.
Yeah, there's nothing to add here. He ended up with the 4 Gigazolds, so the super greedy version of it, which he dropped a Giga Slug for, which is interesting. But yeah, outside of the Ooze, I mean, there's no difference here. It's very similar deck. He's just going for the all-in on Gigazold. He's expecting everything to be slow, and yeah, I mean, this deck is the Rush hater, so you can kind of get away with some of these greedier builds of this version of the deck. I'm trying to figure out where his last difference is. I'm scrolling back and forth, but we can talk on that later.
Yeah. Next up, we have Darksteiner, and Darksteiner is bringing us the Sun's Magmarex Fortress Bird here. Just a really consistent strategy that has been played for a long time, both in the regular IDCs and also the CIDCs. Kind of the deck that followed after the dawn of Phobos control being figured out as the most dominant deck in the meta, or at least most prevalent. It kind of evolved into this, that how do you beat a control deck, play a greedier control, and just like hit them where it hurts, and it just does everything it wants to, and quite consistently. I do like the 4 energy streams in the list. I think you always want to have Bronze Arm or energy stream on turn 3. Of course, Logic Cube, that's like, it's a solid card because of Premium Clamp and Stream and whatnot. But
yeah. Instead of going for all the tech heavy stuff that we saw in the last one, more Spiral Gate, more Logic Cube, Gigaballs are in here. He's expecting, if people are playing Lightwater Dark with Petrova, to get that boost off Chimera. Only the one snare still. I like more snares in this deck, but he's going for the one of here. And then yeah, everything else is just super consistent. This is the standard when it comes to Fortress Burn, and it looks good.
Yeah, not too much in the way of tech cards. I think it's very standard, but that means it's going to be very consistent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just one note is that there's no morbid medicine here, so there's no foul loop neighbors, but rather you have the corpse charger.
Yeah, corpse charger.
Against like any kind of an aggro adjacent strategy. Also, if there was a wild like Hailzonius list, having the engine of Berries and corpse charger is something that I vouched for a long time.
Yeah.
It's just like corpse charger at minimum is you go logic cube corpse charger to ramp, and then you can play like the higher power haymaker or whatever it's, or chain like two energy streams together. Chargers are good cards. They are already like 2-in-1 because you play the card and then you get the mana, so it's good to see them being evaluated.
Yeah, and I think Corpse Charger definitely thrives in a slower meta, which is what I think this top 8 is looking like it's about to be. So I agree with you full-heartedly. I don't know that Morbid Medicine would be better than Corpse in this regard.
Yeah. And then finally, we have Otto, and Otto is bringing us the second round of Super Spice, which is another beautiful Survivor deck. The difference between here and the other deck is that we don't have the blocker Survivor enabler here, and we have one less rebirth. I'm trying to just like catch my eye.
Yeah, it's Missed Rios. This is my favorite list of this tournament. I'm gonna say it right now. I want Otto to go the whole way. Slash Charger into Graveworm is probably my favorite interaction and like back-to-back like turn 3, turn 4 play in the entire game of Duel Masters. I love it. It gives you another ramp boost to get to 5 with Bronze Arm Tribe. He is playing Mysterios in this deck, which I 100% agree with. I think that's, and again, we'll see. I think it's going to be a better call in this meta right now versus the Galazol. The one of Rebirth is probably one of the cards he would have liked to have played more of. But in lieu of playing, just all of the other blocker hate, going for cards like Locomotiver, sticking to the Burst Shot engine and a few more Terror Pits, I like this deck. I like this version of the deck. I think it's super consistent. And again, I'm going to outright say it. I think it's my favorite deck of this entire top 8.
It's definitely one of the most interesting ones.
Yeah, something to note is that choosing to go Locomotiver over Gigabalsa, and I think with directions you can see happening, which is play the Gigazal version of the deck. I think Gigabalsa could be the pick.
That's probably
Do whatever. It's a minuscule thing, but
you're right. But you're right. I think you take the one thing that will do more than not. So. Also, the last interesting note here is it is only 3 Fortress Shell, which I also similarly agree with. When we were trying to fit this into a 40 card package on the channel, that was one of the cards we had to cut that we would have ended up with 4 of if we could play 50. I'm interested that he ended up going for 3 here. At the end of the day, you only need to get 1 online because the rest of your guys will start doing that. But taking 1 out for that consistency could be interesting. And then the 2 of Lost Soul is just a great call against this control-heavy meta. So I like this list a lot.
Going back to the Factory Shell thing, I think Mysterios kind of functions in the same way as Factory Shell in this deck, where you just keep playing like low-cost guys and drawing. So I think maybe it's a little redundant to have 4 of the Factory Shell with the 2 Mysterios.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I think also something that like it's interesting, of course, with like the higher deck count, you want to have the 2 Gargantuas in the list, but when you have a list that doesn't like, the Gargantua is the thing that kind of seals the deal, but the thing that gets you there is the engine. So like, of course, you're talking about your fire cards, like what else would you bring? But something that I personally think is like, would you rather have an extra rebirth, or would you like to hedge against something else with like another thing? I think the 2 is like, I'm not disagreeing with it, but just as like food for thought for everybody watching.
Yeah, you hope you never run into Rush is really the one thing with Survivors. Like, I feel like every time you play Survivors, like, no whammy, no whammy. But even still, this deck can kind of race sometimes. You turn that Q-Tronic Gargantua into a pseudo Bombazar. Like, it's just, you want to swap into it and play it, and then all of a sudden, you're breaking 4 shields on one turn, and that can kind of, if you race correctly, I think it can do it. And again, I love Slash Charger. It's my favorite card in Survivors.
Something also something about the Slash and the Grey Worm is that they both come in promo foils, and that's something that I like. Maybe I'm a little biased towards. Like, if you can have a shiny deck, I would have played those cards.
Yeah, bling it out, man. I love it.
Alright, guys. Let us move over to the bracket side of things. So let me just open up the bracket.
I haven't even looked at this yet. Who's playing him?
Hold on, I'll let me just do it. Yeah, we'll be randomizing it. Let's do window capture here. Yeah, we're gonna randomize it up there, and then let's do some rolls. Oh, there we go. Just let me go. Yeah, just as a note for the viewers, I'm gonna. I can never start from my weekend trips, so there have to be some faster adjustments, but I hope you bear with us. So our thing that we covered up deviations, because of the Spalding will be split into different winning lines, and then the bottom half will be randomized. So let me slide over to the other window and go for list randomizer, and then we can do this. Alright. Yoink. Then we shall have our competitors put it top and Dark Center forward. So when I click the randomize, we're gonna have them as 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll be placing them in the corresponding bracket list. So good luck to the competitors. Hope you have the matchups you wish for. Otherwise, you might have a short run here. So best of luck. I'm going to be randomizing, and this is the end. So Darksider, Claude, Modest, Otto. So Darksider
against X-Boom. Claude against CVH.
Mr. Buzzot against Modest, and Spalding against Otto. Alright. We have, so X-Boom had the kind of Marino deck out against Darksider with a classic Fortress Burn. CVH with the we have the Giga Assault Mirror.
Yeah.
They're going
Like,
against each other.
yeah.
Mr. Buzzot. So we have Rush against Modest. What did Modest?
Modest is playing Rush. Bazat's playing the more blocker heavy. It's yeah. Galazol's about to get to flex, guys.
So Rush is. We'll have to see, but it's kind of scary.
Hope he sees the Galazol.
So
Yeah.
this is like the Magma excursion against the survivors. So this is yeah. Then start tournament. You guys can.
Let's begin.
Yeah, I'll hop over to OCTGM. So let's just. So what do you guys think about the matchups? What are you expecting to come out on top lane each of these?
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of a prediction contest here.
Can we take some over-unders? Can I get some points?
Just guess who's going to be the champion. Or do you guys want to maybe you guys should compete against each other in the individual matches?
I got a notepad, Garabon. You want to see who can pick right? I'll put $1 on it. Let me get. Oh man.
Garabon, who are you?
You know what? I'm gonna give it to Modest Duelist. I'm calling for the Rush to come through and take this.
Alright. I mean, Rush against the control heavy meta, so I can see it definitely, and with the 50 card count stuff, so you're gonna be doing good, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah, I was about to ask if I can get some points on this. So let's see. I mean, if we're looking at just straight up champion, I don't know. I kind of want to go through it like match by match. Like, I'll compete with Garabon here. I'll put $1 on it. Let's start calling our wins. I got a notepad. We can start taking some over unders on who we think we're gonna take for the matches.
Do we want to do like a March Madness style? Like round 1 is worth like 1 point, and then round 2 is worth 2 points, and then
Yeah.
2 points, and like the championship is like 8 points.
Yeah, and I mean we can call them as the matches go. So like we can play for 4 points right now in round 1, and then see where we end up in round 2. So.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, so I'll give you pick one. Pick your first match. Who you think out of these four?
So, okay.
Yeah, which one do you want first?
So you're saying I choose my winner on the first game, and then you choose a winner on the second game.
Right.
And then...
Like school ground rules. Like if you absolutely think Claude is just gonna beat the snot out of CVH, and you think that's a given game, take it because you're gonna get points there. And then I'll pick my second. Yeah.
So we're like, if we can pick the same winner, or we have to have opposite picks.
So like if you pick Claude to beat CVH in the match and it doesn't go, you get no points. But I can't pick that match once you picked it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm picking from the first game, or I get to pick any of the games.
Pick any of the four. Like I said, if you feel strongly about any one of them, pick it.
I see. Okay. Then I'm gonna take Honest Duelist in the Rush over Survivors.
All right. So you're taking Modest. All right. So I am going to take Auto over Spalding. Like I said, I love that Survivor deck, man. I want to see it do it.
I could go for like, I feel like CVH and Claude is kind of like a coin flip because those decks are almost identical.
2 cards difference.
I'm gonna actually go with an X Boom over Darksigner.
Taking X Boom, the boy X Boom. All right, love you, CVH. I'm taking Claude over CVH.
Like if my friend is playing, I'll always bet against them because then if my friend loses, I'll be sad. But then at least like if I win, it's ridiculous.
See, unfortunately, I'm going to be sad either way. I want Claude to win.
The whole winner of the tournament. Let me know who do you think will be. I'll save my thing for the last. Go ahead. So Earth Power. What do you think? Or is it gonna be Otto?
Honestly, so and just to be clear, with double elimination, whoever makes it through the losers bracket when they get to finals, they do have to win 2 games, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so
Matches, not 2 games.
right. So I think, if we're being totally honest, let me go back to the deck list. Hold on one second. I just gotta make sure of one thing.
Darksigner, but I'm actually gonna say X Boom is gonna win, even though they're playing each other in the first round.
I'm doing the prediction right as we go, guys, so you can vote also. Go split your choose channel box. Alright, so let's see what the chat thinks. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Expo, you just got jinxed. I'm so sorry on the behalf of my co-commentators, but
You did this.
okay, so let me just think here. I've had my faith in Expo many times. Should I stick with Expo or something else? The deck of kind of thing, I like either Sport slash Chargers. I'm already a sucker for it, but low key I would like to vote for Modest, just in the sense that I think it's a brave good pick for the tournament. But I'm really scared about the Gigasalt matchup if he ends up facing it. So let's see. Modest actually only faces that against the semifinals if that's there.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Modest plays against Basat first. Basat was on the Survivors. And then we have Spalding, Otto.
Modest got a really good bracket. Modest has an inside track to this finals right now.
I'm going for Modest here. I can't remember what you guys voted for. I have the brain of a goldfish because I was doing other stuff meanwhile. But yeah, Modest is gonna be my. I'm gonna vote for it.
Yeah.
So you got Modest. I've got X Boom and Earth Power as Darksider.
Yeah. Which I feel bad because, like I said, my favorite deck in this tournament, and I don't know if Sydelio can echo this, my favorite deck is Otto's deck. Like I said, I want to see that Survivors do well. Yeah, when it comes to just consistent deck building though, that Fortress Burn is so strong, and I think it's set up right to do well, at least in its bracket. I think it has the inside track in the bracket at the top. So it'll be interesting to see who makes it to semis and who actually gets to sit in that winner position while everybody else battles it out for their second loss.
Yeah. All right. So let's repeat your picks out in the chat so we have a good time stamp on it. So Earth Power, your vote was for
Darksider.
What your vote was for Expo 3000, and mine was Modest. Something to note actually for like everybody viewing is that these competitors are really good players. So
Yeah.
when we're looking at the strategy, it's like the cream of the crop. It's not gonna be like of course it comes down to piloting skills, but these guys are really good at the game. So there's not going to be as many misplays as maybe in like regular IDCs. So it's gonna be pretty smooth.
Oh, right, you're right. Like that's how CIDC is. These guys earned their position. They earned their spot. They earned their keep to be here. Love that.
All right, guys, it's time to kick off the games. Who do we want to watch first, though? I'm thinking we should watch Modest first because of the.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, let's stick to the bottom half of the bracket. Let's do Modest first, and then maybe we can switch over to Otto and Spalding if they're still going.
Let's see if we have Mr. Basta and Modest. If they have there. Yeah, I can. Screen share you again.
If you can screen share, that would be super convenient. Because I know Twitch ends up putting it on a delay for anything anything we're talking about.
Sure. Down the points? Hell yeah. Well, let's see. Alright guys, you're gonna see the wonderful transition. So we're hoping for so let's go. Beautiful, so beautiful, as always. One for my Devax. Oh, we have the game going on. Oh, okay.
Well, who won the it looks like Mr. Bazat won the title.
Can you see the?
Yeah, I'm there. I can see it.
Nice.
Let's see.
All right. First game is on. It's time to lean back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Bazat winning this die roll is incredibly important. Yeah.
Yeah, and every time like against Rush, I feel like the die roll is way more important than in like control mirrors.
Mrs. Blazosaur there.
No glasses out here. I was about to say. Oh, we have an interesting choice now. Do you attack with to get the Quixotic back, or do you attack the bets that you don't want to?
Yeah. He's not under pressure to have to swing here, so I agree with him if he didn't. If he doesn't have the speed attacker, then you swing with sniper because it doesn't matter at that point. But if he does, yeah, you just go to 3 and you start swinging.
Let's see if we have a recap or perhaps 2 cards in there. 3 cards in hand. I wouldn't honestly. I wouldn't. Yes. about to say, I don't hit volcanic arrows and just attack and bring back the wings of it.
Yeah, especially if he has a 1 to follow it up with.
Yeah.
Oh, that would actually be really good. All three.
Just break up.
Just the break up.
Okay.
So I think you. Well, this is a little iffy because the Smash Horn does trade into both, or rather, it does kill both of them. But how much time can you keep your opponent?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like Rush is swinging here. Yeah, absolutely. Like even if Smashthorn can take the +1, you're already racing. So
And I believe there's a Pyro.
Yeah, I think Modest probably has a speed attacker in his hand because if he didn't, he could have just picked up the pyro with the sniper mosquito.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's signaling the Pyro in hand. So now your best play is to just, I guess, kill the sniper mosquito because it gives you cards.
yeah,
Like it throws you cards essentially. So now, I mean, okay, the best play wouldn't be that. Like the best play would be have something that helps with the scenario, but it's,
yeah. I mean, this is one of those you're playing to win, not playing to lose. So survivors here, if it had Bronze Arm Tribe, it might have just mana bricked itself. If it had Blazosaur, that would have been great because then you could end up playing the Q-Tronic the following turn and trying to raise, but you need a shield trigger. So nah, yeah,
trigger there.
yeah. No triggers was the downfall here. So
Even
So I guess just to look at the deck list and remind everyone what triggers that Mr. Bazak can possibly have, what he's looking for. He's got 4 Terror Pits, 3 Burst Shots, 2 Holy Awe, and the 4 Soul Swaps.
didn't see one of them.
yeah, although noteworthy is that the Holios are like decent, but they're not as good.
Yeah,
Like from the shield as the spot removal things, and like Soul Swap is kind of a it doesn't do as much. It negates one attack. But
yeah,
if you have a bronze arm up, then it's pretty good.
yeah. Bazat missed his 2 again. That's unfortunate. The good news is that Hardy Captain isn't a terrible. It's probably the worst 1 drop he could have played. So.
I think if you don't need the card in hand, so I could see you just swapping the quick stick for the Torgon.
I actually don't necessarily agree with that. Soul Swap might be a little bit more important towards him actually trying to put together a win at the end of this game, but
Because I think what you need is to just like you need to hit a trigger, and like I don't think you have the time to soul swap one of your creatures out.
right.
Because if you swap one of your creatures out, you're not trading into anything, and I think that's the
I guess like if you were holding on to one of the Sky Swords or something, you could try to get that.
Right.
Swap out a Bronze Arm and a Sky Sword later, but
Right.
I'm guessing he just doesn't have it.
there was a misclick with the soul swap.
Yeah, I was like, what is this?
Yeah. Well, at least that answers that question that he probably has the other swaps. If he does have swap and Sky Sworded, could potentially be a thing next turn.
You're able with the soul swap now. You're threatening the trade without like while you're able to play a creature out.
Right. Missing his 2 again is probably. I mean, that matters so much here, and I think it's going to matter a lot here in the next 2 or 3 turns.
Sniper mosquito is disgustingly low green beans. Let's go.
Be interesting here if Modest passes, which I think is actually the correct play.
Yeah, you can keep the shield, but Torcon will just die anyways, so you can kind of assume that Torcon's only taking 1 shield.
Well, it's kind of best case scenario versus worst case scenario, right? If you swing into a Terror Pit or a burst shot, like you're just losing then. So versus waiting a turn and trying to mount something, since that Smash Orange is just going to take the trade anyways, and Bazat has honestly nothing to do, which is super unfortunate.
The highest upside is that you hit the whole deal, but that's about it.
Yeah, risk reward. It's just there's not enough reward.
If it was a bronze arm on the opposing side, then you might like do that your opponent wants to Sky Sword into mana and then Soul Swap. Because then your opponent can trade into the Torogon. Hello. Let's go. So leading with the Sniper. So you draw a card. Then you wanna go with the Tyro here. Because if there's an error with you wanting to eat something. I disagree with the swing, but it's a small thing.
Yeah.
There's the Terror Pit.
Imagine if that was the one shoot Thor. My god. My god.
Yeah. So this last shield has to be Holy All, and Bazat has to set up Gargantuan this turn, or set up for Gargantuan over the course of the next
Just
turn.
Sky Sword is good here as well, because you can kill 2 creatures here. And then
Yeah.
you have 2 shields.
Yeah.
But it's still...
Bazat still needs a trigger.
So,
Yeah.
You also have Galliazol for a blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that doesn't... Because both of the Smash are currently negated by the field.
Yeah.
Their blockers are at that.
Yeah, Sydelio is right. Sky Sword's his best play here, if he has him. Back is 100% up against the wall, though. He needs Sky Sword here. He needs Gargantua and another creature over the course of the next 2 turns. It's an uphill battle.
A very mini skill thing that could be... You double attack and swap the Gallia, so... I mean, if you just get the Gallia, it's still +1 shield. If you just play that, you attack twice. Yeah, that's even better. Depends, of course, if there's a command missile in hand, but just playing out the blocker is also...
The hand should be the Hardy Captain Polygon and the Pyrofighter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have either, so this is just banking on a trigger. So
Very unfortunate.
here we go.
But also something to notice, even if he were to win this specific match, still playing versus on the play FN Rush from the 3rd game is
Yeah.
against your odds.
Yeah, things aren't looking good for Bazat here. So, like I said, Modest has the track. It's just what he wants to set up here. Attack order could matter very much here too. Hopefully, Modest doesn't get 2 in his head. There it is. Good.
Playing around first shot.
Yeah,
And
that's
doesn't
it.
matter.
That's it.
GG's.
Alright, let me
Let's do it.
while we're doing that, feel free to...
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a quick game. What do we want to see next? We want to keep watching Survivors. We want to see the Hydro Hurricane here.
Yeah, chat. Give us 30 seconds. Let us know what you want to see. We'll pick one.
Guys, so we have Expo versus Dark Signer. So we have Deckout, Marina Deckout versus Fortress Bird. Then we have the Gigat Salt Mirror. And then we have Spalding Otto, which is the Magma Rex version versus Survivors. Deckout last. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. We could.
Who's
go
playing
versus
Deckout?
Survivor.
I was thinking we can next round we can watch the Gigat Salt match. So because we're bound to have
Yeah.
as a winner, so let's go Spalding on.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's join.
Let's do it.
Games. Probably game 1.
Oh my god, it's such a bloated board state. What the hell? Good lord, oh let's make it. You guys.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's find out what the score is.
alright guys. Oh, we just had the game in. 1-0 for
Okay,
all.
so it's nice. We get to see the game from the beginning. Very convenient. So it looked like that game ended with a pretty massive field for Otto.
Are you sharing your screen, Sydelio?
Yeah, it's because of the OCTG and always cuts it out. Like
Gotcha.
when you open a new window, it's
Mhm.
a new separate client. So just
Yeah, I just have my own OCTG.
That's fair. I guess I'll do that after this. I just like making Sydelio work.
This is like the turns are playing very quickly.
Yeah.
these players are ready for the chess time. You have 3 minutes to make decisions. Let's go. Oh, Soulspa, the Mistriasa. That's a good one.
Okay. Yeah. You don't want that mystery guys to get going.
Still, just like Slam 4 boss is pretty strong here.
Yeah.
Or Factory Shell. For that.
That's very good.
So now we have these interesting decisions. Do you want to go for the 4 boss, or do you want to go for a Grave Worm, or do you want to go for just like a spammable creature? Because all of
Does Otto have survivors in his graveyard right now? Because I'd venture to say probably I think in the initial setup, at least in this matchup right now, you're probably just going to end up wanting to go for another factory shell. But I could see a case made if he has a decently sized graveyard right now.
So
Okay. You said this match is already 1-0 in someone's favor?
yeah, always. Why not?
Wow.
Start, I would say, in this game.
How many Miraculous Snares did Spalding have? He had cuts.
Yeah, Spalding's playing. Da-da. Yeah, Spalding's just got the one snare, so.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be like any to spell.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what we talk of when we talk about the control killers. Like, how do you beat the control deck? Like, control decks work on the axis of turning like virtual card advantage and card advantage into your win. Like, you're playing heavier spells and creatures that give you more value. Like, for example, burst shot that. Like, these mass removal spells are 1/4x kind of.
Yeah.
Phase.
Spalding's got one hope here. If he's got Lost Soul in his hand, this could be this could hit really hard next turn.
But even if it's yeah.
We have Great Worm on the field, so many top decks just bring him right back.
I know.
But still,
Yeah. Back up against the wall though, it's his best play right now, so let's see if he's got it. Yep.
There it is.
There.
But even then, still, like, Otto has time.
Yeah, he bricked.
Like, think of it this way. What does Spalding have to draw now to deal with the situation? You need to remove the whole board, right?
Yeah. That's Fortress's biggest hurdle, right? It has no mass removal. Like you're playing 1-for-1. The minute you're behind on board with Fortress, like things aren't gonna go great for you.
Yeah.
So you've got to start dealing with his mana, which Otto has a ton of right now. So even if he had Fortress, there's still plenty of things that Otto could top deck just to get him right back into the game, and Spalding in the top deck too. Like just the fact that he's behind on board, and Factory Shell and Grey Worm are both there. It's not looking good. So Plague is good. Plague is good if he has it here. Yeah.
So you're opting to keep the additional value. I understand because pluses are you just replay it of exactly. It's fine.
Yeah.
Now you just take Grey Worm to hand, right? And
Right.
then what are the mana cards?
Probably Holy All and Lost Soul.
Yeah. Lost Soul though is I don't like it that much because what that kind of causes is then you can't really play reactive, like you can't play energy stream and just hold on to your cards because you know that the Lost Soul is coming. So I would probably go for like Polio and Sky Sword because like shields don't matter, right?
Yeah, I think you're definitely you're on the right track there. Interesting.
Might have another plague or like recognizes that giving Mysterious is okay. Blazosaur, that's really
Yeah, that was. He's just trying. I think he was just trying to take him off with dark mana, or fire mana. But either way, you just pull it back to your hand if you need it. So.
yeah, Blazosaur in hand isn't that bad because then you can hold on to the cards in your hand and then go Grave Worm and Blazosaur and have
Yeah, Auto's got Grave Worm loop now. Even if you kill it on board, you have to kill it in hand too. So, yeah, Spalding Spalding needs a lot of things to go right here. He needs Fortress.
Interestingly enough, this Survivor-esque Grave Worm loop where you have a threat on board and threat in hand you need to answer is very aligned to aggro strats. Like when I've talked with people and talked about fire, water, nature aggro and how you should approach it against controls is if you have a play where you can play a static threat and a pyro fighter, you always take it because your opponent gets the most value out of wiping your whole board or wiping your whole hand, depending on what you do, and having that split aggression. For example, in this scenario, if you keep one in hand and one on the board, unless it's like soul flop or reactive snare, you're not gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Spalding says risky to the double Grave Worm play here, but without any mass removal, like getting rid of 2 Grave Worms in the same turn is going to be very difficult. Like,
and you still have the factor in hand, right? Or because you return it.
right. So like it's there's hardly any risk thing at all other than just the fact that he would have been maybe off the mana, but
yeah. And still the mass removal you're dodging is Miraculous Plague. If you have Grey Worms out, what does it matter if it like
yeah, Auto's got an inside track for this game right now, so we'll see. We'll get to watch kind of Survivors flex out here. Spalding's top decking and needs a lot of things to go right over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns. Say that again. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm so bad at giving percentages on, where somebody should be in a certain game, but I'd venture to say Spalding's losing a ton of percentage points with every draw. That's a tough one. It's not what you want to see. So, yeah, I think Spalding's just arms crossed right now and hoping just something miraculous happens out of his shields here in a few minutes.
now the question is, are we gonna see an extension for Gargantua already?
Yeah.
Like you could have fetched Blazosaur. I mean you had Blazosaur.
Yeah, I think yeah, this last turn is now set up for Gargantua, and then yeah, where it's coming down next turn. So
The interesting point here is that I don't think you fetch up Gargantua straight here, like you find the bait here, because it's not as good of a discard target.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If he has another Smash Horn, he grabs it. Yeah. It's just whether or not he wants to do it next turn or the turn after. Yeah.
No, but you can still do it next turn. Like you play the bait and evolve it up.
Yeah, for sure. I think he might be out of Smash Horns though at this point, and Blazosaurs.
Yeah. Spalding's draw is I mean Polio delays it by 1 turn, but I don't know, Chief. Actually maybe the best thing would be, unless Otto found a red card, like burn the red mana is actually maybe your best out.
Yeah.
GG.
Spalding scooping. He's not even gonna let us watch it. Ah.
He can swap and get the fire mana.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have just swapped out his fireman and made him have it.
But even if you did that, like that's still what 8 creatures off, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's still tough, but I wanted to see the Gargantua play. Oh well. Auto takes it. Wow. That's awesome.
So 2-0.
I love seeing survivors pop off like that.
2-0. Let's move over to the next dark side. Or not actually watching. Or you guys, if you can keep an eye out, let me know if the CDH Claude match opens in a way.
Yeah.
Update the score.
I'm gonna just go ahead and open up Octagon. We'll just do that. Heyo.
My predictions in the clear. Let's go. Believe in the F and rush. Alright, let's see. Let's change the OCTG again. There we go. So it is currently 1-0.
Oh goodness.
Oh yeah, you are playing against all this title. Oh no. Might not be easy, but consideration because when you end up in the semi-final already, if it goes per like average outcomes, then I think you're on a good track. See a slash charger being played as flat. Oh, crayon clamp. X-boom to 0 cards.
Yep.
Very big.
Yeah, that's incredibly important here.
Do you know there are so many Marinomancers in X-boom's list. Like
Yes.
does have these, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, X-Boom definitely has the draw power in this deck to get back into it at any point, but being at 0 early is not always a great feeling. X-Boom has to, or Darkshiner has to get ahead now.
I would actually like if Darksigner had Ice Vapor or something. That could be a pretty.
Yeah, that'd be
Although
incredible.
like the comeback cards are creatures, but still. So, like you ramp and you prepare Soul Swap target and you draw cards.
Yeah.
How easy, like Laura give up.
We call this in the tournament world Advantage Darksigner. Foul's a good card to get him back into it.
Do we have anything there?
Clamp.
It's not bad.
No, it's not.
It's not good. It's not great.
It's gonna force Darksigner to potentially overplay this turn, but I don't see that happening.
Something to note here is also that when we think of Hydro Hurricane, currently the board state is kind of well, not no return yet, but still like if you draw a Hydro Hurricane, you can't bait ever again because you're gonna be hit by plagues or something. And if you play the Hydro Hurricane to return 2 cards to your opponent just says, "Hey, I drew 2 cards. I'm pretty happy."
Yeah. It also doesn't help that X-Boom I think only has the one of, right?
Soul Swap for Fortress. Are we gonna see another Soul Swap perhaps? And now you just burn the Darkness one, I guess. Plague and Photoside.
Probably Slash Charger because it's the spell off of Belix, but yeah.
Yeah. How many fouls did he run?
He's just running he's running 2 foul, so it's still something. Yeah, double Soul Swap Fortress play is pretty devastating.
I think he will valiantly fight until the end, but this is let's just put it in a way that's every single card that Dark Signer. Oh my god, and the Bellings, that's disgusting.
That's tough.
Okay, Exo needs dark mana so he can claim this.
Hey, found it.
Oh, and then they got there.
So bad.
Oh, that's. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it's still not great though because the top decks do favor Dark Signer.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
guess you just hope for like Bronze Arm Tribe, like just Bronze Arm Tribe or whatever.
Yeah, X-Boom being at 4 mana here is tough because 90, like so much of his deck runs off of that 5 drop. So whatever he draws next turn, plus he needs water mana still. It's a good draw from Dark Signer.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think you grab Stream. I like Stream a lot here.
Because now it's honestly like Expo is gonna be playing one card turn maximum, and it's not gonna be anything too disruptive because the clamp is gone. So you know, like maybe Corpse Charger. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, Corpse Charger gets back foul. Yeah, and then yeah, he gets to
just works as a logic.
yeah, so he gets to flex around a little bit, and he gets some mana out of it.
Ghost touch. Ghost touch, you guys.
I think X-Boom wants to just see water mana here. Yeah. Yeah. But he does have it now, so if there's no mana burn this turn, X-Boom just needs to top deck either Mancer or
But yeah, I think we're gonna see Fall for Soul Swap probably. Yeah.
yeah.
Swap, burn the dark and water mana. Clean win for Dark Signer this game. Let's draw something incredible.
Yeah. This match could still end up taking another dozen turns to get to the end, but Dark Signer is very far ahead.
Yeah. Okay, Dark Center just has to like break for 3 turns. Xbook just has to hit the mana colors and then play a Marikomancer or something.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that does not feel good, Chief. Oh, no. Oh, I respect this.
Yeah.
Stop Force Michelle and Paul.
Well, it's not going to stop anything with X-Boom at 2 mana is the idea here. That's why, like Sydelio said, he respects it. Yeah, it's just it's time to go in unless you just want to keep prolonging things. But X-Boom's way too far behind, and there's no 3-drop that'll get him back into this unless he somehow found Snare and a blue mana, which we know he doesn't have one or the other.
And at this point, like even a Bronze Arm is actually a pretty good top deck for Dark Center because it's a body.
Yeah, anything.
Stream because he tapped in that.
God. Dark Signer is top decking so well.
It depends on like the probabilities. The deck is one of the best. It's such a greedy list.
Yeah.
It top decks really well.
Yeah. It plays from ahead really well too. It should be the other note here. It's very hard for this deck to fall behind once it's ahead.
Yeah.
They're sitting like this, waiting to think of their move for a while. They could have like Fall Liga to get stuff back. They could have soul swaps. Like everything is online. Graveyard, mana zone, deck. There's so many ways to search and find what you need.
But so Dark Signer, I think it has to be a combination of like Holy or Plague or something, or another Fortress because I don't see myself not playing.
Yeah. Holy All's already in his graveyard. So the only thing I could think of is like maybe it's like the fighter duel thing and like a surfer or something or a terror pit, but either way, all good things.
Maybe slashes himself to see if he has a trigger. No, the goes for the Dark Senders.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you don't slash anything away because there's the slash. What a big. I guess you could take something like that, but like if you take a spell out, then Faliga is just stronger. I guess that makes top decks little worse, so that's
Yeah.
Ransma triggers and only spells left to also say all that would be safe to Alex.
Yeah. Belix is a way to survive.
Yeah, I think the Belix is about to say bye bye.
Yeah, he's got surfer or terror pit in hand. It's almost guaranteed.
Something that just makes his build or his board even stronger.
Yeah, Lost Soul might be the only brick, but any creature's good here. There's like 4 cards Dark Signer could have that just wouldn't be worth playing this turn, and half of them are already in his graveyard.
Always interesting to see like the first round because it shapes up so much. Like when you see that okay, who fall to the losers bracket or stuff like that, it's always interesting. Logic cube, that's
He's grabbing Logic Cube without playing mana, which tells me he's got hopefully a 5 in his hand still, but
okay, Spiral Gate, so he's just gonna go bounce and attack.
yeah.
Anything else?
Which is interesting if he oh yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about last turn too if he had that Logic Cube and instead of playing it on 5, waited this turn just to see what his play or grab would have needed to be, which I think is super cute. So
Yeah, so Expo would need to have Laura Giga and a blocker now. Like
yeah. Yeah, X-Boom's calling it. It's game.
calling
Yep.
yeah. Alrighty.
Wow. I know. I'm 2-0 right now. You just gotta see if, or you're 2-0. Or no, you're 1-1. Good lord, you picked X-Boom. Yeah. So I just need Claude to beat up CV. Let's see. It looks like the CVH match did conclude. No, it's still live.
So Dark Center Expo was 2-0 for Dark Center, right?
Correct.
It's been 44 minutes for them, so I think
Eventually, but it will take a while.
Garabon games 2. All of you viewers, if some of you haven't watched the Garabon games, go and indulge yourself in all that content. And also the Duel Masters history, like that was my absolute favorite content I watched in like a long time. It was so
It was very fun to make.
alright, let's see. OCTG and client and
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
1-1?
I don't know what game this is. Yeah, it's. But I know Claude just played Hydra Hurricane. CVH has 1,000,000 cards in his hand, and he's just playing the comeback game right now.
Are we gonna see another Hydro? Usually the play patterns kind of go like that too.
Yeah.
You hydro once and then you do another one and then it's
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, Claude has Ice Vapor set up right now and a Plague. Yeah, it looks like he's taking advantage of just being ahead on mana right now.
And the Ice Vapor too, like, it's harder. That's
Did we find out what the match count is?
they haven't yet replied, but I would assume it's one of them. Too hard to read the chat. Yeah. Now the time for all the troopers in chat to say that they're betting for Gigas out Hydro to
Well,
beats another survivors.
we do know one of them will. Which one? Yeah, so we talked about it with the last matchup, right? That Fortress Burn playing from ahead is probably the easiest deck to continue to stay ahead with. I think Lightwater Dark can fall into that category similarly, but not as much. I could see some hand destruction here if Claude lets off the gas even for a turn. CVH finds his more Gigabalza or Cranium Clamp. I could see CVH being able to climb back into this with a well-timed Mysterios.
Yeah. Just the cranium clamp alone.
Okay, it's over.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Claude doesn't really have anything to start attacking with though, which is just the tough part here.
Something Glen Abuele. Something. I mean,
Cutter.
yeah. But it's like, okay, now you're minimum 3 turns before your opponent doesn't.
So this is game 2.
So good against like when you're hitting your opponent, because if they get the removal spell, it's much harder to justify using. Okay, that's not good. Bro, like at this stage, you don't care about Laura Giga at all, aside from Mistress, of course. Snare. Giga Basso.
I feel like Claude is not setting himself up.
Proper just prolonging the game until he finds Mistress, and then like snowballs from there.
Yeah, Claude also only has 10 cards in his deck though. CVH has
Oh,
CVH has 9, so he's
okay,
yeah. Yeah.
Exactly some.
Yeah. Claude's ahead by a card, so this game will end by deck out, almost guaranteed. But CVH needs to find a way to get Claude to draw a card, and I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Also a pretty heads-up play with the Gigabalsa snare, because that kind of signals that Claude is signaling that, okay, I'm playing for deck out. What do I not want my opponent to have? And
Right.
Creatures, that kind of. It's a play. Who would have thought? These guys are great. I was about to ask whose turn is it and who is thinking here.
Yeah, it's Claude's turn.
Demo Spinal, okay.
Yeah. Well, I still don't know who won the first game.
Yes. Oh yeah, we. The Holio is the only thing that gets you through. And CDH probably has one in hand with a 12 card. So you just play as many attackers and as you can, and then you hope with the Holio.
Yeah, you just gotta have your top decks be slightly better than Claude's.
So maybe one of the shields. Yeah, they got by one. Lot of them. Pavlika would be pretty good for us. Oh, speaking of which,
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what the game plan is. Never mind. Yeah, that's just the best top deck. Yeah. All right, going up to game 3. All right.
I see you guys take the win myself a snack.
Okay. Yeah, get some popcorn for the rest of us. All right. Yeah, no, so like this mirror is so dependent on being ahead, right? So who can get their Hydra off first? Who can potentially Lost Soul the opponent first, or just have the better, well-timed Lost Soul? And then Mystrios is probably the most important card in this matchup. So getting it out first, having it stick are the main sticking points, I guess, pun intended. So and an energy stream out of CVH early is good. So let's see where this goes. It's so hard to call these matchups because it really doesn't matter what they play early. It matters who has missed first, and it matters who has discard first. Let me go back to see CVH's list. Yeah. CVH's strongest play here is just the clamp or the loco, and I mean those are his only 4 drops, so he needs to see one of them here. No. Yeah. Claude snipes a snare out of his hand. We'll see. We'll see if CVH has the Mystrios. Sniping the snare could be relevant here. If CVH plays Mystrios, he would actually want to snare Claude's Mystrios if he plays it in tandem with his. So that could be incredibly relevant here in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, that would be actually pretty interesting to see if they both kill.
Yeah. Well, especially being ahead in mana too. Like CVH being on the draw for game 3 here is it's a lot of advantage. We'll see if he has it though. 6 cards in hand. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. If he doesn't, he's thinking about this mana choice heavily. So he doesn't have it. Ow, that's tough. Yeah. Oh, he has a second one. So yeah. So he's going after CVH. So this is a discard battle now. Yeah, very strong. Yeah, those energy streams. No, not relevant yet. That it's a good Terra Pit and bouncing. Yep. Yeah, so it's just who can top deck better here. If Claude has a mist he can jam out, then advantage is Claude. Otherwise, this is just who can top deck better. Dang, Claude's got the stuff. Yeah. Good grief. Yeah, what a chess match right now.
So kind of top decking without that much threat on the board. CBH has 2 hand. And the Ice Vapor is going to be pretty powerful.
Ice Vapor's strong. It's really going to come down to who can find Mysterios first, though.
Gigazold is quite good off the top, I would say.
Yeah, that's 2 Hydro Hurricanes discarded, though. CVH is going to need Foul to be able to chain some stuff together here late. Yeah. Yeah, he just. Yeah, it's you want the Chimera on board. If he top decks Gigazold, he doesn't want to have to deal with it, and he can't hold on to anything. So. Right. Yeah, but not as strong right now though. Gigazold is what he needs to find here. Or is what he wants to find. That's what the balls is there for. But again, this is coming down to who can find Mist first. Yeah, Claude's gonna be able to discard one of them randomly, but that'll give CVH at least 2 options next turn to play with mana potentially. Yeah, Claude might just be trying to open himself up to 7 at this point and keeping multiple mana choices alive just in case things start getting bounced. What could he be holding? Yeah, this is tricky. Snare. Alright, so yeah, he is gonna have to doesn't have to discard anything because he has nothing to discard. But he does have to drop a mana, which is what the Hydra was charged for.
I think in that situation, you do really want to make sure you get rid of that Ice Vapor. It just makes your future plays so much easier.
Yeah. And there wasn't a ton of penalty for getting rid of it there either, just the -1 on mana. Again, who's gonna find Mist? CVH hasn't seen any of his yet. Claude's just seen one. Claude's gone through 15 cards of his deck. CVH has gone through almost 20. Wow. CVH said, "All right, let's just play top deck." Yeah, good. Yeah. This is so 50-50 right here. It's the commentator's worst nightmare. There's the mist. Did Claude hold removal? Sure did. See? Just when you thought. CVH have another one? Nope. No play. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And Claude just got Mysterios plus Lyra Giga. Draws him a card, and he's got Mist online. CVH needs removal now. Which he has. Yeah. So that's both of CVH's Terra Pits now gone. Yep. Petrova down for Claude. Felix gets back energy stream. Yeah, I like it. Still, all of that basically just to refresh his hand. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, can Claude deal with it in kind? Yeah, there's a snare. Oh, it was energy stream. It wasn't snare. All right. So Claude, yeah. So Claude, yeah. There's no removal. He would have to play a creature here if he wants to, and this will draw him a card, even if it is like a Gigabalza. Gigabalza 1-for-1s here, but or it's just a net positive or a net 0. So be interesting to see if he does play it just to try to set up for Gigaball or Gigazold. Too many gigas. You're saying the word giga a little too much in this matchup. It's a tongue twister if I've ever commentated one.
Yes, I am back about time. So,
What?
so
Hell yeah, no. Hell yeah. Yeah, you haven't missed much. So you basically missed the chess match of CVH trying to stick a mist, Claude having an answer, Claude's trying to stick a mist, CVH having an answer, Gigazolds ended up bouncing against each other at one point. Claude just played Energy Stream, and now he's deep in the tank on what to do with 4 mana. So plays Pala and lets CVH draw a card. So yeah, he's losing the deck count battle by 3 cards right now, but a lot of Hydro Hurricanes have been discarded and already used. So yeah, Gigaballs is good. Yeah, you need to be able to deal with Claude's water mana now, at least very soon. Claude could get quite a bit of advantage in this deck out race if he does see his Hydro before CVH sees his last one or a foul. So that's the chess match. They spent literally so many turns drawing and discarding to get to this point. Both decks are on a clock here, and unfortunately for CVH, his is very behind. Yeah. Plague is good here. Could bounce the 2 heavier blockers and start taking Claude off of mana, but like I said, it's hard to find advantage here when you don't have a deck that can really put up a lot of strong attackers. You know, this deck relies on Petrova to make their things big and swing. Petrova unfortunately beefs up the other side of the board as well. So, and in the mirror, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Something I wanna highlight. Go back on
Yeah.
past trades, all of these lists. Usually
Yeah.
that's a card that's really good in like control heavy environments because
Yeah.
you don't advance the deck out. Like you don't have to lower your deck out, and rather when you go into these scenarios after Sky Swords and stuff like that, you can just use it as like 3-mana draw 4 or stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Claude's playing the deck out line again. He knows that that's probably his win here, and he has advantage in it. So I don't fault him for playing this line, but CVH needs to have some good timing here. Gigazold he has to have Gigazold next turn. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like they spent the middle almost 10 turns there fighting each other. So, all right. Yeah, Claude needs to be careful with the mist here. He's ahead by 4 cards to CVH, so he can still draw quite a bit. But if CVH has Gigazald here, that I think that is the play. Yep. Claude said no. You want to draw? No. No, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, CVH needs Yeah, CVH needs 2 or 3 more attackers here and a well-timed Holy All, but like Sydelio said, no Ghastly Drain here makes for a tough matchup here. Ghastly Drain would be pretty good in this matchup right now. That's what we call being deep in the tank, boys. Spiral Gate even worth the play here? Yeah. Lack of blue mana's a little tough, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Spiral, it still
Okay.
slows down CVH quite a bit if you bounce the Gigazolds because you can't.
Yeah, he would have to play it on the Gigabalza, but even still.
It keeps like every turn that passes, it's getting harder and harder for CVH to find the end of the game. He only has 7 cards left in his deck.
And he's got to get through 6 shields.
6 shields and 3 blockers. All while Claude is going to be drawing cards on his turn. He's got Miss Riaz on board, so he can draw more cards if he needs to.
Yeah. Yeah, Claude's got a 4-card advantage over him right now. Those energy streams are starting to feel really bad from the start of this match. This is tough.
8 cards is a lot of cards to have in your hand, but if you don't have that much mana, it doesn't matter.
8 cards, one might argue, is too many cards in your hand when you only have 5. Yeah. But, yeah. Someone check the rulebook. Can you just put cards from your hand back in your deck if you don't want them?
This matchup so much.
Let's start making up rules while we wait for these guys to make a play.
I used to play Ryud Mila in my deck up list, so you don't have to amp up and dilute the card count, but rather you can just do like Declovas loops with it. But
That's
naturally
fun.
there's no Declovas here, but still.
That's a gimmicky card.
So Gigazeld comes down, but it's still mana is the issue now. Like you can't deploy that many threats, so you need to do it turn by turn, and still Claude can kind of draw a card here and there if he wants to.
Yeah.
Because he's still quite a lot ahead, like CVH7 and 11 for Claude, so if Claude absolutely needs to draw a card, I guess he could. Naturally the Gigasalt like denies that card, but still an interesting point.
You see the Ice Vapor kind of makes it so CVH can't cast any spells because he's not really in a position where he can afford to lose mana. Because he really needs to start playing things.
Yeah, CVH's back is completely against the wall right now. He needs to be able to play at least 2 attackers this turn, which I don't even think the deck can do. Yeah, his only other blanket attackers are the other Gigabalsas and Locos and the Foul. Yeah, there's not a lot going for here. I'm surprised he put Petrova down, because you can still just play out Petrova and just make it a hex-proof creature and just call some random race that doesn't exist on the board. So,
Call Snow Fairy.
call Snow Fairy. Good call. I was going to say human, but, you know, Snow Fairy's good. Forgot you were here. And that's when Claude busts out the Garabon that we just didn't see on his list.
He snuck in a green mana too.
Eh,
You got Bellic sitting at 5,000 power. You got Large
Right.
Vegas at 4,000.
Right. The point is though is that it's just a body that can't be dealt with, and that's what CVH is digging for right now. Those are invaluable. Got the foul. Yep. Hydro Hurricane's
Hydro
pretty good.
Hurricane,
Needs a few more darkness creatures, but yeah. CVH needs a lot to go right over the course of the next like 3 turns, I think, to be able to maximize this Hydro Hurricane.
It's going to be tough because Claude can still afford to draw with Mystery God on his turn.
Yeah. Gigaball yeah, snipes and missed, which again is a body. It's tough. Yeah. Yeah, Claude can draw here, but he needs to draw something 4 or less.
Draw the card.
Yeah, he drew it.
How much are we looking at in the deck now after drawing for turn?
CVH is at 5, Claude's at 9.
I really feel like before the Hydro Hurricane comes down, he probably wants more darkness creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's what I'm saying. He needs to be able to play Darkness Mana here, play 2 Gigabalsa, and then, like I said, so much has to go right here, and that's not even considering what might be landlocked in his shields. Like, so much has to go right here for CVH over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns to set up a Hydro Hurricane that could potentially get him close to winning this game. And even after that Hydro Hurricane, there's not going to be it's still a 2-turn, so it gives Claude a ton of advantage. Like, Claude's very much ahead here, and there's no, like CVH is, we talk about percentages again. He's playing to it. He's probably less than 5% to win this, and he needs so much to go right even after the swing.
Yep. It's a low percent, but you can't just give it up.
Right. It's possible. It's doable, but he needs Darkness Mana, which that isn't.
It's like on these turns, you're thinking about the ways that you can maximize that 5% into like a 5.5%.
Right. Right. Yeah. Giga Slug Mysterios here is probably the play, just for bodies. There's your Hexproof Petrova. Beef up the Chimeras.
Claude actually can draw a card now because
Yeah.
he won't get it all discarded.
Right. There's the other darkness creature. So yeah, body and slug. That's what we were talking about a second ago. Claude's gonna go ahead and draw a card. It's safe.
It's 3 odds discarded. Probably not what you want to be hitting.
Yeah. It's probably the one Claude wanted him to hit. So he'll draw to 3 cards here with 7 left in deck. So yeah, he's still got 2 card advantage on CVH. 3 card technically, but 2 card keeps him from losing the deck out race.
So much mana right now. 3 cards. He can do a lot with it, especially with Mystery Oz on the board. But, or I guess, yeah, he can draw like 1 time.
Hydro Hurricane here basically wins him the game. Yep.
That's pretty much game.
That is game. That is actually just game. Yeah. Yeah, puts all the blockers back in CVH's hand, and that's it. That's all he wrote. Claude is on the inside track to take this game.
Yeah, that's it. Like, CVH needed to wait to do that Hydro Hurricane if he wanted to win the game, but just like the longer you wait, the higher the chance that Claude was going to have something like that to just put the game away.
Yeah. Yeah, you were banking on Claude having his last one locked in his shields, and fortunately for Claude, he didn't. So looks like CVH is going to play it out for stream, which is fun. But yeah, that's yeah, that 5% fell to a less than 1.
Cards in his deck now.
Yeah, Claude's at 4 after the draw, which means CVH is drawing 1 less, so he'll deck out before Claude as long as Claude doesn't draw another card on accident.
That's what you play for at this point, is hoping your opponent accidentally draws with Mystery Oz.
Yeah, there's no way I think that happens. Claude could literally just pass the next 3 turns.
Yeah. You just can't do anything with this few men at this point in the game.
Yeah. Heck of a chess match, though. Good lord.
Yeah, this was a fun game.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yep.
Alright, we have the GGs being thrown in the chat. Some cards being flapped onto the board then. So Claude takes it 2-1. Right.
Yeah, Claude takes it 2-1. Yep, that's it.
CVH did a setup of battle, so
Let's hop over to the...
I think that's just his way of conceding.
Let's get the challenge here.
Even if CVH set up the battle zone, he still lost 2-0. It's either 2-0 or 2-1.
Yeah.
yeah, it's 2-1. Okay. So, I guess we gotta do our pick'ems for round 2 then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
pull up the challenge bracket. I don't know, Garabon. I got 2 points on you now, 2-1. So X Boom losing gave you 1 point over Modest with Modest winning, and I got Otto and Claude. So
are we doing like round 2 winners bracket is 2 points each, and then the round 1 losers is 1 point?
let's do it.
And then like losers round 2 will be 2 points. And then semifinals and losers round 3 will be 4. And so on.
Sure.
Should we do so that you guys pick, like, one picks, for example, Earth Power picks one of the winner bracket games, then Garabon picks the other, and then gets to pick, like, you know, at the
Right.
front of the-
So what I like here is if Garabon is losing, like, so for the semifinal match, that's the only match to pick here. So so he picks the winner there, and if he hits it, great. If not, you know, I don't get a chance to earn points there if he's losing at that point. And same idea with like losers round 3. I'll keep track of it, Garabon, and explain it as we go. But it's basically we're just drafting, and whoever has lower draft position gets to pick.
Okay, so
So round 2. So for round 2 of winners, you pick the match you want,
for round 2 winners, okay.
and you get 2 points if you hit.
Stick to my guns and pick a Modest list over Otto.
Okay.
Hey, rooting for my tournament favorite. Let's go.
And Darksigner versus Claude. I will actually pick Claude again. I think Claude's gonna continue this reign. Mistrios is a hard card for Fortress Burn to deal with.
And then for losers round one, do you want to do first pick down there? And then I'll take second pick for that one. Kind of alternates.
Sure, sure, that's fine. And so losers round one is we're playing for 1 point here.
Yeah.
Right. I will pick. Let's see. I will pick CVH over X-Boom.
Pick Mr. Bazat over Spalding.
All right.
Alright, the picks have been made.
I just realized something. The top 4 seeds all lost.
Yeah,
Guys, all the top 4 seeds were in loser bracket.
yeah. Top 4 lost. Yep.
Oh my god, that's an upset. Holy moly. I don't think that has happened before. Like, I think it's been a mix and match every time. But yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. Maybe Expo, the first place finish, will make a miracle run from the losers bracket.
I mean, I've seen bigger comebacks.
Right, right. something Garabon games. Okay, go check it out. Alright, competitors, please set up your lobbies. So Darksigner Claude, Modest Otto, Xboom CDH, and Mr. Badon Spalding. And for stream's sake, we're gonna be watching prioritizing the winners bracket
Yeah.
matches and then the losers bracket. So
Absolutely.
let's start with Modest Otto first because it's probably faster, right? So we should probably head there first.
Modest duelist against Otto.
Yeah.
Alright. Good luck, everyone. And let's see some good matches in these next rounds.
Absolutely. I am also going to step away and use the restroom. I will be back in 5 minutes.
We have like to try. Like we can alternate and rotate so everybody needs to stay because
That's the nice part about having 3.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Alright guys, enjoy the transition. We're hopping into the next game.
How did we get this whole tree to fit in there?
Another quick one. We got the chart, 1 drop, or a 1 drop.
These poisonous mushroom, I only want one of this here. Come on, poisonous mushroom. Poisonous mushroom. Okay, we can't have all the nice things, but we have some great things.
Can we put the light in here too?
I think Motto is just hoping for
Where the
third
boxes
turn runs out of into like a miracle soul swap from shields for Skysword. Well, this is so much pressure, and then other speed attacker in hand for the next turn. I think I might miss this match. Like he's not maybe going to see it. This had to be just bronze or red pass, right? That's your best out because then you can solo. But it's not looking too good. Yeah. Just take pride over.
Just have a slightly higher chance of winning.
But the thing is, if he has the pride of hand, yeah, there's no single hit yet. Well, let's see the burst shot. Imagine.
Deck such that you can matchups as possible, or the matchups you expect to see. But sometimes you have to make a better call that you might not rush.
Right. let's get the removal into the mana. Am I wizard or what? Next turn we're gonna be having a spell and one. Or you just grow the board. Still operates in a pretty solid state. Like if you get a bronze arm now, you're actually not looking too bad. Yeah. Was it the one?
It's the bronze arm. Wow, like, as good as auto could hope for at the start. Going first, and you turn to come at me style.
Quick something hit me with that. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, that is sick. Let's go, Modest.
Honestly, has nothing in hand, but he can pick up a card from his mana zone.
Yeah, decides not to take the fire card. Seems like that's fine.
So that right there with like, let's play 3 cards. Show what that combination makes with
Right. The thing is though, Spice or Soul Swap. Although, oh, Soul Swap for a mystery. Oh no, okay. Maybe we say swap. Oh, just creatures. But the thing is, you can't trade into it. Like all of those at 2,000.
Which then outside your.
Let's see, we found something better than that. What did we pick into? Okay, yeah. Oh, speed attacker or. Okay, so it decides to charge mana. Oh yeah, you want to sweep. That makes sense. Yeah. That was fast. GG's. Oh, that's rough. Rough run for all the bad matchups. Or rather, this was extremely bad. 0 out of 10 triggers. Feels bad on feels bad. Sportsman like GG's in chat. Alright, let's the bracket here. So Modest takes that with the 0 passion and Earth Power isn't back yet. So, right. Let's go. Got a sign her. Let's hope. And consider that the previous last match, at some point when I looked at the chat box, it was like turn 104. That complete best of 3 took like over the turns. Turn 4 kill maybe, and turn 4 kill or not sure. Yeah.
Every game of Modest we watched, we've seen like the turn he plays.
There's very good engineer. So the only thing that Blood has to kind of watch out for is deck out. Honestly, you just play creatures, then you Hydra again. I'm not sure if even midway, like you Hydra again, you keep a lot of cards. Oh, but never mind, you can just discard most of them. Yeah. The Chimera evolution. Hell.
I think this card is so cool because for so long in the community,
Hmm.
and I remember when Claude first sent me the deck list for the first version of this, I was kind of thinking like if this card any good, like, and I don't know, it just seems weird. But then when I saw the deck play, I was very impressed, and I think it's a
Yeah.
pretty good card.
Yeah, we had quite a lot of like Water Darkness variants going around in Finland, but combining it into Hydra Hurricane Shell is pretty juicy. It's actually Gigasalt was the first foil I opened for Romabu booster. And then my mom asked me like, I had I had a lot of Pokemon cards already, and I was like, I want to get into Duel Masters, and I got this DM6 starter kit, and then my mom asked me like, well, did you get any cool cards? And then I was like, yeah, and I was kind of like, this Gigazord card isn't that cute, you know? And then I'm like, yeah, I got these, and I show like a Popolupia, like that's cute, and yeah, this elephant thing from the deck itself, and then, well, did you get anything like rare? Then I was like, oh yeah, I got the shiny card. Then I show the Gigazord, and my mom goes like, my god, why can't they be like cute like Pokemons? And I was like, don't understand, bro, don't. Actually, also shout out to mom. She was the sole reason like my Pokemon cards and Duel Masters cards are in such good shape because she got us fighters and was like, and also was like, if anyone tries to ask for your Pokemon cards like Scatter and stuff like that, don't ever sell these or just hold on to them. And it turns out that worked. So really, yeah, I mean about like the historic videos you made. I just love the old photos. Like that kind of documentation is so cool. And also like the Wayback Machine or whatever, like website timestamp stuff. That's because like the database, we used to go there always with my friend and just look up cards and was like, I remember when we saw Legion early for the first time, we were like, holy shit, this card is so cool and like it's speed attacker itself. It can like it's like a tornado flame on a stick. My god, and then you can give your Gatling Sky Terror like speed attacker, and then it can heal everything. My god, good times.
I actually like that card.
Yeah, me too.
I love cards like that where like you can do cool stuff with them. They're not the greatest, but just the fact that you can do cool stuff with them makes them fun to play with.
Hell yeah.
Might not be optimal, but
Okay, I went on just a
if you
second.
get your Gatling Sky Terror speed attacker,
While we're watching the slow and steady and waiting for the clock. My Gigazard is in this binder. As you can see, it says DM120 on the side. So let me find if my original Gigazard is here. Oh god, that's disgusting. Here is a Gigazard. Now whether this is the Gigazard, I'm unsure of. Let me check the condition because that is a L sign. This looks pretty fresh. I think I opened this from a booster page. I think I have my best condition ones in my binder. Oh, that is. Check out this bad boy right here. It is the Garabon the Glider. For 20 minutes should be fine. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. surfers, like, it just feels so bad. Oh. But the true play. Power play, and then you choose to bounce like the other of the surfer, not itself. Because you can indeed bounce up a surfer. Like we, like the outsider needs a beautiful putt.
Maraouz for the win. That sounds like Claude won a game. Heck yeah. Alright, let's see if I can jump in. I heard I missed a whole match. Yeah. Sounds like 2 points for you, my friend. Gotcha.
Just assuming this is game 2, right? Yeah. That has to be. So I forgot, Earthbow, you have Claude Alpha in this one?
I do have Claude in this one. I have CVH in the losers and Claude in this one. And I think you have Mr. Bazat in the other one. Yeah, so unlike the mirror, I think this matchup, this deck actually can flex because it has Petrova now. You can play Petrova freely and not worry about what the opponent's doing or getting behind. So even if it is behind, you can just call Guardians or Chimeras and not really be at a disadvantage. Claude can actually, like, I'm assuming we saw in the last match, and correct me if I'm wrong, it might be since I wasn't here, but the cards can just swing. You can just attack. The minute you're ahead on board against Mana Burn, you have a lot more advantage than you typically do in other matchups, just because Mana Burn struggles to go wide.
We do see the logic cube for Lost Soul presumably.
Yeah, that's incredibly strong.
I mean, especially when you're going to play it next turn and Claude's got 6 in hand.
But Claude, I'm just saying, Gigabalsa exists, Locomotive exists.
And he's playing the 1-up clamp.
Oh.
Doesn't have it though. That's tough.
Maybe he has another one. Or just decides that.
There's no way Darksigner just didn't. Yeah, oh wait, did he not grab? Also.
Oh, okay. Or maybe it's in shields or something. We gotta ask about this.
Yeah, I feel like if you had it, you would have just got it instantaneously.
Because it's one of those make them have it kind of a thing. Like even if they have the clamp, exactly. Okay, that's one card, right? And if it's like the Gigabalsa effect, then it's still like 50-50 to discard it.
Well, that's where we circle. Yeah, so he had it. He had the other one.
It was in hand. Okay.
All right, cool.
So
Yeah.
Stream was the biggest, the best backup in if it gets discarded.
Right.
Arguably, you could have gone for Plague, I guess. But the consolation Gigabalsa. But still now, top deck wars when you are at 7 versus 5. So notably though, like Igasal isn't good anymore.
Yeah, this is another
yeah.
note on just Dark Signer playing the kind of standard version of this deck out deck, like or this Fortress Burn deck. Like the 3 of Logic Cube is so important for exactly what we just saw, the Lost Soul Race. Like fortunately Dark Signer already had the other one in hand, but it's a testament to just why you play certain cards for matchups like that. Lost Soul's way too strong.
And also, like, overlooked part of Logic Cube is that it's also good against, like, rushes, because you can
Yeah.
then get Spinal Gate or stuff like that if you need to. And also, the fact that you can sometimes color fix with it, like if you have a Sky Sword, Bronze Arm centric curve, you can use that to find, like, Water Mana or Darkness Mana if you need it.
Yeah, Crystal Memory Light. I'm surprised, honestly, like now looking at it, Dark Signer played the 3 Logic Cube instead of the 2 Cube, 1 Memory. I've always liked the Memory in here just as a pseudo mana fix for blue, but he's plenty of blue. It's not like he's lacking in it at all, but I do like the Memory just as the more let's be sneaky with our picks kind of thing, especially when you're looking at it from a shield trigger perspective.
And you can always get
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do anything with him right now, babe. Or take him out back if you need to run him.
It's really good already. So Logic Cube is much better earlier because you can find the clamp on curve. So maximizing that is probably like a reasoning. Although it does, like, of course, you're always looking to play Bronze Arm turn 3 if you have it, but like I can see both ways. I like Memory as a card, but whether I would play it here, not sure.
Yeah, Dark Signer's considering attacking here. I don't hate it. Hydro Hurricane notoriously doesn't have like very strong shield triggers.
I think the main thing, like, is that because of the Laura Gigas and stuff, if you give your opponent cards, it's then they just play the Laura Giga out and you can't attack.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but I agree that, like, you need to attack at some point.
Yeah, Dark Signer. I mean, if Dark Signer had 2 or 3 more cards in hand, I'd venture to say he'd be attacking here. But
Lelix into shield probably. No.
no, he hits an attacker. If Dark Signer starts the attacking clock here in the next turn, having 1 less attacker is incredibly important. It puts this
Because
on
of
a
the Spinal Gate, like, exactly that. That's why I would personally, like, put the bellies out, because then you open up 2 lines where you can just take her energy stream on. So swap.
Soul Swap, bring in Fortress Shell.
No, the question is, do you
swap the
you
Belix.
probably keep the Bronze Arm tribe out?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you could actually just go in with this Bronze Arm Drive.
And next turn you swing for a 3 shields.
Yeah, this is a 3-turn kill right now, and Dark Signer is all set up. The only thing that could take him off of this potentially is a Loco here, but Loco's incredibly weak, and you're fine with it if it happens.
Yeah, you're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a solid trigger, but still
He's way too far behind for that Terra Pit to matter.
Yeah, exactly. We do see the Laura Giga though. This is like some of the things that, like, it has some minuscule upsides of balancing it out. Like, if you can play these every turn.
Yeah. Val and Fortress don't care though.
Exactly, yeah. But they're at least they trumped once, I guess.
It just doesn't feel good when you have just 2 mana, 2 cards in hand.
Oh,
Your
definitely
face
not.
down 8 mana.
And he found either Stream or okay, Snare. Yeah,
I mean, that works too.
that's fun.
Yeah, just attack it last, right?
Yeah, I don't even think you're attacking it this turn. Yeah. Yeah, so balls is cute, but not important-ish. Takes him off of a 2-turn though, which is relevant.
I guess you don't.
You don't swing here. Oh my god, he's doing it. Well, I mean, I guess who cares, right?
Yeah,
He's at 2 mana.
that I think about this, like if you draw a soul swap or similar, you could. Oh, this is a pretty good tempo swing though. Like, although yeah, obviously it's a really bad scenario, but this is like
Yeah.
amongst the best things that you could see.
Yeah.
happen for yourself.
Yeah, this is a better break for Claude, but we talked about this in the matchup before. This deck plays very well from ahead, and
Right.
you know, even a Sky Sword here is just strong. It's a 2-turn.
And we
So.
know that last shield is not anything big.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, one could have argued that maybe swinging that Lara Giga was correct this turn, but here we are.
Oh, the double blocker though, that's pretty good.
That helps.
But yeah, this is like the thing about Hydro Hurricane is this makes it a pretty good, like a decent deck against like somewhat like slower aggros, because if they swing early shields, you get a lot of cards and you play a lot of these cheap, otherwise inefficient
Right.
blockers. Like you expend a card in hand for a Laura Giga when you could have an energy stream top deck stuff.
Dark Signer should be swinging with Sky Sword here. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Get rid of the blocker for free when you can.
Yeah. Not that Claude would be playing Petrova next turn, because that would just be losing, but. Alright. We know he has the chump blocker. Really just.
Medics into mana, that's usually a good sign, like
Yeah.
for in the viewpoint of Claude.
It's interesting he would do that instead of playing just anything else, playing Belix and Lara Giga and getting Spiral back. But I know spiraling the foul isn't great,
Yeah.
but still.
Yeah.
Or he could just
Okay.
be trying to get to Terrapit. Yeah, okay, he gave it. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I mean, like, I guess that's a playing to win line, because
Yeah.
if you're not advancing your mana, like, you're never going to play 2 cards in a turn.
Right. Yeah, the classic debate of playing to win or playing not to lose.
Yeah. Sky Sword in mana for Dark Signer, something that you want to see. Now, do we have a turn 3 Logic Cube or a Bronze Arm Drive? Ooh, perfect mana.
Yeah. Dark Signer getting those out early. Giga Slug strong. Yeah, these are the lines that Lightwater Dark wants to see against Mana Burn is Giga Slug. He wants to follow this up with either Loco or Giga Balls the next turn,
yeah.
and then play the Gigazord. So
Yeah.
if you can see that progression before Dark Signer can interrupt it, doesn't necessarily matter if he has Lost Soul.
Yeah. Now, if you say you have a Miraculous Snare and a Bronze Arm Tribe, I think you always still play Bronze Arm.
Yeah, Bronze Arm Trap is correct now. Snare might be correct next turn, depending on what Claude
Yeah.
plays.
Also, just as a heads up, like, just Energy Stream isn't bad either, because if you amp up your card count,
Oof. A lot of multis here. I wonder what Dark Signer's hand looks like.
so it's definitely not 2-3 drops. Oh, corpse, that might have been the ramp he wanted. A clamp, if there's a clamp now, though, that's pretty grotesque.
Yeah, Clamp is strong, Gigazald's strong. A lot of things are strong for Claude next turn.
There's the clamp.
That's one of the
Mystery
risky
Us.
things about putting down like the Giga Slug like that.
Yeah,
It didn't really do anything, but set you up to lose your whole hand.
yeah, risk reward there. He didn't have the Gigazald, but I can still get behind playing the Slug early just in case you come into it. But yeah, it's tough.
But now, the thing is that Hydro Hurricane, especially this kind of version with the Giga Slugs in it, has quite a bad top deck quality, like
Yeah.
across the cards, because yeah, it's polarized.
Oh, Claude's best top deck. Love that. Oh man. Was about to say it. That's what he needed to see this turn. That was the best top deck he could have made.
That's a tilter for Dark Signer. Oh my god.
Oh, that was so good.
I think Dark Signer deserves a Terror Pit top deck now. Terror Pit on the Giga.
Surfer.
Oh, okay. And then you get to swing. That's fine. That's fine. I think it's not as like I think he deserved the terror bit there. But
Yeah. This is essentially still a top deck war, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, charge Gigazald. Or it could
It's
have been another Gigazald that was drawn off the top. We don't know.
it's also not incredibly strong in a top deck war.
Yeah.
More shields.
Has to get like a mysterious like mysterious
Yeah.
question mark. Or Faliga.
Yeah. Petrova. Not
Okay.
bad.
And we do see the Gigaballs that's here coming in handy for the
Yeah.
Dark Signer. Heads up play.
Yeah. Fortunately, both of them are in mana.
This is 1-0.
Wait, no.
1-1.
1-0, 1-1.
1-1.
Oh, 1-1, sorry. 1-1. Oh, okay, I guess yeah, it was in hand. So it was the second copy, I think.
Yep. Solid. Love this.
I like it.
Love this, yeah.
It's a trigger. I mean, soul swap.
Disgusting.
Wow.
And then you put out the Laura Giga, or you could go Fortress yourself. Okay, I don't hate it. Oh, discard the last. Nice.
Interesting.
There were so many different things that could be done right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would have
that's-
very much liked to have seen Fortress come out, but Fortress allows you to
Let's take out
contest.
the darkness mana seems really good.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, also just discarding or removing like so many things.
Yeah, I mean, I see Gigaballs too. Gigaballs is kind of heads uppy, where like he can treat it now as something that can kill Petrova. Yeah, but even still, Fortress could have done that. Like, and then Fortress could still contest the Gigazald, which Gigaballs I can't do now.
Uses the tap ability seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Energy Stream's a pretty decent hit.
Yeah, that's what Darksigner sniped out of Claude's hand last turn. The trigger. Oh, a little back and forth here right now, boys.
Archie's energy stream.
He had them all.
That's an interesting charge. I guess, yeah, 9.
I don't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I would have played the energy stream.
You're
I think the
yeah.
cards are-
You're playing the top deck war. Gigazald is a problem, I will admit. Like, you're playing Energy Stream, you're still gonna lose one of those cards next turn. Like, I don't hate the consistency of Fortress in lieu of possibly having it sniped out of your hand the following turn. Because anything you draw off the stream, even if you want to play one of those cards, you're still gonna have one sniped from Gigazald. So Gigazald is making things awkward for Darksigner. So I can get behind his play. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
I mean, I guess notably it made Claude's top decked Energy Stream do nothing. So,
Yeah,
in that sense, it did kind of cancel out the effect of an Energy Stream.
right.
But we like these results and what followed make us see new viewpoints, but we shouldn't think result oriented and rather think like what was the decision and if it was correct.
Yeah.
Using a lost soul only to get your opponent top decking a lost soul doesn't make the previous lost soul bad.
Right.
Plague. I like that.
Yep. It's strong. Darksigner's in position to.
Probably just
I think he breaks here.
Laura Giga and like Bala Olis, something like that.
I think you give him stream and the other Gigazald. Give him stream and the other Gigazald and just start swinging.
That's fair. Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a pretty big field of attackers right there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yep. Here they come.
It's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
gonna
It's
Yeah.
not happening.
deal with five
Yeah,
minutes.
that's the game, boys.
Yeah,
That's
that's GG.
yeah.
GG. Alright, Darksider taking it 2-1.
Wowzers.
Alright. So Darksider 2-1, correct. And then we have the losers bracket matches. X-Boom, CBH, and Mr. Buzzard Spalding. Maybe we should check out the Spalding game first because of the deck out X-Boom has, if they're still live. That is.
Yeah.
Mr. Buzzard Spalding. Alright, I found the game, so let's just switch over there. Okay, we're looking at a game 3. Nope. Also, heads up, everyone watching. After this round, I'll do a rundown of the prizes that our players will be competing for.
Oh boy.
Aside,
Forgot that was a thing.
yeah, I mean, like in these tournaments, oftentimes you just go like, I want to be the champion. Like, I want to win. I don't care what I win. I want to win. All right, let's see. I do spicy.
Shell comes down. I predicted Winthrop with that on this one, right?
I think you did. Yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
German odds incoming. Don't jinx it, Modest. I have my faith in you, don't you know?
Yeah, don't. Once you type German odds, then
Yeah, it's over.
you did not have it.
It's over. So took Blazos out from the factory shelf.
It's a cheap one that can more search going on this turn if the factory shell stays alive.
Do we know what the game count is?
It's 1-1.
Cool.
So it's gonna be game
Hence.
3.
Yeah. Seeing Fortress on board. It's immediately what needs to get dealt with, but I can't imagine that Bazat doesn't have a Grave Worm in hand already.
Yeah,
Factory
like,
shell was just played.
If Bazat goes for the Blazosaur, I think it's like a sign that
He already
the Grave
has.
Worm is there. Like,
Yeah. Lost Soul is strong here. Doesn't look like he has it.
That's true. Oof, I like that. It's okay, but it doesn't feel good. You just replay it and you find another thing.
Yeah, it's like trying to buy a turn. It feels like.
Yeah.
Buy a turn to like draw something else to deal with everything.
And he's still trying to get himself to 9 mana.
Notably, though, the defense on 2-0 for X-Boom. Losers brackets. Let's go.
That means I got 0 points this round. That's tough.
I didn't have X-Boom in that game, but he was my pick to win overall, so I need him to keep winning. So X-Boom, please keep winning. Why would you get factory shell? Or
My
is it-
browser is super slow. I'll update the score in just a bit.
This deck is the shell versus shell mirror.
Petravan Colony Beetle.
I want to see it.
Then you just play the tower shell and you go to town hall with it. My god. Okay, tell me, what are some designs in Duel Masters TCG that you just would love to be like ever so slightly more powerful or something to make, like, if you could sprinkle some playability on the card, what kind of a design do you like? Like, are there any specific cards that you would like to see being played more?
Certain shield trigger blockers and things like that. A lot of blue cards I think are incredibly underpowered for like neat effects that could be cool. Like a lot of the rare water cards from Stompatrons. Can't think of any off the top of my head, but I was looking at that recently.
Actually, now that you're talking, it would be so cool. Like, I think Biancus is the card that lets you look at the top 3 and rearrange them.
Hmm.
If you could do that to what in MTG terms is like fate seal your opponent, which would be look at your opponents and then rearrange those so that you can make your opponent top deck like worse. That could be it. Like,
Yeah. There's a card that was the meta in the OCG for a while, where like when a creature is summoned, you look at the top card of either your deck or your opponent's deck, and then you could choose to leave it on top or put it to the bottom. So you could use it for your opponent's top deck and then put it on bottom if it was good.
that is nice. Also, another like Siren Concerto is an interesting card. I like it, but the thing is that because it's just like it goes down you a card. If it was something like you can return 2 cards and put 1 or something like that,
Yeah.
it would be much cooler.
Yeah, Flood Valve has always been something I've wanted to like sneak into a deck as a one of, but like Soul Swap is just Soul Swap exists, and if you're in nature, you're playing that card. So Flood Valve kind of lost luster.
Yeah.
Cards like
I love-
Roaring, what is it? Roaring
Roaring Earth.
Earth.
Dude,
Yeah.
my original Balesk Vi deck, it's the same build aside from I added Soul Swap State in place of Roar of the Earths, but it's aside from that, it's the same build I had in my childhood before Sleeves, and the deck slap. It's so much fun. But I used to run Roar of the Earth because I played Mana Bonanza, and then if I Balesk Vi ended up there, I can return it. But
It's a good holy off from Spalding here.
That's pretty decent. It's unfortunate there was 2 Smash Horns though, and the 2,000 power creatures aren't enough to kill both of them.
Yeah. If Bazat has a Blazosaur or another Smash One, which he will be able to get because he has Grave Worm, he will be able to crack back on a few of these cards here.
Yeah.
I do like us getting in the zone. Like, we're sweet. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he has to do something, otherwise you're gonna just keep losing to just like infinite summons.
Yeah, I like the race here. I hope the card in Spalding's hand is strong.
Yeah, it's gotta be good.
Yeah, the thing is here that there's an arbitrarily large amount of plays that Mr. Bassett can do that are pretty good because you play just some survivors and like
Oh yeah, that's just
you just have a strong board.
it. Yeah, he's gonna clean up now. And you've got 2 blockers that they can't get through. Yeah, Spalding needs to have a good play here.
Or did it go for spells? That has to be an overlook though.
That's absolutely an overlook. Yeah, he got way too ahead.
Everything that he needs in his hand, and he just like wants to leave it in the deck for later.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
That
was a misplay.
Imagine there's no holy on your hand, and you can find yourself the holy or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was just for the 4K, buddy.
No, it's not just for the 4K. It's 5K and it's a blocker. Or no, it's 6K.
6K.
6K
Almost,
and a blocker.
almost out of Comet meta. Comet missile range. Good lord.
Charging.
You know things, yeah.
Well, he already had the all. That's cute. He's got to search. He's still not searching. Oh my god. That's got to be a mistake. I don't know if he's tunnel visioning this match right now, but he's
Probably it's the 3rd game and you're like excited because you're doing efficient stuff. Like you're focusing on the board. I think it has to be.
yeah.
Because
That's
the thing is that even if you search up bad spells that you won't be casting, you're still increasing your odds to top
there's
deck.
no time limit. Breathe and look. Breathe and look.
Yeah, that is actually one of the key components to many like competitive games is like if there's no time limit, take your time. And even if there's a time limit,
Take
the
your
difference between thinking for 5 extra seconds, usually it's worth to think it. So
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. But that's where sometimes like a time limit can become like really interesting though. Like you're trying to make your moves fast before time runs out.
Yep. And that's also it's a very very important skill set that we don't get to see in the CIDC, like managing your clock and also just overall it adds a different element, which is like when you're playing the tournament and you're playing the whole series instead of playing a certain match, like understanding when you're behind enough and you need more time to, for example, if you're down 1-0, 0-1, and you need to still win 2 matches if you want to make it to, for example, top 8 counter or something like that, and you like kind of recognize, okay, I'm behind by enough to like I'm thinking of the English word, like to allow myself like in that way, like to give yourself the permission, like this is my route to winning the whole tournament, and this is what I need to do.
Right.
Okay, we got 6 mana. We got Gargantua coming through.
Big slaps, big slaps.
There he goes.
Oh, no spell again.
No, he did. He did. He played the 4 bows. He's searching.
Oh, okay.
No clan. That's pretty good.
So I'm unsure if it was actually planned to just keep the cards in the deck or not.
Feel like I would have swung there.
I think. I don't know. Like, what's gonna answer your whole board? Nothing, right?
Yeah.
So you can't just go for 1 turn swing for the Gargantua and not give any, because like a double, I don't know. The combination of Holio and trigger creatures could maybe do something bad.
That's 2 cards from grave, 2 cards from deck,
Gargantua.
and a spell. He's not even.
A lot of shields.
That's all of them.
This is beautiful.
Love to
This-
see
I
it.
love that.
Love to see a good world break, man. How cool.
This, imagine, okay, everybody in the chat, you remember looking at this card when you were a kid and you're like, oh my god, power fantasies. Imagine breaking more than 3 shields at once. Now you're seeing 7 shields being broken at once in the championship IDC5. Are you getting dopamine? I'm getting dopamine.
I'm getting the dopamine.
Wasn't that one of Garabon's questions in the Garabon games? How many cards world break? Or how many cards can world break in Duel Masters TCG? So in TCG, there's only a handful of cards that do what Qtronic Gargantua does based on like a certain criteria. So like Gargantua is able to world break essentially if you have enough creatures on board. There's like I think 2 or 3 other cards, if I'm not mistaken, that also do this. I think it might just be 2 others. I think there's 3 total cards in Duel Masters TCG that can break all of the shields on the board in one swing if conditions are met.
Ultimate Dragon is one.
Yeah.
And is there another, like, Zashak, whatever.
Yeah, Uber Dragon Zashak, yeah. Yeah.
It's like Breaker Dragons, something.
Yeah, both of them are crew breaker dragons, and Gargantua is the only crew breaker for survivors. I think those are the only 3.
Breaker is just such a niche, like,
Yeah, like I said, only 3 cards in our TCG have it. And Gargantua, you guys just got to see it live.
And I actually can't believe, like, I have to check it with Zashak because I just threw a word that came into my mind. And
I think it is Zashak because I think that was a
I have to check, yeah.
yeah. So it's only those 3. Garabon, that is 3 points in your favor, sir.
What was the end result?
brand.
2-1, Mr. Bazat.
In the winter time,
Yeah. So the way I was pitching this earlier, and now that we're here, so basically I get to pick the semifinals match because I'm now losing in points 2-4. Garabon has 4 points, I have 2. So I can pick the semifinals match for 3 points, but if I lose, so if the opposite player wins, Garabon gets 3 points, or we can just play it still for 2 points. So basically, it's an all or nothing. It's an all or nothing for 3 points, or basically if you want to do it 2 for 2. So I pick the matchup, but if the opposite person wins, you still get 2 points.
So yeah, you could. I think if it, we'll do like
Yeah. Yeah. I like the picks where you and I can still earn points for a match. So like I think making semifinals, say making everything essentially worth 2 points now. So until we get to like the grand finals and winter finals and things like that.
Okay, so you pick the winners finals for 3, and
Okay.
then we each pick one of losers round 2 for 2.
Okay. So for semifinals, it's just a coin flip. So I'll pick the match. If I pick correctly, I win 2 points. If I pick incorrectly, you win 2 points. You want to make semis 3 points?
Yeah, 70s and losers round 3.
Okay. All right. So we'll play for 3 then.
4 points.
Okay.
And then finals, we get 5.
So I'm gonna say that Modest Duelist is not going to make it past this one. I'm picking Dark Signer. And I'm picking Mr. Bazat to beat Claude.
Guys, what was the pick? Sorry, I was adjusting something for the semifinals. What did you guess?
So I'm guessing Dark Signer over Modest. However, if I guess incorrectly, that'll give Garabon the points.
Spicy. All right. Guys, always prepare your match. Claude, Mr. Basat, please do so as well. Thank you so much for competing here, CDH and Spalding. Best of luck to your future endeavors and future IDCs. And Darksigner Modest, please set up the match and we'll be hoping to watch. So, guys, it's time for round 3, aka, well, technically the semifinals, but we are going to see the round 2 such bracket also. So, after we see the semifinals match, we're gonna be concluding the losers bracket and then watch through that to figure out who gets into the finals. So, Darksigner and Modest, one of you is going to the finals, so best of luck. Let's hop into the game. Let's wait for them to get their game underway, and then we'll hop in there.
Yeah.
Alright, chat, who are you betting on this one? Who's gonna make it to the finals? Darksigner with the Fortress Burn or Modest with the FN Rush? I can see arguments for both.
Yeah.
Under 5 minutes. Okay.
I gotta, it's you look at like survivors versus like some of these control decks. I think we're about to have a survivor show off here in the loser bracket.
Dude, that would be so cool though. And also because they're like both the decks they developed their board, so that's gonna be with the Holio in there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be it could have such heavy backswing.
Slash Charger versus Galazol, like there's a lot going here. So the builds are different enough to make them techie against each other. But yeah, we'll see if we get there.
Alrighty. Hopping into the game here. I see the match from there. And then we do this.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
loading up Modest right now.
Alright, Darksigner versus Modest. The semifinals, one of them makes it to the finals.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
hold on. I tell prizes. Yeah, let me just run through the prizes quick.
Yeah.
One moment. So, just so you guys know, just check my messages with Darksigner. Here we go. So the prizes for the tournament. First place will get the fantastic CIDC winner playmat, a German DM6 starter deck, sleeves of their choice. There's 3 beautiful options here. I'll show it to you guys on the stream. Let me just get this. And there we go. So as you can see, some beautiful stuff overall here. One of the 3 sleeves here, and then 2 of the DM2 boosters. Second place will get 1 pick out of the 2 remaining sleeves, 2 DM2 boosters, and a surprise promotional card. Third place gets the sleeves that are still left, 1 DM2 booster, a surprise promotional card, and fourth place gets a surprise promotional card and 1 DM2 booster. So overall, awesome prizes considering this is like all just goodwill for the organizers. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
wonderful to see.
That's awesome.
Right.
And you and I have a side bet going, Sydelio. So I've got Dark Signer to win the whole thing. You've got Modest to win the whole thing.
Oh my god,
So,
that's good. I didn't think about that. Okay, so these things.
yes. there are things going on here.
Although if whoever loses this, technically they can still end up in the finals. So
Correct. But you wanna talk about increasing odds on our side bet.
okay, go for it. Anything? We ran over the prizes. Just glanced them over. So it's DM2 boosters, pretty much for all German DM2 boosters, spots 1, 2, 4. No, the 1 drop miss. No, Modest. Okay, if you're rooting for Dark Signer, go for the hashtag Team Dark Signer. If you're rooting for Team Modest, go for the Team Modest boost.
Yeah, Garabon. We just brought it up before you came back. Sydelio and I side bet. I've got Dark Signer winning the whole thing. He's got Modest winning the whole thing. So this match has quite a few implications here.
Although they could still face up in the finals, but still the advantage is there.
Yeah.
But oh no, the 2 drop. I mean the 1 drop. Modest, for the first time you're missing the 1 drop. What happened? Okay, poison mushroom. That seemed like poisonous into a 1 drop green creature.
And it
The
is.
sniper mosquito. Chef's kiss.
It would have been nicer on turn 1, but we take those.
Yeah, absolutely. No complaints. Next turn, I think we're gonna see a speed up. Oh my lord, imagine. Never mind, he only has 2 cards available. I think it's just gonna be like speed attacker, attack with sniper must that return something.
Oh, he's got the
Very
Belix. Love it.
Oh.
Or Spiral Gate. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But this is one of the things that shows like Surfer is unplayable from your hand against Rush always.
1-1. Oh, there was Deadly Fighter there.
Okay, so what are the triggers at Dark Center? Not the German odds. Not
Love
the
it.
German odds.
Love it. Give me
German
all of
odds.
them.
Logic Cube. Okay.
This is something we also talked about. It's good against the Rushes. He can now just get like whatever slash charge or like. Or did he run slash charge?
He's not running Slash Charger, but he is running the one of Snare.
Okay, yeah.
He also gets a really good advantage, like knowing what other shield triggers he has.
Yeah, this is going to be a long logic queue for Dark Center. I'm pretty sure he's counting his deck right now.
Because there's no time limit. You should be doing that. Yeah. But even then.
Yeah.
Technically, if Modest is being really aware here, yeah, 0-0, and FM Rush, aka Modest 1, the title. Technically, Modest can also, like, there could be some mind games here. Naturally, from the seat of Darksigner, who's under pressure, Darksigner has to pick the optimal card regardless what information he gets from the shields. But still, like, if, for example, Modest sees Darksigner just take an energy stream or something, usually that would tell you that there's, like, a lot of removal in the shields or something. Because then you're just going like, okay, I have the tools to just, like, balance the game out, so I just want to make my future better or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Rush isn't going to change its strategy based on that pick there regardless, but you know, yes, I agree with you. Like, he's giving as much information as he's getting here, but the next 2 turns are going to be very critical for Darksigner. He needs to see removal or a blocker this next turn. Or I mean, Bronze Arm. He just needs to have a play next turn, and he needs to be able to play Sky Sword on 4.
Yeah, the bad thing here is though that Darksigner didn't have the Sky Sword mana available earlier, because usually the best play to win pattern against Death Rush with these Skysword decks is you charge Skysword and you play Bronze Arm and then you hope for Soul Swap triggers.
Yeah, he
Because
did
that's
get
how
the
you
Soul Swap
Search Soul Swap in the chart.
and had the Bronze Arm Tribe. So yeah, so the Logic Cube could have just been his mana fix here, which is great.
Which also came up earlier. We talked about it. Yeah, very good.
All right. These breaks need to go very well for Modest here. He
Yeah.
can't run into a trigger.
So, Sniper and bring back Quixotic. Yep. And I do like just going in order, like, is it another
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Logic Cube? What? Do you get another Soul Swap?
I think you
If
I
you get like
I think you
Sniper.
get Spiral Gate or Snare here, or you get either Spiral Gate based on what your next turn is. Your next turn needs to be Sky Sword, otherwise you're getting Miraculous Plague.
Yeah, your turn could also be charge Skysword and play Soul Swap.
Correct.
But
Correct.
But
Right.
technically, I think it's better to not because you can swing the Bronze Arm into the
Yeah.
Poisonous.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
got
like, yeah.
if he's got Belix, he can grab Soul Swap here. Yeah.
Yeah, that would. Yeah,
That's not bad.
Yeah. Options are open for Darksigner. He's getting everything he needs to get in this matchup, and Hardy Captain going back to Modest Hand next turn is also very good for Darksigner. So
when looking at the Spiral Gate, if we consider there was a one drop out, although it does deplete cards in your hand, so we can't go for like everything like we can't figure everything out, but technically there could be 3 less shields. I mean, sorry, this is third turn 3, so 2 less shields. If there was a one.
it's a third trigger. Love that. Oh my god.
So do you just Bronze Arm back and forth?
I think you do. I think you Bronze Arm back and forth because now he can cycle in his that Spiral Gate he just got, if he needs to.
Getting into mana is kind of painful though. Like, of course, it doesn't technically it doesn't change anything. Like, you get the mana, that's what you want to do it for, but still,
Okay.
like, Darksigner still has to go for like.
Yeah, if the mana works out for Darksigner this turn, he can play Sky Sword into Spiral Gate, put the pig back in Modest Hand. Modest still gets to play 2 cards next turn because he has the Quixotic and the 1-drop, and then Darksigner just needs to have an answer to that board. He'll have 1 shield, but he will 1 shield versus 2 creatures. But as long as he has an answer, Darksigner could come out of this okay.
The nightmare scenario for Modest would be Skysword into Belix into return Soul Swap. Okay, blue card up. We do get this.
Yep. So he doesn't get mana screwed. He's gonna spiral back Quixotic and bounce with the mushroom. So yeah, it's really just a him playing 2 cards next turn and seeing if Darksigner has the answer he needs. We're reaching the critical the critical mass of these turns.
A little too much like triggers because it translated into the Spiral Gate.
Yeah, that trigger line is what is about to give Darksigner the win if he makes it out of the next 2 turns. Hardy Captain, yep. Yeah. We knew he had those.
I'm pretty sure you just need to swing because you want, like, Soul Swap is already a bad card against you, and if you're forcing your opponent to either attack and trade into the Mosquito.
Well, Modest still has Quixotic in his hand plus an additional card, and he can't get mana screwed next turn, which means he can next turn play Mushroom and Quixotic. So Darksigner needs to have Plague here. Plague or Sky Sword Snare.
Plague would be pretty crazy here.
I mean, okay, Darksigner has so far shown restraint to not playing what seems to be the most optimal thing. Like, he's taken his time to play the things out. But still, Plague just puts your opponent back to 0 board presence.
Yeah, yeah. Plague is best card here. Yeah, and then if he's got Sky Sword, if he's got another Sky Sword, or he's able to swap in that other Sky Sword at some point, he's gonna be fine. So, yeah. So Modest's back is up against the wall here. He's still gonna be able to break him down to 0 shields, but a well-timed Sky Sword here in the next turn or two should be fine.
Now the thing is though, like you trade the Sky Sword in, which is of course you do that, but still you lose the Sky Sword on board. So if you have like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needs to have another one.
because the creatures are not gonna stop coming here. Like even if you put your opponent to 0 mana, it's still gonna be like, you know, one drops come in plenty.
It's not like those Hydro Hurricane matches where you need a lot of mana to start doing stuff. Creatures are gonna come down 1 mana, 2 mana.
Bronze Storm Tribe?
Yeah.
Surfer maybe? Or are we swapping or something?
He's swapping.
But still noteworthy that there's no Sky Sword in mana.
He's swapping.
Like depleting mana, like the Fortress doesn't, like it's okay, but it doesn't.
The Fortress is cute. I feel like it would have tried to set up Belix for more soul swap shenanigans, but yeah, I feel like Belix should have been the play there. Belix to get back soul swap, and then you can play. But I guess it depends on what his hand is.
The scary thing here is though that if Darksigner doesn't have, well, there was no more Handicap or Sniper.
Yeah, the miss on the last one drop. I know he's got 2 pigs in his hand. 2 pigs and a poisonous mushroom. So I don't know what the last card is, or the last 2 potential cards are. Corpse is great.
Sky Sword, yikes.
Yep. Yeah, I think Darksigner's gonna start running away with this now. He made it through the critical turns, and now he just gets to set back up.
The German wall of shield triggers.
Yeah, double logic cube and a soul swap. And he's breaking. The ball's on this guy. Yeah.
If 1 drops, you just clear everything.
Imagine a Torgon throwing in a wrench here. Wow. Like you just hit the Torgon in the shield and then you're suddenly in a pinch. The power move just charging the Fortress Shell.
I love it.
Sky Sword.
No, foul for swap and then Sky Sword, yeah.
Plague, I think Plague.
Oh, did he get back Plague? Yeah. Heck yeah. Alright. Love it.
It's a big point in the chat that there's like Darksigner didn't take plagues from either of the logic cubes, which kind of signals that he had them in hand and they would be completely unplayable unless he managed to find the logic cubes for the time.
Yeah, that should be game here. Yeah, there's no way he can set up a single turn kill. If he hits 1 Torcon, he just stops swinging and then he wins next turn. Yep, that should be the game. And that will put it away. Yeah, that will absolutely put it away.
Okay, which play was stronger? My opponent playing a 1-drop or me playing a 6-drop?
Which play?
Let's see.
Yeah, he scooped.
Alright, yeah, FN Rush gets to go first though. Maybe 1-drop this time.
He missed again.
That was actually having it the first, like, the other 2 matches, I think he had it turn 1 both games. Now he hasn't gotten it at all.
Usually it's also like, on average, you do get it.
Yeah, it's like it's right at the 20% mark that you just don't have a 1-drop.
Darksigner typing German odds. Oh my, combos. But also Sky Sword charge, that's something you kind of don't want to see because the bronze arm, it's coming.
It also means Darksigner didn't have additional blue mana.
Alright, charging Spiral Gate is kind of interesting.
He didn't have blue mana. That's the only reason he would have done that.
I was about to say, I don't hate Rikabu. Like,
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the better things you can do here.
Yeah.
because it's highly unlikely there's gonna be removal from hand. Like, Darksigner probably just let me adjust the camera so I can.
It's crazy. He would just be at one shield if he'd had a 1-drop. It's wild. See how much that matters.
The one drop is so important.
Yeah. Yeah, Bronze Arm Tribe and a well-timed Surfer or Terror Pit here could get Darksigner potentially back in it, but that's
Or
two
just-
Sky
just
Swords
soul
down.
Swap, just Soul Swap for Sky Sword also on the backswing.
Yeah.
Because then you just play it, like, bring the Sky Sword out and then you can even attack it into something.
And play something with Belix. Yeah.
Another Rikabu would be really good.
Just any. Oh, he's
Ganta. They just Ganta.
Okay, it's something. Is it Soul Swap?
is it Surfer? Logic Cube.
Okay, let's give.
How many times can you get Logic Cube in the shields?
Arguably worse than last game at this point in the match, but yeah. still impressive. Yeah. Probably gonna be another long Logic Cube while he sees if he has triggers.
Also notable that, like, if you went to get Soul Swap, then you can swing the Bronze Arm in, so.
Yeah.
Gotta be mindful of.
Yeah, Soul Swap would be very strong here in shields. Strong, but he would need to be able to follow it up with another one, I think. And Pig and Gaunt are just massive and hard to deal with, so.
Okay, so Soul Swap to hand.
Alright.
It's not over, but still.
It's
Soul
not.
Swap and a lot of cards isn't too good.
Belix Soul Swap, I think, is his best play here.
Here's what Modest is holding.
Maybe double Soul Swap. Let's see if the mana breaks. Okay, there is a bricky mana, but it's still 3 open.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was double Soul Swap.
Yeah. I wonder if that brick matters though, like if he actually had Belix in hand.
But we still have a lethal point if this is a speed attacker, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless, like, Darksigner saw. But you have to threaten it if you have it, right? Oh, 3!
There it is.
Breakaboo, alright.
Come on!
Dance.
Come on!
It's a 7,000 power Quixotic coming in.
And we know the 6th and 7th are mystery cards.
Right.
Yep.
Darksigner doesn't know them.
Yeah.
no.
It's a spiral.
Gate.
Oh.
Not
But it is a
great.
speed attacker, so it could be worse.
Yeah, Plague doesn't save you from a speed attacker.
Yeah.
But still, like. Okay, mana, there's. Mario in the chat with meltdown. That would be like. That would be so bad. So.
The one tech fire card in your meltdown.
Would Darksigner have any outs?
No, I don't think so.
Sure.
I think he's looking at
Oh,
Ever right
maybe.
now. The outs would be to do another double swap on Sky Sword and then hope you hit double pit or the Holy All. But
Yeah, I feel like you need to get another Sky Sword somehow.
yeah. Another Sky Sword needs play. would ideally want to play it from hand, possibly play a Belix, and just hope that the shield he hits off the Sky Sword is Holy All. That's the out.
Is there no speed attacker in hand?
There is. There's another Rikaboo in hand, which is why it has to be Holy All.
Okay. But we're gonna see like Darksigner playing for the best out here.
Yeah, tapping
Instead
5.
just falling Iga.
It's the Sky Sword, so yeah, it's happening. It's either swap, yeah.
And then Spiral Gate or Felix.
Yeah.
Well, there is still a small out.
Yeah. Holy All, double Terrapit, yeah. Or Terrapit, Spiral, some combination. Surfer. Like he needs double trigger, essentially. Or Holy All.
Or Leon, first one would be nice. Solomon no Jinxing, my friend. Because to play fort, like if there's a fortress. Yeah.
That's not gonna
Okay.
do it. I guess he gets to find out if he can scoop before the flat shield breaks.
Holio? Yeah. Imagine he actually sees the Holio. Oh my god, so in the hand. Cut.
Is it down there? My god. Nah, dang. Alright. Alright. Yeah, moving
I'm
on.
not gonna lie, that's quite a lot of shield triggers though.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of shield.
But to be fair, that was a lot of shields too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like across the 2 games and the start defense.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see Darksigner have a
Okay.
2-drop?
Okay, Poisonous, Mushroom, turn 2. Oh no. Now Skysword into mana is probably best for Darksigner to just set up. Or, like, you know, Faliga and Felix isn't bad either. Okay, well, I was
Still
about to
doesn't
say,
have
like,
it.
this can't go as scripted as something.
It's like all every single thing.
Yeah. Okay, Poisonous Mushroom into Deadly Fighter, let's go. I'm ready. Oh, 2 1-drops!
Yeah, the double 1-drop.
Oh, the fabled 2 1-drops!
It finally happened.
And you know, Modest actually played this really, really well because there are multiple ways to misplay your mana. If you tunnel onto the Deadly Fighter, you play the Fire mana and Deadly Fighter, and next turn you look at your 2 green 1-drops and you're like, oh. Yeah, seems like I made a mistake.
Mm.
Oh, Spiral again.
Yeah,
So
finally
that's-
found the spiral.
I'm not sure if I agree with the sniper pick though.
I think I do, because Hardy goes back to the hand. I mean, Deadly's fine, but I'd rather him not have advantage over drawing right now, because you're not going to keep giving him cards.
Oh, Gonda is a strong card.
It's like
This is a good board.
Alright, can we hit a Surfer? First shield, let's see. See if Modest Duelist has my luck.
Attack with the handicap first, because if it's a surfer, then bounce.
Love it. Oh my god, it's happening.
just as you said it.
So I think I actually bounced the Gauntlet here.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god, Darksigner, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is the reason why I would have attacked with the because not there. If you attack with the handicap and there's a surfer, then you're like, if you bounce Deadly Fighter, it's not very good. But now you just get that.
Oh, he had clamps, that's why I did it. I guess it didn't matter. But I still would have bounced the Gauntlet at that point. Oh my god.
I mean, the board presence is still
Yeah,
decent.
it is.
So it's not like
It is. I
now
should.
you just trade the surfer with Gonta and then you attack.
Yep.
Return handicap, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an onslaught of Depends though.
More triggers. To be fair, half of Dark Signer's deck is triggers.
Is it actually?
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 cards out of the 50. So, like 40% of his deck.
Yeah. So 2 shields on average should be.
Yeah.
Modest won the title. Dark Signer was quite low on cards. Or his stash was like. But now Dark Signer essentially gets to get the best non-Sky Sword card he wants.
Yeah, it's coming back to the fact like he really should have surfered that Ganta, because he'd still be at the same amount of shields, but he would still have Surfer on board at this moment right now. So, and yes, sure, Modest Duelist could have potentially had Ganta and another one drop. Like we didn't know he was going to draw the Deadly, so he wouldn't have been able to play Ganta and Deadly in the same turn. So, even after the clamp, so it's just that's. Again, it's hard to call it a misplay, but it's definitely not the most optimal play he could have made there. Ganta should have gone back.
Because I don't see this Gonta ever leaving the field until it's like already such a stabilized forest state.
Right.
Like, it's only gonna die when there's a Faliga or Fortress or something like that.
Right.
Or, I mean, a Plague cast, but if you have the time to cast a Plague, you're winning.
Right.
So probably has a Bronze Arm Tribe in hand, and is looking to go Bronze Arm Soul Swap.
Yeah.
And set up for Plague.
Yeah, he also needs additional nature mana though.
Yeah. Or Belix. Belix Soul Swap. Okay.
Yeah.
This
Also
this this is all right, but this still kind of it puts you behind 1 mana again, so you're not in Plague mana next turn.
Yeah, it's not as strong as it could have been.
And he's off of nature mana now.
Imagine a world where you don't attack because you want to negate the nature mana.
Or speed attackers.
Yeah.
So probably Gonta, then Sniper Mosquito, then Rikapu, then Deadly Fighter.
Yep. That's the order.
Maybe Deadly Fighter before Rick, because if you're gonna get Aqua Surfer.
Yeah, with the 7, with 6,
I was
6
thinking about
bounce.
Heal Spell. I guess we see two surfers in mana though. So Rikabu is second last. I mean, bouncing Deadly Fighter isn't that bad either, in the sense that you can then play 2 1-drops, but like we're just.
I think that's gonna be a game for Dark Center. He needs a lot to go right here.
Imagine Holy or Last Shield, that would be kinda.
Oh, that would be so sad. The one of Holy All is your last shield.
So probably just the nature mana, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you don't win with Plague, you don't win with Holio, you only win with extra shield, right?
Yeah. You win with Sky Sword, Holy All.
That's the best thing.
Yeah.
But what a thriller this match has been, holy moly.
A lot of times, like with Rush, it's just like over in 5 minutes, but these have actually been kind of nail biters all the way through.
So, like, I think this showcases Modest playing FNRAS very well. Like, it's overall it's like small things, but like it's mostly the things that we don't see. Is like how you play your curve out and how you play your mana cards, because we've been seeing Modest play consistent turns. Like there's not been like off turns because of mana.
Yeah. Important attack order, not taking early shields with Sniper when you don't need to, like things like that. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
So Sky Sword kill Rika. Oh, is there bounce cut and then kill Rika, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta chance, if you got yourself a soul swap down there, it'd be really helpful.
Yeah, soul swap, Terra Pit, Surfer, all of which would be good here.
What is top deck speed attacker?
Yeah, if he's got the speed attacker, that's just the game. Yep.
Okay, it's still, it can't happen, dude. No soul swap, no Holio.
Oh my god. All right, these are the critical turns.
Is there now a play?
Wow, the one of Holion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Plague.
Honest must be.
He doesn't even like need the plague right now. There's so many things he could do to just like restabilize now.
Yeah, another
Just needs
Sky
to run
Sword
over.
swap. Yeah. Any mana burn. Yep, exactly. There's a lot that could go right for Dark Center here.
Has that cranium plan, so we can discard out the speed attacker.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily bank on that because I wouldn't want to put all my if I could get the Sky Sword Holy All, what's the odds my opponent just top decks another speed attacker? I'm not trying to play around with fate here.
Oh my lord. 1 out of 20, I think 30 at that stage.
Yeah. If I was Dark Center, I would be taking like 5 minutes on this right now. Maybe get up and stretch for a second before you make this play.
Let the adrenaline calm down after that Holion.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you and I said it. I think multiple times, Sydelio. That was exactly what he needed. That was the only way to stabilize, and here we are.
Yep.
Yeah. Dark Signer could have multiple ways to survive the next turn.
Oh, there's so many ways.
But we still have to keep an eye on actually winning and stabilizing. So.
Oh, maybe there was the Lost Soul angle and he was thinking, do I want to bet the top deck, you know?
Well, he's got cranium clamp, so he can do it for 4 mana.
Is this about to be an energy stream?
Okay.
He's looking for.
He's looking for answers.
Yeah, if he didn't have it, maybe he's gonna be looking for the Sky Sword, and if he doesn't have it, then
4 mana.
Okay, so he's got
Oh my
a.
God, there's still a way for
Yeah.
speed attack. No, come on.
Yeah, he is tempting the gods.
Come on, if there, like, what did we saw the earlier, you know, what was the moment when there was the justice moment, the terror pit, you know, so, oh my god.
what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
All right, mushroom.
That's,
All right. The thing is if Darksigner didn't have an answer last turn, there's fingers crossed he has something this turn. We still don't know if he necessarily played the cards he drew.
Plague is pretty good. But
Yeah, Plague is still
on
great.
the energy stream, he wouldn't be able to do it last turn. So that's definitely a possibility.
He's got Modest in his head right now. Modest does this, I think, when he starts to feel like he might be losing or might potentially lose. He starts thinking about his mistakes. He needs to keep his head in the game right now.
Yeah.
Modest still hasn't lost this, and I think Darksigner's back is very much against the wall right now.
Spinal Gate on Sky Sword replay.
Yeah, that would be strong.
Still looking for something.
He's still digging,
Or
yeah.
maybe it could just be that has that, and he just, you know, like, wants to see more options before committing to anything, but
But he's like,
yeah, what's the follow-up
deal
though?
with the mushroom. And then if you deal with the mushroom, can you also deal with the possible speed
Fire
attack?
mana, yeah.
Yeah, if he can burn the fire mana.
Yeah. snare and swap. That would be pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best you could probably do right now on the 6.
Imagine if you had like a rebirth as one splash, and then you rebirth for Belix, and you just destroy all hopes and dreams of everything. Oh my god.
I think also Belix, take back Plague, and then swap Sky Sword for Sky Sword is also very
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I can't believe these games. These were tense. Are
Yeah.
tense.
Still tense. Yeah.
Yeah, Rebirth is a really good card. And also Rebirth has like in the occasional game where you're playing against the Fortress Shell deck. If you
Okay.
have
We're back in Speed Attacker Gotham's.
He got it.
That's free mana.
Let's go! Trust this! Trust this! Let's go, GG! That's... Oh my god.
Wow.
But that, I have to say, this though, I think that's...
Yeah, that's such a shame. He found Plague off that last stream. Dang.
Oh,
Should have played Plague. Why didn't he? But didn't know what the Plague was. Who cares what the play was after Plague? You had Snare and Terror Pit. Oh my god. I think Darksigner threw.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to Plague there.
He should have Plagued. There was no reason not to Plague. You put the Fire Mana back in his hand, you put a 1-drop. Who cares if he plays another card the next turn?
banked on missing the speed attacker. Wow, that's a punished moment if ever. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Throw Darksiders out.
Yeah. Want to make the tournament. All right.
Want to make the tournament more interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Good
I mean,
lord.
that match was the best of the day. That had everything.
Yeah, that was good.
That. Oh my god. All right, guys. Yeah, let's update the bracket.
Yeah, let's see who else we still got. Otto, X-Boom, or Cloud, and Mr. Bazat. Who do we want to keep in on?
Let's jump
Should we
into.
maybe go watch X-Boom because we didn't see any games from X-Boom yet, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're
Got
right. Yeah, Auto X Boom.
Was the X-Boom motto? So Otto's role. Oh yeah, congrats, the finalist, Modest, making it to the finals.
Yeah,
Okay,
well
yeah.
done, sir.
By peak, let's go, man. Let's go. Damn, that was insane. I really highlighted, like, honestly, the cool hitting mechanics of Duel Masters. Like, even though there's triggers, sometimes it doesn't do enough, and sometimes it's just like, you have to play to your outs, and it's beautiful.
Alright, it's 1-1.
Oh, 1-1, nice.
1-1 and X Boom on.
Enjoy the final. Really developed boards for both.
Yeah.
Alright. X-Boom 0 cards in hand though, like if there's a removal of these 3 assets, pretty good.
Well, APOC is in his mana zone, and I think he's just playing the one of. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying,
but still,
yeah.
like, just as a 7 mana Terra Pit, it's good.
Yeah.
No notes. It wasn't the final, but it was the semifinals that determines who goes to the finals.
Right.
So in losers bracket, we've got Otto versus X-Boom and Cloud versus Mr. Bazat. The winner of those 2 matches will play each other, and then the winner of that match will play Darksigner, and the winner of that will go back up against Modest.
As a note to the chat, you don't see the in-game chat, but Darksigner himself said that he should have played the Plague. So he did have the option.
Yeah, which is crazy. That one's hard to believe.
Damn, can we just agree that Duel Masters is awesome?
I
Absolutely.
love this game.
Overall, considering overall, it's unfathomable how you can make such an interesting metagame, and that is so balanced overall. with like we have a lot of different strategies that are viable. When you of course take in like Bombazar is something that like it's anticlimactic by nature, but when you go past Bombazar, it's really balanced overall. Like
I think it's also kind of crazy how like the game we stopped having new sets like however many like 16 years ago or whatever it was, maybe 17 now, and like these decks like the meta is different now than it was a year ago. It was different a year ago than it was 2 years ago.
yes,
Like we're still finding new strategies. We're coming up with new combos.
Ice Vapor's relevant. Who'da thunk it? I think my favorite realization from when we played back in when the game was still alive, Garabon, versus now is just how powerful Fortress Shell is. Like,
yeah.
Like back in the day, nobody would have even thought about Fortress Shell.
Was the thinking process all like when we had all the sets out though? I think that's a key factor because the printing of Belix and Soulswap are and Sky Sword is something that's like
Yeah.
just hard casting Fortress. Using your turn to do that is not good, but using a cheat engine for it is good.
yeah, but even after set 10, the game was still active for 6, 7 months.
Yeah.
So, and I don't remember Fortress being relevant ever.
Came out, it was just all about Bombazar, Bombazar, Bombazar.
Yeah.
And now that we're playing without Bombazar, we do get to see these strategies like this.
Yeah, yeah. And who would have thought you can combo with Spark Chemist? My god.
I love the Spark Chemist loop. I think that's the coolest thing.
It's so janky, but it's so cool because it kind of abuse, like it doesn't abuse, but it like uses the game mechanics in a way that you otherwise don't really use them. Yeah. Like the order of resolving pending abilities. Although nothing to be said is that like of course all sets for limited purposes require cards. It's still kind of sad that some of the cool designs are weak cards, like Ruthless Sky Terror is a really cool design, and I like Rocket Dive Sky Terror and these kind of things, but
Free my dude, King Moslin.
oh hell yeah, King Mazellan was one of the, it was the first card aside with Double Geyser I bought from the original chairman and the father of the Finnish Duel Masters community. Like my friend was like, so the way I got into the Finnish community was that with my best friend, we used to only play us two, and we didn't have like other people, and we used to like occasionally throughout our youth and then like later teenage years, we used to sometimes just get our cards out and just play and have fun. And we thought we were of the like long lost family of Duel Masters and nobody played it anymore. And then my friend just one day says to me when I go over to their place, and he's like, "You won't believe me, dude. After all these years, I found a forum where there's Duel Masters players from Finland, and there's at least 9 of us or something." And he was like so hyped that there was like a handful of people. And then I was like, "No fucking way!" And then we started reading and participating in the chats, and
Yeah.
well, now we're here, so it's crazy.
Yeah, IDC, to speak to that history of it. I mean, obviously, I think anybody who knows who I am pretty much knows because of right before Kaijudo when we launched the channel over here for Channel Earth Power. But, obviously, Kaijudo came out. We fell off with it. We played a ton of Kaijudo. And a few videos here and there between 2015-ish and 2021. But it wasn't until Garabon launched his Garabon games when he reached out to me about participating in it, and I didn't commit to it at the time, which is, you want to talk about like regrets in life, that might be in the top 5, which I guess is like a good thing when you think about it, but like still kind of upsetting that I didn't participate. But that's what motivated me to relaunch the channel, and I'd always been a fly on the wall in IDC, and finally hanging out and participating, just loving how active and great this community is. I've always appreciated it, loved being a part of it, and love continuing to be a part of it, growing it with you guys.
I think that goes without saying, I already kind of paid my respects earlier, but I'm pretty sure like the majority of all of us have watched like UNCVH talk about stuff and play stuff like ages ago. Like I remember, like it's funny. I told about this to my partner, like, and my mom actually yesterday when we were visiting, that like the circle kind of finally comes together. Like now I'm sitting here commentating with you, and like it just feels odd, like because when you're a child, all distances feel like so much bigger. Like
Yeah.
for example, internet wasn't as developed, and for example, just another city in the same country, you would be like, holy moly, that's far away. And then you have this kind of a event that now we're like, I think we're all like 8-ish hours maybe apart time zone wise, because Garabon is, I assume you're in Japan currently. And
I'm back in America now. Actually.
oh, okay.
Go Bears.
Anyway, like,
Yeah.
I was thinking like earlier. I thought like, okay, if Earth Power is from the U.S. somewhere, I'm not sure where from exactly, and then I'm here in Europe, and then Garabon would be in Japan. Like, we're
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, no, me and me and Garabon have an hour's difference between the two of us, and obviously you're 8 hours ahead of us. But yeah, no, it's I love it. You know, like I said, this community's cool. I love how tight knit it is. I love how you, like you said, even though there's a massive distance between what feels like all of us, there's not really. You know, shout outs to Octagon giving us the ability to just kind of hang out and play this silly card game that we all love so much.
Also, something to note is that the Finnish Duelmasters Association board is planning the worldwide meetup for next summer, or this summer actually, because it's now 2024. So it should happen this year finally, because it will be the 20th anniversary of Duelmasters TCG. So.
I was waiting for someone to tell me about it. I thought you guys would have decided or at least picked a venue, because if I'm gonna fly out to this thing, I need to know as soon as possible.
Yeah. It's because we're going through like some board changes as well, like
Fair enough.
member-wise, but there will be information.
Good.
Here we are just reminiscing about past and future, and then we see like 10 cards in mana, both players.
Well, yeah.
That's
That's, fun fact: only 2 turns have happened. I would have gladly said
Features,
something.
honestly.
Yeah, no. So auto bricked on a bronze arm and a sky sword, and X Boom slashed his deck, and that took like 5 minutes.
All right, now since we have some slower turns, let's discuss more about cards that we kind of like. We just like Cataclysmic Eruption for me is a cool design. I always liked it as a child. Like,
Which one?
because it's the 8 mana one that for each nature creature you have in the battle zone, you burn a mana.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so win more in the current state. Like, you have to develop board. Of course, your creatures can.
I don't know. That mana burn deck, the light fire nature
I know
mana
that
burn.
quote unquote turbo burn. I know, but still, like, it doesn't do anything better than Soul Swap and Fortress Shell, unfortunately. And then if you are using the rest of the slots for the eruption versus cards that find those cards, like overall deck power wise, I think it kind of waters it down. But how much I would love to play a deck with like 4 of them and just chant them in.
All right, great.
Favorite cards are like the 10 effects creatures because they can be so strong if you can keep them around. But
Shout outs to the Flodani Heavyweight Dragon combo.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Auto is trying to set up for some game swinging board states here. I can't imagine.
Already a Holio in hand for all.
Yeah. He went and got a Blazosaur. He went and got a Slash Charger. Slash Charger is interesting because I don't know that I would have played that with Ice Vapor on board.
Yeah, slashes himself, I think. Maybe. And then
I guess
his creature.
he actually doesn't care because putting things into his graveyard that he's going to get back with great more cute.
Oh, that's a cute way to cycle his mana. Hell yeah. All right. Yeah.
Winning play for the good old use Rob is slash charger, Masaka Sealer, Volvitius in your grave, go corpse charger, return it to hand, play lost soul on curve, and then you jump the thread. You heard it here 2 years ago. Just do it and enjoy.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's some of my favorite thing against like Forbos and like Forcive rebirth controls is when they melt down and then just swap in a Baza or something. Like you assume they're breaking shields, which means they have to be in their battle phase, right? No, they can still play more cards.
Wait, play. Oh, dude, for a second I was like, he Forbos is a play. Was there water in this deck? What?
Yeah.
Then I realized, oh yeah.
So he's gonna go. Yeah, he's got to be setting up for Gargantua here, unless they're shield locked. Which could be. He's only playing 2.
Oh yeah, true. Next CIDC, same decks, but every deck has one Ghastly Drain.
I think Ghastly Drain is a really cool card.
Yeah. One of those cards that, as a child, you looked at it and like, what? I don't want to do this. Like,
Yeah.
why would you do that then? And it definitely has its uses. It's not an auto include, but it's good.
Survivors be survivoring, boys. Let's see.
Yeah.
X-Boom is this has got to be either a Terror Pit or a Hydro, but even they're both bad.
Dark Fact. Kingish, no, not this time. The closest to that is a Fire Nature Rush. It's not an auto include. Hey, Claude with a punch. Let's go.
Who won? Oh, okay. Claude versus Bazad is still going on.
Oh, really?
Another card I really like is Jack Viper and Frost Spectre. Like,
I want to like Jack Viper.
Yes.
Claude says he lost to 0-2.
Oh Lord.
So I'll update that. What happened, Claude? Are we gonna see? Okay, I'm not jinxing anything, but are we gonna see survivors versus survivors and then modest against the survivor deck?
Oh, no.
Oh, please, yes. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Wait, did we see Darksigner play against the Survivors yet? I don't think we did.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, Darksigner played against X-Boom and Claude.
Also, something that I think is a shame in Duel Masters is that the civilization hate cards are kind of weak in my opinion, because they would be so interesting to play. Like, say, Missile Boy was increase light cards by 2, or like all of the effects were increased by 2, because these kind of effects and denial effects in, for example, Magic are miles stronger, and they're still pretty balanced because you have
Cards like
spells.
I used to like cards like Rain of Arrows, and there's the other one, the 5-drop 2500 power blocker.
Yeah, Milia's.
Amelia, yeah, that gave all darkness cards +2. If it wasn't 5 mana, I think it'd be very good. You want to talk about cards you should change?
Make it 4 mana, and
Yeah.
then it's because then you can like imagine a fairy life curve into that thing, for example. Like it's just like somewhat better because of sideboard. Like it's a double-edged thing. Like sideboards make hate cards worse, and they make them better also. I think Photoside is properly rated because, at least in the Finnish meta, it's been played for since like 5 years.
Yeah.
I played it in my deck outs, and it has nice promos. It's fun.
And there's a hollow version, yeah.
Techno Totem was played a lot, and Petrova,
Yeah.
and also Eilzonius. So I just was like, what's the best thing against these things?
Man, I miss Techno Totem. Tell you what.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, we have a Another.
Oh, he's just gonna take him. Good lord, X-Boom.
No
What the
block. What?
holy? Well, he's looking for Holy Hall.
Okay.
But still, like, I mean, I
Why
guess
though?
it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, because you can just swing the rest. Like.
Because, I mean, Smashhorns and Blazosaurs are still swinging in at 6,000 plus. Like,
Mm. But what's your out here?
you don't have one.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's a fair way to put it. I didn't think about that.
Like, there isn't one. You can break 2 shields. That's cute. Is X-Boom,
Yeah,
how close is X-Boom to 13 mana?
Ice Vapor is just sitting there with the survivor creatures just flopping down like big fatties and no spells. Okay, GG's, X-Boom says.
Jeez, the drops into the chat. Good games, everyone.
Wow.
Survivors. They're doing it today.
Was it 2-0 for Otto or 2-1?
2-1.
All right, so that's no points on Garabon. That's 2 points for me on Bazat winning over Claude, and no points because X-Boom just lost. So
Spicy.
that ties us up, you and me, Garabon, at 4 and 4.
Alright, so is it now Garabon's time to get the Otto Mr. Bazat and the same applies like
Right. So
win or lose?
What for Darksider against Modest? Who got points for that?
were we playing the double or nothing for that one?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Modest. So.
Nothing for Otto versus Bazat.
Okay. All right. So then we'll do it that way. So that'll put you at 7. You're at 7 then, and I'm at 4.
Okay, cool.
And so now I basically the money. Which survivor deck will do it? This is what Sydelio and I were talking about when you went AFK for a few minutes. Garabon, Auto versus Bazat. We're getting our survivor mirror. That's wild.
This is gonna have some board states. Damn.
Yeah, this is gonna get out of hand very quickly.
I will mention though I think a recipe for disaster against the other person is like if you manage to get a good bronze arm curve into the one of Abok, for example, and you just wipe like 2 smash horns out or something. It could be pretty juicy. Though.
Yeah, you got a grave worm in hand though. Who cares? This is gonna be who can manage the biggest board fastest. I think this is gonna be the play the card first type of match.
Bronze arm tribe, soul swap factory shell.
I don't know. You wanna flip for it, Garabon?
Well, who do you want to take?
I'll take Auto. I like the deck with the slash chargers. I'll go with Auto.
Okay. Because I wanted to take Mr. Bazat anyways.
Okay.
That works out.
All right, perfect.
So was it X-Boom your tournament pick? Garabon?
Yeah, he was my tournament pick, so I'm out of
Okay.
my tournament pick.
Yeah, and I'm
X-Boom and Claude.
Dark.
Thank you for competing yet again. Shame that the water, light, darkness recipe wasn't the victory this time, but we shall see.
That's
All
crazy.
right.
That pretty much means our top 4, our 4th place finishes are going to be 2 survivors, Mana Burn, and the Fire Nature Rush. That's crazy.
Pretty varied, honestly. Like, yeah. The interesting thing is though that if we look at it matchup wise, Survivor versus Survivor is like maybe the slash charger one is a little like a small nudge above the other, and then just because of the ramp aspect and the own Grey Worm engine. Then Dark Signer, like the Fortress Burn, is generally at a disadvantage against survivors, but it's not like auto loss because of the like it can still do its thing. Like if you manage to burn mana, it doesn't matter if they're playing survivors.
Right.
And then we have Modest, which is the third wheel of the rock paper scissors kind of a thing.
I tell you what, though, if I was Modest right now, I would be betting the house on one of these survivors to make it out of losers bracket.
Yeah,
That would be nice.
and yeah, Modest. Honestly, I think Modest is sitting very comfortably currently.
Yeah.
But all right, Otto and Mr. Bazat, please make the room and let's get the game underway. Modest It's 80% to win tournament at the moment, Expo calling it. Okay, okay.
Yep.
Don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
Because I mean, he's already beaten Otto. He's already beaten Darksigner, and Mr. Bazat's deck is not that different from Otto's. So he's got 2 sets to win against any of the players that he's facing.
Yeah, I'm looking at this just based on matchup potential. Like, I mean, like Russia's win the coin flip, right? Like a lot of it comes down to that. But I think even still, like Rush versus Survivors is probably one of the more lopsided matchups in Duel Masters. In terms of just, yeah, you know, you look at a lot of matchups being 60-40, can go either way given the day, given the text for the build. But I feel like Rush versus Survivors typically nudges more in that 70 to 80 percentile when it's up against Survivors. Like Survivors needs not only shield triggers to go right, but you need to see the curve. And if you miss any part of any of that, you're basically losing. Darksigner has the best matchup against the Rush deck for sure, but you know, Modest could just run into a million triggers. But that being said, he's only got to win 2 out of potentially 4 games. So.
Yeah, and we have that for the matchups. None of these are terrible for FN Rush, and
Right.
you still have your opponent. Your opponent needs to win 2 best of 3s against
Right.
you.
Right.
So
That's what I'm saying. Modest has everything in his favor to win this, and we talked about inside tracks earlier.
all right, guys, we're the game. Enjoy the transition, and let's get the last. Sorry, not the second last losers bracket game underway.
Yep.
Right, so we got Mr. Baza, it seems. Yeah. I think we're looking at who Bronze Arm turn 3 is the dream here.
Bronze Arm turn 3, and then get some Survivor engine as fast as you can. Getting out like early Smash Horns might not be bad to like weaken the power of like mass removal.
Oh, and he bricked on multi. Oof.
What was the rebirth count on both of them? 1 for 1 and 2 for.
Yeah, I think Otto's playing 1. Yeah, Otto's playing 1. Bazat's playing 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good card in the matchup because it just gives you so much value.
Yeah, it's huge. Graveworm to get back Factory Shell looks really nice.
Yeah, especially after that Loco just kind of hanging out with 1,000 power.
Alright, Skysword is not shabby at all. We could see the Lost Soul on curve and just hope them to break, you know.
Yeah, Graveworm on board negates a lot of the soul swap.
Okay, this is a terrifying board state, but if it's exactly Lost Soul, there's still a small window. Oh my god, this is tense.
But you, at that point, like you still don't have survivors on board. Mr. Bazat,
Yeah.
one survivor, like he's still just as good as he was.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, if you get something to destroy the board as well, then
Like a burst, maybe not burst shot. Apocalypse Vibes would be pretty nice.
Another Sky
so
Sword.
APOC. I mean, APOC feels, I don't know. This is one of those times when you're like, nothing feels particularly good. Like, you get Lost Soul, and then your opponent top decks a Survivor. You get Mass Removal, your opponent just plays a Great Worm.
He's opting for Rebirth, yeah.
Yeah, distinguishes that it's Rebirth on the Factory Shell. Thanks, I'll go get mine. And you get the 4 boss upside as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what I think we were talking about a little while ago. It's like who can get their survivors in it's the chess match of how many can you get on board faster. And Bazat is already off on this race at a much faster clip.
No fireman at all. No fireman at all for. I mean, Puzzle can just get some. But...
Yeah, the double smash horn here is strong for Bazat.
Yeah.
Got the fireman.
The thing is, though, actually, It's pretty insane. Like technically, we could see because the engine is so fast on. Like we could just see a Blazosaur into Gargantua and just swing
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, the lack of fire mana makes that difficult.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I think instead of like playing that bronze arm, I would have searched out another smash horn and then play that.
Yeah.
Give your guys like a little bit edge on the power.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and grab his own factory shell now. And honestly, Otto could just have exactly what we were just talking about a minute ago with Bazat. He could just have the Blazosaur Gargantua play next turn. But he opts for Graveworm. Interesting. This is going to be a whodunit first type of match, man.
This feels just like a big arms race. It's just gonna explode at like any second.
Yep.
Forbos or another factory. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he should. He gets Gargantua, pulls back, yeah. So he's got to have the 2-drop in his hand right now, then the 2 or the 3-drop, because if he smash horns into Gargantua, he could just swing for game next turn. So Otto's going to need to have another fire mana and do it before he does it, essentially. So another fire mana here, he can play his 2 or 3-drop, play Gargantua, and just try to beat Bazat to the punch.
Oh, this is an interesting matchup. I like this.
Yeah. And granted, both decks play Holy All, right? So, you know, even if the first person swings, it might not be over. So, Otto.
Zach's got 2. Otto has 2. So 2 for 2 on Holy Oz.
Epoch? Okay, never mind.
Awesome.
I was like,
Yeah, so he had it. He was just searching for more fire mana.
the thing about this is though that like
Holy All is incredibly strong.
Even if there's a top deck, like it still slows down the development.
Did
Your
Bazat.
opponent can't get to 2 red mana, so
Bazat needs to top a survivor here.
pretty much. Yeah.
He's taking a while. That Holy All is going to be devastating.
Your lost soul. Thinking moment.
That's the blocker. Yeah, blocker lets him get back some stuff. So,
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
Garbanzo is pretty good in the mirror, actually. You have blockers forever, like you need to have a Holio for the Gargantua.
Okay.
Or your
Yeah.
general board to get through.
So, yeah, Bazat with just a single survivor can threaten the Gargantua yet again. Because now he has Blazosaur Gargantua in hand plus fire mana. Yep, so he's good to go yet again.
Quite the draw. Like we get to see like the piece that is missing from the other deck
Yeah,
perform pretty well.
yeah, and Galazol paying dividends in this matchup all of a sudden because Otto can't win before he loses in this state. Like he has to Holy All this turn. He needs Holy All and Smash Horn.
My true home is not in the light realm. It is with the survivors. Hey, let's go. The survivor set was so cool.
This Galazol actually ended up being incredible.
Seems so.
Like we were talking about how we were kind of questioning it, but in this very specific matchup, I think it's incredible.
Absolutely.
Best way to stop a World Breaker is to block it once, you know?
Maybe it was designed all around. Oh my god.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Another survivor I actually like quite a lot is Skull Sweeper. Like there's a lot of times when you like I kind of like just like the generic mid-range overpowered horrid worms kind of gameplay where you just play like Blazosaur, Smash Horn, Skull Sweeper, and you just swing like you're not setting up for Gargantua.
Yeah.
Then you just like, oh, all my creatures are like attacking 5,000 power horrid worms. What you gonna do? Oh my god, the board states in this game though.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Searching his deck and searching for spells. Grabs Lost Soul, which is cute. You can set him off for yet another turn.
One verse Belix the World Breaker.
The thing is like Qtronic Gargantua isn't the best play next turn. Like it's good,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, but he has the one blocker to stop it, so he still gets a free turn out of this.
Yeah, like I personally like just like play out survivors. Oh. Hey,
He went for it anyway.
We see the survivor off the top.
well, another Gallia, so
Burst shot. Oof.
That doesn't do very much right now.
He probably could have just played it. It's Bronze Arm Tribe for Sky Sword, but I guess the mana is probably more relevant. Have double fire set up already.
yeah, true. Because now you're threatening any survive. Let's see, 3 mana.
Yeah, not well. He's just
Yeah,
checking
just-
mana. Yeah, 9 mana.
Activate Smash Horns. We're doing the Smash Man.
Yeah,
Sometimes like when there's a lot of smash cards and stuff, it can get confusing.
it's tough. He needs 2. Well, he needs 1 to be able to start swinging over things. Forbos gives him the extra 2 grand, but Belix will be able to essentially bump with one of them here shortly. But
Oh, Grave Worm 8 mana, alright.
yeah,
Okay, there's another smash horn. Get to activate a million effects.
yep. Goes ahead and gets Grave Worm, keeps it on lock. APOC here is strong.
Yeah, you can like slowly pick apart the. I mean, personally, honestly, I don't hate setting up to soul swap the Galliazol out for like Smash Run and go for the lethal or something.
Yeah,
like that.
you could just go for it here. The only threats from Bazad are the Terror Pits and the Holy All.
And we see one in the mana. Are we gonna clear actually?
He can't. He can't clear fully. He can clear a lot, but he can't clear fully.
Okay. Is there enough attackers? Is there enough attackers for lethal? No.
So he can kill a Smash Horn, which still isn't enough. Yeah, he
But
can.
everything is smaller.
No, he can't. So he can almost clear here because Forbos can clear a Smash Horn, can clear one Smash Horn. Smash Horn bounces with Smash Horn. Smash Horn bounces with Smash Horn. Belix smashes with Grave Worm, and Sky Sword bounces with Factory Shell. At that point, it'll
Oh,
leave.
it was
Yeah, it'll leave Galazol and Bronze Arm Tribe on board, but he'll get to keep Forbos, Factory Shell, and he'll have Forbos, Factory Shell to Galazol and Bronze Arm Tribe. So
Yeah, it's
that's the play here.
confused of the order because he used the play mechanism to like play these. It was the Smash Horn and not the Forbos that was played. That's what I was, because I was like, the Smash Horns can't. So
Yeah, so he'll have.
can I draw arrows here? Oh, whoops.
It is. It is.
Do they
Autumn.
see it? Do you guys see my arrow if
Yes.
I draw it?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yes, we can see your arrow. Everybody can, Sydelio.
Okay. Then I won't draw. I'm just thinking like, so
Yeah.
Forbos clears one Smash Run, then these Smash Runs are equal. So you can clear these, bump into those. You could do that.
Like
You
His
could full clear if you want to.
his Forbos didn't die there.
Oh. Yeah, because that's not the misplay. Like it's not the. It's just how the power is. It doesn't die.
Yeah. Yeah, 4,000 plus.
Forbos was at 6. The Great Worm or the wait.
Yeah, the Smash Horns were all at 5 apiece. Forbos was
Yeah.
at 6. Yeah.
So Claude is saying that, like on stream you see the arrow that I know, but OCTG you don't see my
I did see it in OTCGN.
Okay.
Yes, one Smash Horn was played this turn. He can't swing with one of them, so he has to trade Belix with the Factory Shell here.
Yes. Yes.
No, the other Smash Horn's still alive. Oh my god, they're messing this up a lot.
Most confusing polio I've seen in my life.
Alright. So he's wholly on. Yeah. Fortress can swing over one Smash Horn.
I think we're gonna need one of the tournament organizers here if this becomes a ruling thing. Like,
Yeah.
if they're going to be with like play to get that.
Yeah. So he kills one Smash Horn, and now he can proceed with the ones he can attack. So Smash Horn can bounce with one Smash Horn, which is fine. Belix has to bounce now with either Galazol or
We can get
Factory Shell.
that.
Yeah, and Sky Sword can swing over the Bronze Arm Tribe, and that's where the buck ends.
I think because it's all the power to the players in the sense that, like, okay, okay, hold on. Is Halfar or Spalding or Darksigner watching? We need a judge here.
Yep.
So, what exactly did he try to do here that was incorrect?
So he attacked with a Smash Horn that he had just played. So two Smash Horns stay alive on both of their sides of the field, which is fine, but the Belix basically nothing can attack over this Grave Worm. So he can't swing with it, he can't bounce with it. Right. And I understand where Mr. Bazat is saying, you let the misplays play out, but he had a Smash Horn that was still on board that wasn't on board when Otto was attacking because it should have been. So that's why we had to back up.
Oh my god, these have the wrong image. Oh my, I never noticed, dude. Like, Smash Horns are 4K in this. Oh.
Yeah, Smash Horns are massive right now. So everything, there's one Smash Horn on each of their boards powering up everything, but essentially you're just treating power like normal now. So, Belix can trade with the Fortress, which is fine, and then Sky Sword can swing over Bronze Arm Tribe, but that's where this ends because nothing else can swing over the Grey Worm.
I'll message. We need Judge Hill. Should still know that Smash Horn is 2K plus 1K, like.
Yeah.
Like,
Might have the
like,
right images themselves.
Spalding replied to me. There's some confident about attacks. One player because of Smashboard view power up. Buzz up says
Attacking smash.
can you repeat what happened just a moment ago?
Yeah. So I mean the simple review is that we got to this exact board state and Otto bounced with the Smash Horn that Bazat had, but Otto couldn't swing with Smash Horn because he just played it. So Bazat put his Smash Horn in grave, Otto put his Smash Horn in grave. I quickly commented, hey, your Smash Horn can't swing, you just played it. So Otto puts his back on board, but Bazat doesn't put his back on board. And then Otto continues to swing, not realizing that Bazat hadn't put his Smash Horn back on board. So like I said, any attack after that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who made a bad play or misplay at that point, because like the board state hadn't been reset fully.
Okay, I'll just try to spotting. I think the players are agree on it, so no problem.
Right. So if Felix trades with Smash Horn there, then yes, you can make all of the trades you need to at that point. And but either way. Yeah. So we just reset board state and now they get to play it out correctly. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the only issue is that Otto attacked with the card that he had just played.
Yeah. Which can happen, which in the case it's not like a misplay or anything, because it just can't happen.
Right.
Back on track.
Yeah, we made it. We got there.
So does Kaiser, yeah, it's 2k. So
Yeah.
Kaiser just gives the factory shell.
Yeah, and the Sky Sword can now trade with Factory Shell.
Otto swung with a creature is open. Nothing anymore. Something sickliness. Prospects. But please. Wait. It's correct. Close. Clearly not.
I think the players agree. Judge.
Yeah, I mean, they both agreed on the attacking order that was there, so.
Yeah.
Right. And we're back.
That was the most convoluted way to just like.
Right.
Oh, Suani did. Nice to see you.
Otto has 3 in his hand, so if this is like a factory shell, could be very powerful position here. Brave Worm, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're right back to who can get the snowball effect first. Does Otto not have a Blaze? He does have a Blaze of Soreness. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So both players have all the mana in the world. Like Soul Swap becomes really good. Oh no. What did Bazat get? Like another burst shot?
First shot would be so sad right here.
Hey, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, APOC kind of playing
Yeah,
Mythrios
it's like-
rules. Yeah.
Slows down a bit, I guess.
I would have Terra
That's
Pitted the
very sure.
Galazol here. Yeah, I guess maybe playing 6 and 6, but I would have held on to it just because that Terra Pit on that Galazol is what's going to open up him to be able to swing for game here in a minute.
What game is this? Is this the first?
This is still game one.
Yeah. Good lord. Okay, pause that. Go.
Terrapin doesn't do very much.
I mean, something established board state versus not established board state. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The Gallia Sol moment. First you were glorious and then not. Slash Charger, I like that.
Yeah.
I like
I
that.
mean, when Mr. Bazat's top decking, you can just get rid of like if it's relevant top decks.
Yeah.
Because there's not that many that really get it back in the game. You're still gonna have mana to play the Grave Worm.
What's it gonna be?
Yeah, looking at Bazat's.
Oh, Rebirth. Oh yeah, Rebirth is a really good slash.
Yeah, he can't get rid of enough factory shells if there's multiple. He can't get rid of enough grave worms to make it relevant. So Rebirth is probably just the best card to remove.
I mean, this is looking pretty much in Otto's bag, but something to notice that Otto is at 13 cards.
Yeah, I mean
He's at
Bazat
19,
could literally top deck a fortress shell and then just be right back in this.
Right. And then you have blocker and you have all the blockers too. Does that do anything? Soul swap, I guess?
Soul Swap or I mean Cranium Clamp is not great. Is he playing Clamp?
I actually don't hate soul swap bronze arm for blah 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 blah. Survivor.
Another 4-boss, grab 2 spells.
Yeah. On the other hand, Smash Horn is maybe relevant.
A little bit more power.
Because like the sad thing about Rebirth is that it's really close to not hitting the factory shell. But I mean, I don't think Otto will have that many Smash Horns.
You say that, as long as they're not in shields, he could just play out both next turn.
Right.
For a soul swap.
Yeah, I'd venture to say
Yes,
Soul
it
Swap
really
Rebirth.
down. Let's go.
Can you imagine?
The like every flavor of everything in one deck. You just have like everything.
So much mana.
That's 15 mana, boys.
We're not still seeing the Dance of the Sproutlings Survivor Turbo Ramp decks.
Yeah.
In my head. Ghastly this into Dance of the Sproutlings. Cosmic Darts into Invincible Technology, into Cosmic Darts, into Dance of the Sproutlings, into Victory. Make it happen.
You live on a plane higher than us, Sydelio.
When you indulge yourself too deep in the tank and then you end up with the wildest stuff that are unfunctional piles of garbage.
Sydelio's out here having fever dreams about Duel Masters.
It's all worth it. Could be the worst Survivor deck ever, but the one time you get that combo, it's made everything worth it.
So hard you burnt the kitchen.
Burn the whole house down, not just the kitchen.
I just like the idea of Sydelio waking up after, like, just sweaty after a dream. Just, it's possible.
Actually, if you're saying this jokingly, you haven't heard how I actually came up with the Hurricane Crawler loop originally. And that was exactly that manner. It felt like a fever dream, and I had been pondering that there has to be a way to break Hurricane Crawler. And then I was trying to think about all the possible cards, like how can I make this work? And the long story was that the hardest part was to figure out cards that go like card positive from your mana zone, so you can maintain your hand size while you're playing stuff. And then the only sequence that has like beneficial spells is Slash Charger, Mystic Dreamscape, Fall Ega, Abduction Charger, Hurricane Crawler, and that maintains your hand size and casts Slash Chargers.
Surprised he wouldn't just swap out the Galazol there.
Oh, he had swap. Oh yeah.
Yeah, just get rid of the blocker.
Yeah, get rid of the
Did he have the
blocker.
Gargantua in hand?
Yeah, get rid of the blocker, let him hit Sky Sword, and just swing. Yeah.
Let him hit the bronze arm.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. He did swap the or he did Loco the swap out.
He's gonna keep putting the pressure on.
I don't hate it because like when we look at like oftentimes I feel like in like this kind of high tournament here Duel Masters gameplay is that could we see the Gargantua? How much let's see 62.
He could get out Gargantua and break 4 potential shields here with it, but that would be the most. It still wouldn't be enough. Gargantua isn't lethal for Bazad at this moment. And we know one of his cards is Rebirth.
Yeah, Rebirth is good though. Like Rebirth 4 boss for Factory Shell.
He can't Rebirth the Forbos.
Ah shit, it's one too much. Yeah. Like it's Grave Worm is
Yeah.
your best. Maybe another Gallia Soul. I don't know what that like how that advances your game though.
What he needs is Terrapit. But even still, he's playing
still
he's
like,
playing not
you
to
just play
lose.
a
Yeah.
Survivor.
Yeah.
It's an uphill battle.
Yeah. Yeah. Both Holy Alls are down now though, or done. So Bazat doesn't have triggers aren't gonna save Bazat here. He's gotta have one more shield and or one more blocker than Otto has attackers.
3 into mana. Rebirth on Grave Worm, I assume.
Probably. Yeah.
Probably a worm because
I think that's his only. Yeah. Worms is only 5 drops, so.
And Gallia I see the mana.
Yeah.
As well,
Yeah.
so
Worm's the only card he can play, or Sky Sword technically.
yeah, that's a fair point. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Sky Sword gives you one additional kind of one swing aside from the Gargantua and the Survivor is a blocker currently.
Yeah. Sky Sword keeps Otto off of lethal if Otto doesn't do anything else to remove a creature.
What do we have in the grave?
But he can search for another soul swap if he hasn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like blocking down these creatures. And then I think for additional safety, you could just soul swap the Plaza for the other Gallia Soul.
Yeah. The other Galazol or the other or the Sky Sword.
Yeah. I like the Gallia in the sense because then Otto has to remove both of them.
Right.
The other Gallia is old. You're still weaker than everything on the board, so you're just
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because like you're essentially doing all these cool stunts, but the end result still remains that you lose your whole board or you lose the game, kind of.
Yeah, and I'm still upset that he didn't swap the Galazol last turn. But
Oh, Sky Sword to me, Otto out. Still ways to go though, sorry.
yeah.
But Otto has he used both claws? One has been used.
What's in mana?
I mean, we could Otto still if he plays 2, he can just play a Survivor, get and then just attack, I guess.
Could have just been playing 100 cards like Garabon did and just play Mana Bonanza, go up to 34 mana real quick.
Hell
It's out to so much more.
I hate that you topped that tournament.
I did.
It's impressive.
I got very lucky in space. Yeah, it's a soul swap. You can bring out anything.
yeah, but
The hell is he up to?
no Holio in deck, question mark.
Yeah, I think the holy odds are used up. Swap out the block.
There he goes. All right, we got there. We got there.
The result was gonna be pretty much still the same, but like if you had the other Gallias or it takes X, I guess you just play to, yeah, I don't know.
What
I
is,
mean, it was a losing battle regardless. So.
Yeah.
Unless
Got there.
maybe we have some mirror.
no, that's it. Auto got game one.
That felt like a whole best of 3, but here we are.
Yeah, it sure was. That was just game one. Good
Felt
lord.
like a whole like 5 games.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, dude.
There's so much thinking in this matchup.
Honestly, though, like something to note about tournament decks is also that Modest did have some, at least the one best of 3 that there was honestly like a lot of thinking to do, like mana-wise,
Yeah, that
decision-wise. Overall, he has had to play for maybe half an hour before that series, and
I know that one match was 9 minutes.
right. So
Yeah.
like when you think about it this way, it's still like an endurance challenge in the sense that you have to focus. It's your best tool here, and if you're not able to focus, you're not gonna do the correct decisions. So you might misplay. So
Interesting. Auto had the slash charger, but doesn't have the grave worm to do the shenanigans with.
oh, the bronze arm start is so good. Oh, imagine there's a rebirth another.
Yeah,
Who was on 2? Was it Basat on 2?
Bazat, but yeah, Bazat has a second one.
Okay, still like cookie cutter. But he's not that slash. I mean, lost soul mana yet, so. I'm pretty sure it's just slam factory shell. Unless there's the rebirth, dude. Rebirth would be so good.
Rebirth would be amazing right here.
Yeah, I'd love to know what's left in Bazat's deck. Like that's the benefit to knowing your opponent's deck in these CIDCs is if you slashed his deck and saw that the other rebirth was in the deck, you know you're just smooth sailing.
Yes.
I guess. Spots here.
I kind of like it because, like, we know that Basat just tutored out for the factory show, so if he wants to deploy it and make his future top decks better, there's not like. Because the thing is, like, if you found APOC, then Basat probably just plays something, goes get the smash run, plays another smash run, something like.
He had the other rebirth. Wow, I'm strong. The thing is okay. So he hits Factory Shell here, right? He's gonna get Lost Soul.
I think Forbos. I like Forbos here.
Either way, he's getting Lost Soul this turn. So he needs to top deck well, and then Auto needs to capitalize.
I like getting Forbos here because it, like, the one factor is LEC.
Oh, here we go. Oh, and he had the APOC too.
We have to know. almost all Survivor top decks would do exactly that. Because it
So-
will let you find the clap from the Phorobos.
Right. So
You
circle.
just yeah.
So circle back really quick because Otto had APOC in his hand and he opted to Lost Soul before the APOC. I feel like I would have APOC'd first,
Mm.
especially being behind.
Well, I guess no, because if you Apox first, he would have just played the next factory shell, and you're kind of back to square one of having it on the board.
Yep.
I guess, but you still have Lost Soul in hand, so who cares? You're in the same spot.
Yeah, but the factory shell would be on the field instead of if it worked out this way.
But Factory Shell's on the field regardless. Factory Shell and Phorobos are on the field regardless. If you see what I'm saying, like he Lost Souled first with Bronze Arm Factory and Phorobos when he could have APOC'd. Sure, if Bazat wants to run out another Factory Shell, great. He's still got a bunch of cards in hand. You Lost Soul him now, and then at that point he's just got the one Factory Shell versus the Phorobos in addition. So it's interesting. The top decks aren't doing either one of them favors right now.
Difference
It's an
in
interesting
top
bottom
decks
step.
right now is pretty big.
Yeah. Bazat's considering going in, it would seem like.
Yeah, I like Lost Soul first.
Might not actually have been that bad. Because I feel like the longer you wait around, just like the lower your chances are.
Yeah.
He does have his own survivors.
No, I absolutely agree. I get the sentiment for sure, but I'm just saying the difference here between Factory Shell and Phorobos versus just clearing them when you have the opportunity to. Granted, Bazat top decked exactly what he needed to take him off of that, which was unfortunate, but APOCing first, even if you know your opponent's going to run out of Factory Shell the following turn, like you still know you have Lost Soul in your pocket, you end up in the same spot, more or less.
Another Bronze Arm Tribe.
Bazat is not getting lucky.
Wow.
Basalt is also getting tilted though. Can't do that in a tournament. Gotta keep focused.
That's so unfortunate. Bronze Arm and a Sky Sword and a Bronze Arm.
And he also had a burst shot on the top of his deck, so shout outs to Bronze Arm.
Oh dear.
Alright. Otto is getting set to pop off here. With an additional fire mana, he could very well just be setting up for Gargantua here in the next turn.
The thing is though, we still could see a world of shield triggers or stuff, and then the
Yeah.
bad swing is real.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
still it's Factory and Phorobos on the board with a lot of mana, so
Yeah, that's I guess what we're not commentating on right now is the fact that Bazat is just presenting lethal next turn.
yeah. Yeah, actually this is I got a little like branched away. Like I was gonna highlight the fact that sometimes you get kind of tunneled in these defined win conditions and these like defined engines instead of being like, hey, I have 3 creatures on the board, how about I swing them because they have 4,000 power or something. And they are a resource, like survivors are cool.
Bazat is choosing to take some early shields. I don't hate it.
First shot in hand. So
Alright.
yeah, that's gonna just like wipe the board.
Dark Center's saying cat. Huh?
It's fine. He just
Yeah, the other one.
yeah, it's fine. He left one untapped, it didn't matter.
First shot. Clear the four both.
Yeah, burst shot is really
Well, it's not lost either way, but I understand. Yeah, Dark Signer's just
Are we gonna see a rebirth? Okay.
Smashhorn, I guess. Yeah. And then you can still clear,
Yeah.
and you can get your spells for later. That's gonna be really, really hard to come back from now.
But hold on. Couldn't you just still clear the same way if you just kill the big drop and you trade your Forbos in? Like you could get Forbos from the. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Same thing.
Like the other way you get to have an untapped Forbos. I guess that's like it doesn't.
All right. Auto set up to do
Actually,
the
there
thing.
is a difference, yeah, because now you open wheels and open to top decking the Forbos. That's actually. I'm not sure which is better. Was Basaton 2 boss?
They both have 2 balls.
Okay.
Yeah. The power with Smashhorn could have been relevant there too to the favorable trades. Just talking about what you were just talking about, Sydelio. I
Yeah.
don't remember the board state, but with Smashhorn might have been important. Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the Gargantua turn and just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he have?
You still get a 4-bone search. You have all the spells that you need. It feels pretty safe.
Yeah. Yeah, Grave Worm's not doing anything. It only breaks 5, so it's not a complete world break. Soul Swap's irrelevant.
Forbos out, maybe?
Forbos out.
No, because Forbos can't swing this turn. Or no, can it? Yeah, Forbos can swing. So yeah, so swap out Forbos for Blazo. Or the Bronze, yeah, Bronze Arm Trap, sorry.
That makes sense.
Still 3 more shields. And. Hello. Okay, yeah.
Forbos can still go in.
Yep.
Was it 2 overall though?
Auto takes it 2-0.
Yeah. Alright, guys.
Which means-
I'll just ask Otto to enter. Otto close there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just DM him on Discord.
Dark Spider against Otto, and the winner gets their chance against Modest Duelist.
Yep.
So, Earth Power, we've got ourselves a pick here.
We do. We're also tied in points.
I think I had Mr. Bazat.
You did. You had Mr. Bazat. I had Auto, which means I got 3 points for it, which brings our total to 7 versus 7. So this is honestly, because I don't think, I mean, because it's finals, right? So this is probably just our last pick'em here. So
These are the prizes. Expo.
So I think whoever wins the final pick'em will win.
because we're gonna make that count for 4, we'll make this one count for 3, and the finals count for 4.
I was thinking this one would increase per each round, so this one would be 4, and then the next one would be 5. So this one doesn't really matter since we're tied. It would go to the final.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, that playmat is amazing. I want that playmat.
Otto is saying just 2 minutes is fine. Sure.
Cool.
I'm gonna grab some water as well. We might as well actually just hop into the idle screen for a bit. Everybody, stretch up a bit, go grab some water and just like, you know, get your blood flowing a bit. We're gonna have 2 more series and they're gonna be a blast, so you guys
Absolutely.
in just a minute.
Alright, so how do you want to do this?
So, because we're tied, that makes this very interesting for you and me since we're still in it. So,
Yeah.
what I was saying, because the points total increasing doesn't matter. We could do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't matter, because it's basically whoever wins losers round 4 is basically going to have to like whoever loses that is going to obviously. I'm saying obviously. Are we still live? Can people hear us? Okay, because whoever, whoever.
Yeah, get the stream.
All right.
I think we're good.
Okay, yeah, because whoever picks, like, so say I pick Auto and you pick Dark Signer, and Auto wins.
Yeah.
That'll put me at 11 versus your 7. I'm very positive you're just going to pick Modest Duelist, and then it's just like that's a given win.
Would you say it's fair that we're both gonna pick Modest Duelist if it comes to it?
Yes, and that's why I'm saying I don't think it matters what happens in the finals. I think this should be our championship for you and me at least.
Right. Okay. I agree.
So.
Then
And because we're tied, it's basically just a coin flip. Unless who do you want? Because I want Auto.
I'll take Dark Signer.
Okay. All right. Because I was gonna say if you also want Auto, we can just flip a coin because that's essentially what this is about to come down to.
But that's no fun.
Right. Right. So.
I'm just gonna put my faith in Dark Signer.
Yeah, I'm picking against myself because I think Sydelio's got the win here. If Dark Signer makes it through, I can feel good about losing to you because at that point Dark Signer's just got to win 2 matches against Modest Duelist, and then I can beat Sydelio. Just trying to hedge myself here. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom right now too. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess I'll take second.
How you living, wife?
Mine.
So for losers round 4, that's just going to be like
Okay, yeah.
so I picked a Darksider, and he's going to take.
Now I'm back.
Well, alright, I'm gonna mute the screen soon and go from there.
Can they hear us right now?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Really
Gotcha.
So booster round 4, so this will determine who goes against Modest Duelist in the finals. And it's going to be between Darksigner on the Fortress Burn against Otto, who's playing the Survivor Mishmash Potato Crash. So we're gonna be having a good time here. Let us hop over to the bracket and see how things look here. And let me just unmute my wonderful co-commentators here. Alrighty. So what do you guys think of the upcoming match? Who are you betting on? And let us know what your
So,
situation is.
is Garabon back yet?
I'm back.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, while we were in the break, Garabon and I were deciding how we were going to place our final bets here, and essentially what we're going with here is Garabon is taking Darksigner, I'm taking Auto, and that'll be for all the marbles, because I think we both ultimately decided that whoever does end up getting through this losers round, Garabon and I are both taking Modest regardless. So this one's for all the marbles here. But I'm on Auto, Garabon's on Darksigner, and I think Auto, the reason I'm taking Auto, I think he has the better matchup here. I think Survivors can do the thing versus this very like teched against Rush with a lot of shield triggers heavy mana burn.
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult for Darksider because he doesn't really have much in the way of mass removal to get rid of all the survivors and stuff. But I think his deck is going to be pretty consistent, and I don't know, maybe if Otto breaks a little bit, we might be looking pretty good.
Alrighty, guys. If our wonderful contestants are ready, we might as well hop into the game. So Darksider versus Otto, please go ahead and make the room, and we'll be hopping over to spectate. Best of luck with both of you. You're going to go up against Modest Duelist, whoever wins. So best of luck.
Yeah, good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck and have fun, and may the best duelist win.
Let's see, Darksider. I see the room here. Alright, let's go through the transition. We're heading to the last deciding match to see who ends up in the finals. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah, the other funny note here is I'm hedging my Darksigner to win it all bet. So if Garabon does end up winning here and taking Darksigner, that means it'll be you and me in the final Sydelio for who we think wins the whole shebang.
It's looking pretty good for me, Norman.
I'd say so.
Alright. Alright, so what do
like what the dice roll?
Okay, so I think we're gonna be looking at the turn 3 browser tribe for both of the players.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that's important. Lost Soul is incredibly important in this matchup. Darksinder's deck has the deck to get there first, regardless of whether he's on the draw or on the play. But yeah, it's without mass removal. I mean, Auto could just get aggressive. Like there's nothing stopping him, and the shield triggers. I mean, the shield triggers are the toughest part of this, right? Because Darksider hedges almost all of his decks to deal with rush and aggression. So the 18 triggers from Darksider here could pose an issue if Auto tries to jump the gun. That's tough. Yeah, that one's tough.
Oh,
it is a factory shell in the mana, so you can pretty safely assume that's what it's saying.
yeah.
Darksider probably doesn't have the process.
Yeah, no green mana.
So we're just playing light water mid-range seems. Logic cube. Okay, so is this gonna be like
It's just got to be
a
for
ramp
clamp.
source?
I think it's got to be clamp. If not, it would be. If he grabs Soul Swap, that feigns that he's got Bronze Arm Tribe in his hand.
I mean, the logic, like, there are some, like, the clamp it's good, but it feels so bad if there's Grave Worm in Otto's hand. Like, you
Yeah.
can just, okay, I charge mana next turn, I play a thing, you clamp me, I charge mana, play Grave Worm. But, I don't know. Outsider taking his time to figure out the shields.
Yeah.
Because there's no downside to it, like, you can do it, so might as well.
My volume is a little low.
Yeah, you are a little bit quieter than Sydelio to me, Garabon.
Okay, let me turn my volume up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, am I a little bit loud?
Seems so. Chat can probably,
Yeah, let me know if I'm loud enough.
at least for me, it's fine.
Yeah, you could probably go up another five points
Okay,
or so, Garabon.
you are louder, so I think you're good. Okay.
Fine, I'll just keep it here for now, and then if anybody else says anything different.
Oh, Loco could be really good.
Loco sniped the stream right out of his hand. Yeah.
What's it? Did he find stream? Oh no, it was the.
Yeah, he logic Q for stream and Loco sniped it. He also put down a missed Rios to do that, which is again questionable in this matchup.
Could be soul swap in hand though. Could be soul swap. So, like maybe it's gonna be charge mana, soul swap, play a creature.
That does not feel good. This charge end there. When you could be playing that juicy energy stream.
Please, soul swap, Mistrias out, and play a creature. Let's go.
That would be so strong.
Yep, it's happening.
3.
Oh. Yes. Are survivors doing it? Oh, can we just factor Risha though? Like why go for Mistress if you can factor Risha?
Yeah,
Yeah, good point.
because with Factory you could get like Blazosaur and then Blazosaur and then
And get another.
Yeah. Well, Factory Shell also keeps your mana green, so
That's
yeah.
But I guess you can just not find a green creature.
Also
which you
true.
can charge
Yeah,
next
also
turn.
fair. You're right. Sydelio, you're right.
Oh, yeah. There's quite nothing like, the Souls from Factory. It just feels good.
It's quite nothing like
Okay.
playing 2 cards in one turn and searching your deck
Oh,
for 2 more very
yes.
strong cards, and yeah, just just doing all the things.
And at the same time, it's still out there. You need to deal with it, or it's just gonna get worse from there.
Yeah. Went ahead and grabbed another Factory Shell too, which I like.
gonna be green mana at the least.
I'm not sure what Darksider needs at this stage, like Sky Sword and then pray for a miracle. Because the
Yeah.
engine is getting.
I don't hate a Faliga here either. It lets him contest some of this
Yeah.
board, so Like,
Like,
the thing is Darksider doesn't have a good turn yet, and he's probably not going to for another turn or two. Sky Sword is what gets him back into this game because it'll punch him to 7, which will let him start doing Miraculous Plague shenanigans. But
I have to say I'm pretty sure Otto had, if this is not exactly mana ramp this turn, Otto just slam dunks a 4-boss next turn.
yeah,
Pretty sure.
yeah, it is foul.
Okay, so
Alright.
this is 100% charge mana with the factory shell play 4-boss get lost. So
Yep.
yeah, that would be really rough.
Yeah, he did search for Factory Shell last turn
Yeah.
though, so fingers crossed. If he has Forbos, that's the obvious play. If he doesn't, we're
charge factory play 4-boss get lost. So I'm pretty confident.
he doesn't have it. Yeah. He didn't have the Forbos. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it would have been the nicer play to get the 4 bows off of the factory shell.
But yeah, setting himself up with green mana was probably just the play there though.
Yeah.
So he wanted to have green next turn just in case the top was Smash Horn or something else because he's got a ton of green cards. So
I think though that you could, yeah, I mean it's hard. You couldn't know that Darksider is not ramping.
right,
But if you're expecting him not to ramp, then like the Lost Soul play is super safe
Right.
because
that's right.
there's no cranium clamp can't play it.
Yeah, and the odds of it were super low, which is why I can understand why Auto would get Factory Shell, but still, you want to talk about capitalizing on just the bricks that are apparently Darksider's turns. Forbos was definitely the call there, but hindsight's 2020.
Exactly.
So if you're Darksider in this situation, what do you think is your best play?
Terror pitting the Factory Shell. Terror pitting the Grave Worm, trying to just keep him off of, making him waste another turn to set either one of them up so that you can Lost Soul. If Auto is allowed to flex next turn and play out just a ton of creatures, Mana Burn loses. Mana Burn can't come back from a wide board. So, like, he needs to deal with one of the two threats.
Best play is like Bronze Autumn Tribe and Soul Swap the Surfer out to bounce.
Yeah. I mean, Snare and Spiral Gate could be very good too. So, yeah, I don't hate that. Yeah. It's just a more expensive Spiral Gate. And if he's got Snare. Logic Cube. Okay.
Yeah, Lost Soul.
Which lets him get Lost Soul. So yeah, it's basically the same thing. Make force Auto to set up again, play mana, play 2 cards potentially, and then just hope he doesn't top deck a Survivor. Oh, he had it. Never mind. All right.
Okay,
Good lord.
So okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah, that's
Because-
just strong.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty like honestly, I'd love to discuss this with Otto. Like, if he didn't have Lost Soul, would have he gone for that? So
Snare's a good top deck.
That's a good snare. Very good snare off the top.
still though, a lot of cards that are really good.
Yeah, Darksider.
Amongst the top decks, it's absolutely one of the better because Terror Pit was worse.
Yeah, Darksider. There's your Forbos. Darksider at 0 cards and 6 mana is not a good feeling against Survivors right now, though.
No.
Take Rebirth would be pretty good.
Yeah, Rebirth is strong.
Block with
Yeah,
Rebirth.
he's gifting Auto the Surfer.
There we go. Yeah. Oh my god.
All right, Darksider, do something cool.
Soul swap your Surfer out and not put anything back in.
Wow. What a
Honestly, not a bad play.
What?
Honestly, not a bad.
no! It's an awful play. You soul swap out your Giga Balls. The Survivors deck doesn't run 4s. Yeah.
Oh my god. This feels that's so disgusting. Like
Yeah.
when you look at Rebirth's face value and you're like 6 mana, I kill a creature, so it's a lower power Terror Pit.
Right.
Then on top of that, you also get yourself a creature. But then on top of that, you have this additional layer of synergy where you find another survivor and another spell. So it's like 5 for 1.
You wanna
Everybody
you
else.
wanna talk about cards that just weren't strong enough, you know. Give Rebirth Shield Trigger. What are we doing?
Oh no, that would be disgusting.
I don't think the card's very good, man. You gotta give it Shield Trigger, make it better.
Imagine if Meltdown had
I think that would
you could,
that would
like, your opponent breaks all your shields and then you shield trigger them back and then you get the Meltdown shield.
if Meltdown had Shield Trigger, it might make Mana Nexus a good card again.
Manix is nice.
It's so bad. Christian and I've had this discussion so many times, but just like it's so bad. And it on paper it looks like it should be good. In practice, it is probably just it's just terrible.
I think it's good, but I feel like it's just not gonna be enough.
No, I feel like
Yeah.
it delays the inevitable. Like,
Yeah.
okay, we can't like conclude everything as of yet, but still,
No.
it's really,
Yeah,
really
Dark Signer's clawing to life right now. Yeah, it's not going well.
I think it's like lost soul or bust, essentially. And then
Yeah.
you hope Otto breaks.
This, so then we'll probably get another Blazosaur. Yep.
You remember those years, like maybe 6 years back or 5 years back, when survivors were considered just like kind of a meme strategy in the sense that it
Mhm.
was like, oh yeah, it's just like this funky, wonky, like civilization. I mean, a race-centric deck, and now we're just looking it in a whole different light, with this light splashed in, and everything's weird.
Yeah, Dark Signer's already seen one of his lost souls, so the odds that he sees another one in 29
can always
cards is
hope.
low. Yeah,
We seen the German odds as we saw in the Holy Ocean.
yeah. He also knows what his shields are, so
Right. Yeah.
Well, he takes a soul swap, but he doesn't have great mana.
Dark Signer's playing 3D chess right now. He's like turns ahead of us.
I don't know if he has enough turns to get ahead.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, this is Otto's turn to flex, so pretty sure we see a Grave Worm here if he has it. Ooh, I think it's probably unfortunate. Yeah, Darksigner did not draw well early. He's not wrong there, and the energy stream snipe was very strong.
And Misrias.
I mean, Mysteries isn't bad, but
Yeah, Otto's just going wide. I mean, he'll probably set up Gargantua here in the next turn and just swing for game. So
and honestly, like even if you don't set up for a Gargantua, you have a whiteboard.
yeah. Mana burn is it's not set to win. Mana burn at most is usually burning two cards a turn, 4 cards if it has the swap play. So yeah, this game is we're nearing the end of it.
Yeah, there's not much left.
I think small misplays. You should search for the
You
survivor
search first, then
because it
draw.
amps up
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
odds to draw a non-survivor,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
you likely want.
Yeah, always search first. Maybe not always, but like 99% of the time.
Though, because maybe you can change what you want to search for based on your draw, but like in situations like this, I think your search is pretty decided.
Oh, especially when you have 4 cards and you're ahead by like 8 turns. You got Lost Soul. That's rude.
The dark sider would have swung already 17 turns ago.
Yeah,
when
that's
you have 2 creatures ahead.
that might be just shades of CIDC nerves. He's just trying to guarantee that he has it. So
And I mean, I don't fault him for that.
No, no, not at all. It's fun to commentate. I love a good BM.
Okay, now Gargantua and Darksider facing.
Oh my god, there's two of them.
Ooh, the double daughter. Okay, I love everything that's going on in this
Yep.
board.
Yep, that was
And
cool.
then you can get searches, you can get draws.
So
He doesn't even need any of it. He's just going in.
Okay,
Yeah,
picture
so it
this.
is. So it is
Year
also.
2024. There's two Q-Chronic Gargantuas on the board, both looking to swing for 6 shields.
I love that Otto went 1 through 6, and Darksider looked at 6 first.
You gotta look at 6, and then you can decide if you want to use your other ones.
Yeah. At this point, yeah. Hey, there's a surfer.
Oh yeah, never mind.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's gonna be game 1 to Otto.
Wow.
I could have sworn that was like at least the second game.
Darksider's the first to play.
Green mana.
He's gonna have a skill set stronger.
Yeah, yeah. Shout outs to Darksider. He found green mana on turn 1.
Nice. Maybe this game we're playing at Nature Darkness midrange instead of the Light Water midrange.
One might argue that's worse.
Skysword in mana. What is this deck? Fortress Burn versus Fortress Burn.
It looks like it. Logic Cube Charge. I think that's probably pointing to a better turn 3 play, so hopefully that's a Bronze Arm Tribe and Darksider can actually
Yeah.
get going a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I can't imagine Logic Cube goes down if he doesn't have Bronze Arm Tribe or a second cube in hand. So
Yeah, it could be he has the other cube and needs the mana. Energy Stream.
Oh,
goes
ener-
down.
This is a loaded hand. Very nice.
Yeah.
Energy Stream is not bad at all because you're not expecting the survivors to play too much ahead of curve.
yeah, and honestly, I think Survivors has a worse matchup if it does try to get aggressive early against this. Especially Darksider's version. Terra Pit and Surfer can just absolutely derail everything.
Okay, this is good news for Darksider because you're essentially trading like card selection versus just a
Yeah.
beef on the board, which is
Yeah.
like if it was a Bronze Arm Tribe, it would be much worse.
Yeah, Darksider doesn't care about anything until the first Fortress hits.
Oh,
So.
Spiral Gate. Are we gonna actually see the Spiral Temp?
Is he? That's interesting. I don't know.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
love
Dude, like,
that. Yeah.
if it wasn't already like the quiet tiny in our apartment complex, I would send my utmost regards to Darksider because this is so correct.
Yeah, that is an excellent play. I love that.
That is.
I was thinking, like, why would you bounce the
Yeah,
Smash Ward?
That's what I was gonna say too. There's no reason to bounce it. It's not threatening anything right now. You want it to swing.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yep. Well played, Darksider. Heads up play. Very heads up.
Got swap.
Oh, Skysword.
Yeah, he's swapping
I know.
Sky Sword.
Yeah,
He's
that's
he's working his own ramp right now. Unfortunately, he's losing the Lost Soul race still. Unless he has the 3-drop. If he has the Bronze Arm Tribe here, that's great.
He's got another swap.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he sets like Darksider has the Fortress in mana. I'm pretty sure he has a Soul Swap in hand. So like, just going Bronze Arm Tribe this turn and looking to set up instead of the Lost Soul, just so hoping to mana burn doesn't seem bad at all.
Yeah. And even if you don't have a great Soul Swap play, the Bronze Arm Tribe can just be your land this turn. Like it's not a
Yes.
bad play at all.
Yes. Yeah, good point from Exboom that at least Otto, in case there's the Lost Soul in hand, Otto gets to deploy an engine piece
Yeah.
one turn before the Lost Soul.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Energy Stream.
Energy Stream.
This is like the cookie cutter mid-range kind of a game. Like nobody's playing super like balls to the walls ramp into a Lost Soul, but rather this is like incremental value gain and
Yeah.
see where we end up.
Yeah. Otto's got to play mana, play Factory Shell or
Oh
something.
my god, that's I love where this is going.
Now,
He's only got one in hand, so the Lost Soul is probably not that valuable right now.
Yeah, auto could be fanning. I would love to know if the card in auto's hand is factory shell, because if it is, I still think you lost soul this turn. Like, you're not losing on board by you're not losing on board. So
Okay, let's look at this way. I think lost souling every time. Okay, let's see. You're at 6. Yeah, it has to be lost soul every time because you're trading one turn for one turn stop deck. And if Otto, quite literally, even if he top decks a normal survivor, it doesn't do that much.
well, even still, like even if the card in auto's hand is darkness, like auto hasn't set up darkness mana yet. So like the lost soul has a lot of benefits here. Any discard has benefits. Shoot, if he's got the loco, play the loco. Like do whatever he can to discard this turn if he can. But
Agreed.
yeah, if he's got clamp or gigabalza plus that energy stream this turn, that'd be a heck of a turn. But looks like Sky Sword's down, so looks like he's gonna take a conservative turn.
Okay.
I think it's not bad because honestly, I think if the auto had the factory shell, he might have just played it anyways, just because then it would be on the board, and if you get discarded and you top deck a survivor,
Yeah.
he's straight to the races.
Yeah, agree.
Rebirth. Oh my lord.
Rebirth is strong.
The thing now is though, like, yeah, Otto has a lot of mana, but
Yeah.
you're gonna start seeing the mana burn coming. Mistrias is
Yeah.
really heads up.
Yeah.
Because now you're forcing your opponent to either, soul swap the Mistrias out,
Yeah.
or then you're just playing the fortresses into it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if he has a miss left in his deck, he plays that over the Grave Worm every time. There's nothing going right now. There's no Survivor engine yet. He's literally playing mid range with a Survivor splash right now. So, but Darksigner is ahead by a lot, and if he can get mana burn rolling this turn, things are going to start to get difficult for Auto, especially the minute he top decks a darkness card. Yeah, Auto could play Fortress this turn, take him off of Light and a Fire card, and then just sure he gets to draw a card with Mistrias, but another Fortress following that, or just removal for Mist after the fact, and I think Auto's on his back foot at that point.
Darksigner with the world of choices here.
Yeah. Yeah, that might. I mean, Darksigner's probably got three or four lines here, probably based on his hand, all of which could be correct based on what Auto sees off the top of his next two cards. But like I said, I think if he has the mana burn, if he has Fortress here, I think that's the play. Take him off of light mana, take him off of fire. But
yes, Soul Swapper Plague is pretty juicy.
Yeah. Yeah. Auto draws a card. Val gets back stream.
Oh my god. Actual mid-range.
Yeah. It's either Darksigner's deck isn't doing him any favors, or he's just oof. That's strong.
Darkness card, dude. Darkness card and Lost Soul.
Surfer, Dolfang, he had the Lost Soul. Yeah, that's tough.
Wow.
That is tough. That was a terrible hand. What's up, babe?
How much longer are you gonna be?
I have no idea. No,
The sad thing here is
I'm talking. I'm
as
hanging out.
in
What's
the
up?
current board state, this is not that.
What do you need?
It's definitely.
I'm sorry. I'm commentating, babe. I don't want to be bothered while I'm doing this.
The Mistrias and the other creature that you're given. Bad.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to talking.
Angela?
Did you just take the Gargantua and you're one step closer?
Or most makes sense.
Sorry, I had to step away for 2 seconds. What I miss?
A Plague,
Like,
which is not super good. I think this just delays and gives more resources to the opponent.
yeah, but it also takes Auto off of another one of his colors. Okay, kept the four bows.
Use it.
Yeah.
Say Mistrias and then draw a card.
And he had the Blazo. Wow.
better off than he was before that plague.
Yeah, it's just the same. It just basically set him back a turn. Yeah, Otto's got the inside track again. He just needs to see factory or Forbos.
Gargantua. There would be no yellow mana to replay the Mystrias. Or no, because the Forbos would be the mana. Never mind.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he'll just he'll
I forgot.
yeah.
Yeah.
He'll pull back whatever he needs to be able to play the mist. He always had the option there. That's the one thing about Plague is like you usually give your opponent the option to at least take one line. Surfer's a bad top deck.
For charge.
Didn't opt to go for the fall. I mean, it gives Darks. I mean, Otto just some draws, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't have played both, right? He's definitely not enough mana.
Yeah.
Let's see what Otto's got here.
A lot of drawing right here.
Unless Lost Soul and Holio in hand.
Yeah, he's still burst shot's not great.
Don't want to play that. Lasso Sound. Oh, no. That doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it draws him a card off mist
You would
though.
draw off Mystrias, I guess.
Yeah, I know, but like the Felix text.
Yeah, Otto's seeing the wrong end of his deck right now as well.
He doesn't have the mana for a like Grave Worm. He doesn't have the mana for it.
Mm-hmm. He also doesn't really have a graveyard, right?
Center draws mana burn. He can actually do some pretty hefty work because it's mostly green.
Yeah. The fortunate thing for Otto here is even if he, like, it's not like he's missing Grave Worm. He has no survivors in his graveyard.
Like a terror bit or something would be fantastic on the Mystrias, and then just hope to find the fortresses.
2, 3, Soul Swap.
Good. It's not bad. And grab Plague again. Basically set him up again. I honestly don't think you Plague here, though. I think Plague gives Otto advantage.
I would get terror or the Mystrias.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the better play here.
Or just Lost. I mean, Lost Soul doesn't feel good because the hand was bad that Otto has.
Yeah. You're Lost Souling a burst shot and a card that Otto didn't want to play, which is maybe Darkness, but
I guess it would kind of hedge against auto drawing a lot more on his next turn, and then like you could save the Lost Soul, but then he's just playing more creatures probably anyways.
yeah. Terra Pit's the grab here, but he's probably counting shields also.
I think removal on the Mystrias is just the best because
Yeah.
you still have so much mana and your top deck quality is good. Like Spiral Gate is a good, then because of Faliga,
Yeah.
Soul Swap is good, Logic Cube is good, Surfer is good.
Yeah, Terra Pit's the most. Yeah, you're right. Terra Pit is absolutely the most correct play here, and now you're still. I mean, we're still here in just top deck wars. Otto has a burst shot, probably a darkness card, and then whatever he just drew this turn.
Alright, it's Grave Worm and something else, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
What are we gonna see?
Like, Bronze Arm is arguably the worst draw.
Lost Soul, strong. Holy All and Slash
Okay,
Charger.
what did Otto have?
Holy All and
Slash
Slash
and
Charger.
Holio, okay.
Mm.
So Holio was cut.
These are very slow top decks.
Now the thing is, would have you charged the Darkness mana?
Yeah,
Like the Slash?
yeah. One could argue just to charge the Slash Charger. It didn't matter. Like, you're right. I think Grave Worm was the only darkness card worth holding on to at that point. Like, yeah, burst shot's awful, but who cares?
Still a 10 spot because like any of the NG pieces now for Otto is really strong, and likewise for Darksigner.
Yeah. Yeah, Darksigner has a.
He's weaker against Fortress, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
More actually. He does charge with dark mana though.
And passes.
I think after the Lost Soul that doesn't feel as like because
Good.
now you've seen both Lost Souls from Darksigner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
crazy. A Fortress Shell
Darksigner-
could just put Darksigner right back in this match. Like the tempo swings
you
here are
take
crazy.
Grave Worm and Forbos out and what is Darksigner holding on to? Like, is it a Holio as well? Yeah, this is absolutely not over yet. It's 1-0 for Otto, right?
Wow, and it's
Yeah,
a
1-0 auto.
1-0.
So one of them has to be Holio or something.
Yeah, Aldo's got the 2, so he might have another one here.
Just gonna see Holio, Faliga slam into Mistria's pass, something like that. Because you don't want to play anything into the Mistrias now.
Yeah. Or just
Dodgy.
snare, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I forgot, yeah. It's
Very,
very
very
shield.
solid.
Something already got snared. That's pretty good. 4 mana. Gigaballs is very good.
Gargantua.
Yeah, like Gargantua is kind of whatever because it just exists.
Yeah, I feel like you're not really playing it until you have the Grave Worm set up anyways.
Now let's see.
What's crazy is here, if Otto wanted to,
Rebirth?
like, Darksigner's probably not in a position to try to start swinging for game. So, like, if Otto doesn't play Factory Shell stuff here, which he just did, like, I know we're at turn 18 here, so it probably still makes sense for him to go Factory Shell, but, like, he was technically winning the deck out race.
Very, very cool. Do you get Grey Worm this time now? Yeah.
I'm surprised he got Blazosaur versus the
He
Grey
just
one.
played.
I think he could play and then get the Grave Worm.
Oh, okay.
Because he couldn't play the Grave Worm.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah,
He
you're right.
could have gotten Smash if he had it.
Yeah, which means he's probably out of them at this point, or they're shield locked.
Also, something to notice. Imagine if the Gargantua is there.
Yeah,
Okay, so the deck count is 17 versus 16, so even though Otto has a gazillion amount of shields, it's not that separate.
just as a note, Otto's Gargantua is sitting there in mana, so he's
But he has 2, right?
yeah, the other one's in grave. Grave Worm gets it back.
Right.
Okay, right.
But he could play the Grave Worm into the Gargantua on the next turn.
Correct. And that's got to be what Darksigner sees this turn. So yeah, so he's gonna snipe it. Yeah, heads up. Good play. Good play. Yeah. Any.
The thing though currently is that there's still 5 shields swing on the board.
Yeah, Soul Swap will do it.
Okay, yeah. Grey Worm out. You get
Yeah,
the
that's
Gargantua.
effectively the exact same thing.
Yep.
That was amazing top pick.
Yeah, Otto's just gonna go for it here. I think. I don't see a reason.
Yeah, like
Well,
we have to account like how do you lose if you swing here
yeah, if
Not-
he's.
to anything, right?
I think you just play the Gargantua. Break all 5. Like Darksigner needs so much to go right here. No, oh my god, he evolved on the wrong creature. But either way, that's fine.
I guess he just wants to leave.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he has 5 Terror Pits. I guess that's just the way it breaks. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh.
I guess you have to swap out.
Sky Sword of Professor. Okay, so what's the play to win though? If you're hoping to hit the Holio,
He also didn't search his deck when he played Gargantua, just as a heads up. Yeah, I mean, you just soul swap out your own Sky Sword and just hope to stay alive.
Here comes the rest of the 4 shields.
Yep.
we should be hitting one more trigger by Darksider's odds.
Yeah, by odds, yeah.
We're gonna hit
Yeah.
Latch Shield Holy Awe again.
Nope, that's the game. Auto takes it.
Jeez.
So, kind of as assumed.
Yeah, Survivors got there. Wow.
That last game was kind of a grind, but he made it.
Holy moly.
Alright.
Levi said for the last match.
Hell yeah. First of all, congratulations to Otto and Modest for making it to the finals. We are going to have quite the matchup. Otto is at a disadvantage here, matchup-wise, and also he has to win Modest twice. But it is to be said that there's always variance, and Otto does have Sky Swords,
And we-
Storm Tribes, all that jazz. So.
And you are playing 2 out of 3, right? So Modest and Auto 2 out of 3. If Auto wins Grand Finals, is another 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Okay.
So we saw this is a repeat matchup from the winners bracket where Modest won 2-0, and notably Otto did not have a single shield trigger out of all 10 shields.
Yeah.
Probably best night of the tournament.
Okie dokie, guys. Otto and Modest, are you guys ready to kick off the finals? Let me know if you are, and we'll get it on the way.
What country is Auto representing? Finland. So we got Finland versus Canada.
Yes.
That's awesome.
All right, Otto is ready to play.
Two different continents. That's kind of interesting.
Torille.
First time that a North American player wins an IDC if Modest takes it.
I think so. Also, the fact that I think Modest is just coming into this fresh. Auto's been on anything but autopilot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been grinding. It also, was it? Oh yeah, it wasn't all the way from the start, but still, like from all this, right? Imagine this like revenge arc though, from this second round. God damn. Otto's been on autopilot. I mean, Otto's autopilot seems to be working magnificently well. Better than most duelists out there with their like full manual pilot, you know. And Otto hasn't actually been playing Duel Masters for like that long. I think he started playing at 2017, 18, maybe.
Oh, really?
X-Boom can probably shed some light on it. I believe. Same as Mug, yeah. Yeah, around there, which is pretty cool. Alright, the room seems to be up. Guys, this will be the final match of the CIDC5. So, just as a note, Otto has to win a best of 3 2 times because he has gotten to the finals from the losers bracket. Modest, on the other hand, as he made it to the finals from the winners bracket, has to win a best of 3 once. So, without further ado, enjoy the last time we're gonna see the transition into the game. We're going into the finals. Enjoy.
Let's do it.
Alright, guys, we're in the finals.
Let's go. Good luck.
Alright, let's see who wins the die roll.
My roll is going to be huge. Oh, with the
Okay,
die roll
Modest,
already
let's
happened?
go. Oh,
And it's the one drop.
okay, Modest, let's get this over and done with. Let's get this over and done. I mean, this feels bad because in my heart I want to root for my fellow countrymen, but on the other hand, I need to stick with my prediction. So
Yeah, first shield.
first shield, first shot.
Not bad.
That's
Not
not
bad.
bad. Okay, imagine it wasn't Gota. Imagine it was
Yeah.
literally any other creature.
Yeah.
So,
Imagine if it was like that other game where it was the 2/1 drops.
oh my god. We call P. Oh, Belix.
Yeah. Belix is strong. It's gonna
But
war.
we need to remember the 2-comment missile. You were gonna see the comment,
Yeah.
dude. I'm gonna be so
If
happy.
Comet Missile makes a difference here. Oh
I
wow.
like this. This is so heads up.
Wow.
You do the trade.
Okay.
Every time.
This is something I also highly advocate for every Juliana player out there. Trade your Juliana aggressively. That's what it's meant for. It dies to mass removal. You're supposed to trade it into the Pyro Fighter. Do it every time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna exit out and come in because Otto is glitched on my screen and he has a tapped card in his hand and he's going upside down. What is happening? I have to rejoin.
Shout out to
Double
Octagon.
Ganta.
Yeah. Double Ganta's good. If he has another Smash Horn, things could get spicy here. Oh,
Slash.
before he slashes. I guess. I mean, the choice should maybe be his own deck, just to set himself up. Because he's never going to get Modest to a deck out state. And he needs to have Blazosaur in his hand.
Find out his shields.
Yeah, the Blazosaur play off of the Smash Horn feels bad because at that point you need Smash and Blaza next turn to bounce with the other Ganta, but still possible. A good shield trigger here from Otto could put him right back in it.
Yeah, I like getting a bad top deck out.
Yeah,
Much better than. Yeah, now that's very good. This is a good turn.
not bad.
Yeah, Otto still go to two cards.
Definitely already better than the winner's bracket set.
Absolutely, yeah. The trigger makes a difference. Like, there would still be the deadly factor if not for the scenario.
Yeah, no Terra Pit yet.
I'm just gonna keep trying to punch in with these speed
Soul
attacks.
swap. Could we see a soul swap?
Soul Swap's good.
Sky Sword.
Soul
Oh my
Swap's
God.
very good.
No green mana though, but you can still swing into the recouple. This is
Yeah.
looking pretty good.
Yeah, Otto's got everything at least to make this a match. So
But Otto, the thing is, Otto doesn't have the Gallia zone here. That would be so good in this matchup, like in these balances. Oh, Epoch.
APOC is strong. I wonder what Otto had left in hand. Because if he could have set up two creatures there, I might have just let Modest. Interesting. These guys are playing fast and loose. I don't know if I like it.
I guess you're preventing him from swapping it back.
Probably, yeah. That's the heads up play. Factory Shell only goes down to mana if he has the other one. Yeah. So that's not bad.
Blazosaur.
Yeah, get
Okay.
Blazosaur. And now he's just got to set up for Q-Tronic over the course of the next turn. So Blazosaur can grab another Blazosaur or Smash Horn, and then as long as Modest doesn't have another Volcanic Arrows, he should be fine.
Yeah, you can just go Blazosaur and next turn, if there's no removal on Factory, you go for Gargantua and you win.
Yep. That is the play.
Because each shield is processed separately, so
Alright.
if you cast the Volcanic Arrows in between, you lose the shield.
Yeah. But I mean, Gargantua would only be a triple break, so.
But you still have two attackers aside.
Right. So that very last shield can't be volcanic.
Very rare to see a win off of that, though. And even if you get it, how are you gonna win through these two shields?
Oh. I mean, that's.
He had the other one.
I mean, that's.
Yeah. Similar situation. Otto can just waste a turn here, essentially, set up whatever he can.
Yeah, you can check the opposing shields. And you also get to check Modest's last card in hand.
Yeah.
So you have full information what's going to go.
Since it is like an open decklist format, you can always exactly check your opponent's shields with this in CIDC. But I mean, obviously,
actually,
you're
yeah,
gonna rush.
one card.
Almost always just the one.
But technically one card, because there's 4 that he doesn't know because of the card in hand.
Right. True.
Yeah. Plays Blaza. What else has he got? Anything?
I'm thinking if it was too fast of a thing to get the Blazos out, or whether you should have just. I mean, I guess you can't give any time. I was thinking if it would be an option to get another engine piece if you're afraid of the volcanic arrows.
Yeah. We're back on your hindsight theory, though, right? Because, like, the odds were so low that he was going to have second volcanic arrows versus just setting up for game next turn. And I think you always go for game.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Okay, we have a creature for Modest. It feels like it's been like 3 turns since we had a creature, but
Oh,
That's
the
fresh.
play.
That's
I like
fresh.
this. Imagine
Which-
Otto sees 2 Torgons.
Yeah, which means he should have broken a shield last turn. Dang. Because he's trying to get Modest on a 2-turn clock, but he can't seem to find it. Can't find the third creature.
And the thing is, like, for Otto, if it's like not drawing cards, kind of, then it's okay. Torgon?
Or a Comet Missile.
Missile. Yeah.
It's another Eras. Good lord. Wow.
Like a with the grid. 2 cards in hand. Modest has had so much removal this game.
Yeah.
You'd rather probably see 1-drops. Not gonna lie. Oh, Pyro, you trade.
I think you take the Blazosaur in this position.
but yeah.
What a strange duel we're having.
I think this is just like 1 Sky Sword away from being awful.
Yeah.
Oh, every creature is a threat though. Like, but now if we have a creature to go alongside the Pyro, we're
With 3
stepping up.
with 3 cards in hand, Mata should be able to play 2 here.
You can do this.
Oh yes, 2 creatures.
Oh, no.
We can't fire, or we can't double summon.
What's in his hand?
Oh, if Otto knows, it has to be Torgon because Otto is not attacking, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's something. Oh,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. This should be a guaranteed win now. Yeah, Modest can't win. Yeah. Dang, that was crazy.
Yeah, the handicap coming in late.
Wild.
If he would have had it turn before.
Yeah, close game.
Yeah. Whew.
Still digging for information of the opposing deck list.
Wowza.
Right, maybe.
If this last shield is volcanic arrows, good lord.
If this last shield is volcanic arrows, I quit Duel Masters.
Oh my god. I think we're gonna find out depending on what Otto does. If Otto doesn't just instantly attack, he knows.
Yeah, he hasn't.
What is
Are you
happening?
serious?
Did he really have 3 volcanic arrows down in shields?
He's gotta just be playing it just to play it.
What is happening?
It has to be. I mean, there's no other reason, right? It is volcanic.
Okay, so yeah, he's guaranteeing it with the Q-tronic. Yeah, all right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's just guaranteeing it. All right, I feel better. All right.
Okay, but oh yeah, but because there's the one mystery card in hand, I guess. Yeah, I understand.
But he knew the deck, so like, unless he just didn't
Yeah.
know how many volcanic arrows, if he didn't check it, so I guess
Oh,
guaranteeing it makes sense. But you should know the deck after the slash charger.
You should keep notes.
Yeah.
You can't go again and like, can I look at your deck again, please?
Yeah.
Okay, one drop.
Arguably the worst one though.
In this matchup, it's pretty okay because Blazosaur is a good card.
I guess. I think in this matchup specifically, I think Deadly Fighter's the strongest on one, followed by Sniper. I think Hardy Captain's the worst one of the bunch, just because it's something that won't stick. He opts not to swing. Yeah, that's
I think you attack.
that's a mistake.
I guess you're trying to avoid like a burst shot.
I guess maybe, but like, meh, like
Doesn't burst shot just always get, unless you have like Gota or Pyro.
yeah,
Maybe the burst
it's
shot is equally bad here now.
yeah, it's the theory is before, right? Play to win, don't play to lose, or play not to lose. Like, is that the
Imagine
first
this
one?
is burst shot and then you attacked in the correct order.
Yeah.
Or it's Terror Pit and you're about to feel bad.
Soul swap could be thinking.
You just take Soul Swap to hand, I think.
It's Terror Pit.
It's terrible.
So actually low-key rewarded for the attack order, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just save the shield.
Yeah,
It's
you have to preserve the shields. Because you're looking at 0 shields next turn.
Right.
So best play
No
for
great
Otto.
attacker.
Best play for Otto is Bronze Arm Tribe. Yeah.
There it is.
And that now you just hope for a combination of like Soul Swap into charge, Sky Sword into mana into Soul Swap and just
Oh, there's a double summon.
yeah.
drop Exotic. Actually now with one turn,
I think he
just Rikabu.
you swing Rikaboo
I'll go
first.
Rikaboo first. Yeah. Exotic.
We're gonna get our burst shot. Another Terror Pit.
Another terror.
Solid triggers, but it might not be enough. Needs to be Sky Sword and swing, and then hope for no speed attacker off the top.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, the timing's been off on his triggers. He's had them, but they just haven't come timely.
Another quixotic.
Now you attack with the Sniper also first,
Yeah.
and you return. Yeah.
Okay, get another card in your hand. Now 0 shields.
Burst shot? Dang.
No,
Okay.
that should be it.
If he has burst shot, he can clear the board.
Yeah.
But needs the fire mana.
Yeah.
It's probably
There it
okay.
is.
Okay.
There it is.
But we still do have the threat coming down now.
Yeah.
Yep. Guaranteed at least one threat.
Double
It's gonna
one
be
drop. Or no, just
No,
Ganta. Yeah. Sniper mosquitoes in hand, so I like holding on to it here with the Ganta top deck.
Yeah, it's easier to play it alongside something else. And Gonta gets through Belix if that was in it.
Sky Sword. I like it.
Oh my
Sky
god.
Sword again.
All right. Otto's doing the thing, man. He's trying. He's hanging on.
Much better than the winners bracket game for sure.
8
Absolutely.
mana versus 2 mana.
But yeah, I mean, Otto's still not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah.
Speed attacker still gets to.
Iroh's a good one too.
Pyro first though, because if there's a terror pit or
Yeah.
I guess it's there's no bounce here, so
This is gonna be tough.
7 cards cannot just
Yeah.
still replay the Sky Sword.
Yeah.
Oh damn, did he actually get there? Oh my god.
Yeah, 10 mana is not going to be enough to force it. He's got to be able to.
Discard. He just needs discard like Gigabon. So.
Well, he needs discard and he needs to be able to swing over this Ganta.
Yeah.
Discard Terror Pit does it for sure. Or discard just any removal.
Basically, anything you do still loses to top deck speed attacker off the top.
Discard Rebirth.
Oh, Rebirth for
Yes,
Belix.
Rebirth is
Rebirth
good.
for Belix.
Yeah.
Because you could rebirth Belix and then slash Charger and get rid of a speed attacker, I suppose.
Not enough mana to deal with both. Alright.
Yeah, he doesn't have the things. Alright.
Okay, guys, this is match point. We
Yep.
might see the final match of the CIDC5, but it depends how this goes. If Otto wins, we will go to another best of 3. If Modest wins, Modest will be crowned the champion of the CIDC5. So Otto gets to start, which is always big.
Yeah,
Wait, Otto, did he just draw an extra card?
he did.
Oh. Otto drew extra.
Just reset the match. We're not.
I think moving the card is probably shuffle is the best route here. Yes, shuffle. Modest can choose. Okay, up to judges. Judges.
Yeah, just shuffle and move on.
Yeah, I would say shuffle and move on, but I'll ask.
Yeah, what's typically the rulings for this? Usually, shuffle.
Okay, Sky Sword was in opening hand. I'll wait if Spalding answers. If not, I would just say shuffle deck and carry.
Yeah.
Like one of those things where, like, I guess technically you can't know like which card was the Sky Sword. Like, was that the 6th card? Or, like,
Right.
You could have put the 2nd card back on top of your deck. The game doesn't show you which one it was.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not sure what it would be. Otherwise, I would say like you could just put it back and shuffle.
Spalding saying just continue. No, you
Or
shuffle.
sometimes you can watch it in the replay afterwards. That's good to know. I
Yeah.
didn't think you could do that.
Yeah, you get replay in this if you're paying for the subscription.
Okay, so
Up to Modest. Modest can choose if you shuffle. Understand. Modest can choose if you shuffle.
yeah, that makes sense.
And continue. Okay.
Okay. All right, so the players agree that we're just going to continue like that, and we just put the card back on top of the deck. So, all right.
Technically, as a heads up, is a game warning, but this is the final, so yeah. Technically, I'll just type it to Otto.
Take it the bronze arm.
Start for both of them.
We have the bronze arm. We do have the Sky Sword in the mana zone already. Which is
Oh,
good.
2 Pyros in mana, I think.
Yeah.
So Rikabu and. Oh, I like this. This is
That's
very
good.
good. I like this.
And
And a one
drop.
drop.
Wow.
Let's go. Very good. That's very, very nice.
Burst shot will be
This is-
devastating here.
This is lethal for next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some trigger there. Are we going to see a repeat of the winner's match? No, let's get some kind of defense.
Come on, Sky Sword. Felix.
Well, there's your
We
Belix.
actually get Soul Swap. Okay. Oh. Okay,
Alright.
guys, we might.
On a wing and a prayer here, boys.
Okay, this is the final moment, potentially.
Yeah, so Pyro should be your first swing here. Follow that up with a singular sniper swing, and then Ganta, and then sniper last.
I think I would do a sniper first because of first shot.
Modest, I have zero clue on optimal attack order.
Yeah.
So like auto shield triggers, he's got 3 terror pits, 3 burst shots, 2 holy awe, 4 swaps.
Yeah, more spec removal, so just go sniper first.
Yeah.
But the sniper thing is that you might not have enough mana for the speed attacker next turn. But
Who cares if you win?
yeah. And the final shield. Shot final shield. Oh my god.
Modest got it. Congrats.
Modest takes it 2-1. Congratulations to Modest for winning the CIDC5. That's amazing.
The first North American player to take it, not just a regular IDC, but also CIDC.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
Very impressive run, and this deck choice ended up being perfect for this meta, I think.
Alright guys, we can end the prediction here. And I will happily mention that I won the caster predictions because Modest was my pick and Modest did win the tournament.
Absolutely.
Only 1% of the points was assigned to Modest. Oh chat. Okay, so Modest wins the tournament here. Congratulations to whoever bet on Modest.
Points are going to be going through. 16,875 go to Mr. Bazan.
Some just bets against himself. Oh, that's so good. Congrats, big money for our next tournament. Oh my god. Alright, that's awesome. Modest says he needs just a couple minutes to set up for the post-game interview, so we'll get him here and we can ask him a couple questions.
That's awesome.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to let you guys do the post-game interview. I have to run. I've got some work-related things to do. It's been a joy casting with you both. This has been an absolute blast. I'm glad I was able to hang out through the finals. Give Modest Duelist all of my respect, all of my congratulations for me. That was an awesome run. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on, and it's, as I mentioned, it was honestly such a pleasure, and I hope we can do this as this trio, and perhaps like if there's others willing to commentate sometimes, feel free to contact me. This was a really good format. I got to eat while you guys were commentating, and I enjoyed the show as well. That was so good. Thank you so much for coming on Earth Power, and everybody. I know Earth Power's channel doesn't need further introductions, but go give them a sub. Go enjoy the content. Finnish ban list point, dude. We talked about this so much with the Finnish community. It was really cool to see you guys explore the space of 40 cards and stuff like that. It was amazing. Yeah,
it was fun. I very much it brought back what the feeling of Duel Masters from 2005, 2006 for Christian and I. It made it a lot of fun to jump back into the game and feel it with a fresh light. And yeah, looking forward to making some more content here in 2024. It's going to be a good year for Duel Masters. I'm feeling it. But guys, thanks again. This was awesome. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everybody, and I will see you guys next time.
See you, Bye bye.